Earth Command. And someone get Ambassador Chen on the line. I suspect she has some diplomatic work to do. In the council chambers, Ambassador Chen received the notification that the battle was over. She read the casualty report, 0 human losses, total Devourer fleet destroyed, and allowed herself a small smile. The galaxy had laughed at human myths. Now they would learn to respect human reality. The emergency council session convened 48 hours after the Battle of Calvex Prime. The Great Chamber, which had once echoed with laughter at humanity's expense, was now filled with tension and fear. Every delegate had watched the battle recordings. Every species now understood that their assumptions about Earth had been dangerously wrong. High Counselor Threen called the session to order, his mandibles clicking nervously. This council recognizes Ambassador Chen of Earth and Admiral Sarakovich, who joins us remotely from the human flagship. Chen stood in the center of the chamber once more, but this time, no one was smiling. Admiral Kovich's image appeared on holographic displays, her face calm and professional. Ambassador Chen, Threen began, the council requests a full explanation of Earth's military capabilities. We were clearly provided with inaccurate information during your admission proceedings. With respect, Counselor, Chen replied. Every piece of data in our original report was accurate. Earth does possess over 27,000 capital ships. Our FTL systems do function without dark matter cores. Our weapons do manipulate gravitational fields. The council chose not to believe us. A murmur ran through the chamber. Several delegates shifted uncomfortably. Admiral Voss stood, his forearms held in a gesture of respect that had been noticeably absent 3 months earlier. Ambassador, I must ask the question that every species here is thinking. If your rapid response force numbers 27,000 ships, what is the size of your total military? Kovich's image spoke. Our full defensive fleet consists of approximately 180,000 capital ships, 40 Titan-class mobile fortresses, and support craft numbering in the millions. We maintain active defense networks around 2,000 star systems, with automated platforms and early warning stations throughout human space. The chamber erupted in shocked voices. 180,000 ships. The number was incomprehensible. The entire Galactic Council, with all its member species combined, could not field even 10,000 capital ships. A Threen collective representative, her crystalline form glowing with agitation, chimed out a question. How is this possible? The resources alone? The industrial capacity? How can one species build such a fleet? Chen took over the explanation. Humanity allocates approximately 40% of our total economic output to military production and research. We have been doing this for 200 years, ever since our first encounter with the Devourers. 40%? The Sorn delegate hissed in disbelief. That is unsustainable. No civilization can maintain such military spending without collapsing. It is not just sustainable, it is necessary. Kovich interjected. 200 years ago, Devourer scouts entered our Oort cloud. We were not prepared. We had colonized several worlds, but we had no significant military. We believed, as many young species do, that the universe was largely peaceful. Her voice hardened. We lost 3 colonies in the first week. 2 billion people died. Our fleet was destroyed in hours. Earth itself was nearly invaded. Chen continued the history. We survived that attack by pure luck. The Devourers withdrew after encountering resistance they did not expect. But we learned a lesson. The universe is not safe. Threats exist that do not negotiate, that do not compromise, that only understand destruction. So you built a war machine, Counselor Threen observed. We built a defense force, Chen corrected. We studied the Devourer technology we recovered. We pushed our science beyond what should have been possible. We developed weapons specifically designed to counter machine intelligence. And we made a promise. Never again would humanity be helpless. Admiral Voss spoke up. Your weapons, the gravitational cannons, the causality mines, these technologies are centuries beyond what the Council has achieved. How did you develop them so quickly? Kovich smiled grimly. Admiral, when your species faces extinction, you find ways to innovate. We had some advantages. Human brains are wired for problem-solving under pressure. We evolved as persistence hunters on Earth, chasing prey for days until it collapsed from exhaustion. That same stubbornness, that same refusal to give up, applies to our scientific research. We also, Chen added, had motivation that the Council species have never experienced in recent memory. The Devourers killed our people. We saw worlds burned, cities destroyed, families torn apart. Every human who works in our military-industrial complex knows someone who died in that first attack. We do not build ships out of national pride or political ambition. We build them because we remember. A delegate from a small species called the Venth asked a question in a trembling voice. You said this is 15% of your fleet. Where are the rest of your ships? Deployed across human territory in defensive positions, Kovich replied. Some are actively patrolling our borders. Others are stationed at key strategic points. A significant number are in deep reserve, maintained in automated shipyards that can reactivate them within hours if needed. Automated shipyards? Voss's eyes widened. You have production facilities that operate without direct oversight? Yes. Our AI systems are sophisticated enough to manage construction, maintenance, and basic tactical decisions. With proper safeguards, of course. We learned from the Devourers that artificial intelligence can be incredibly dangerous, but also incredibly useful if properly controlled. The chamber was silent as delegates absorbed this information. The implications were staggering. Not only did humanity possess overwhelming military might, they had the industrial capacity to sustain it indefinitely. Councillor Threen clicked his mandibles slowly, a sign of deep thought in his species. Ambassador Chen, I must ask a difficult question. Why did you hide your true capabilities from the Council? You could have demanded immediate high-level membership. You could have intimidated us into accepting any terms you wanted. Instead, you allowed us to mock you, to treat you as inferiors. Why? Chen met his gaze steadily. Because we wanted to see who you were, Counselor. We wanted to understand the Galactic Council before committing to it. Earth has been isolated for centuries, and we learned to be cautious. We needed to know, were you potential allies who would respect us despite our youth, or were you potential threats who would need to fear us? And what did you learn? Threen asked quietly. We learned that the Council is complacent, Chen replied bluntly. You have had peace for so long that you forgot how to fight. You have grown comfortable, and comfort breeds weakness. When the Devourers attacked, your response was too slow, too disorganized. If Earth had not intervened, the Calvex Empire would have fallen. And after the Calvex, the next species. And the next? The Devourers would have consumed you one civilization at a time. Voss bowed his head, acknowledging the truth. You are correct, Ambassador. We were not prepared. However, Chen continued, we also learned that you are capable of working together when threatened. We saw species that had been rivals for centuries cooperate in the face of extinction. That is worth preserving. That is worth protecting. So what does Earth want? A Threen representative asked. You have shown your strength. You could demand anything from this council. Kovich's image leaned forward slightly. We want what we have always wanted, to be treated as equals. Not as junior members. Not as primitives who need guidance. As full partners in the galactic community. You want a seat on the High Council? Threen asked. We want recognition that humanity has earned the right to participate in major decisions, Chen stated. We want access to core systems and trade routes. We want the Council to stop sending protection fleets to babysit us. And most importantly, we want honesty. No more patronizing attitudes. No more assumptions that young species are weak or foolish. Voss stood again. I move that Earth be granted full Council membership with High Council privileges, effective immediately. They have more than earned it. Seconded, said the Threen representative. The vote was unanimous. No species dared oppose it now. Earth was granted full membership with all rights and privileges. The protection fleet was withdrawn. Human diplomats were given access to previously restricted information and territories. But as the session concluded, Councillor Threen requested a private conversation with Chen and Kovich. The three of them met in a secure chamber, away from the other delegates. I must know, Threen said, his voice tired. Your fleet of 180,000 ships, is that truly your full military capacity? Or is that number also understated? Chen and Kovich exchanged glances. Kovich spoke carefully. Counselor, that is our active defense fleet. Ships that are crewed, operational, and ready for deployment. It does not include reserve vessels in storage. It does not include our automated defense platforms. It does not include ships currently under construction. And it does not include certain classified weapon systems that we prefer not to discuss. Threen was silent for a long moment. I see. And if I asked for the real number? The total military capacity Earth could bring to bear if truly threatened. Chen's voice was soft but firm. Then I would tell you, Counselor, that the number would be higher. Significantly higher. But I would also tell you that you do not need to fear us. Earth builds ships to defend, not to conquer. We learned what happens when you are unprepared for threats. We will never be unprepared again. But you will also never be weak again, Threen observed. No, Kovich agreed. We will never be weak again. The galaxy taught us that weakness invites destruction, so we became strong enough that no enemy would ever dare attack Earth. Strong enough that we could protect not just ourselves, but our allies. Threen looked at both women with his compound eyes, seeing them with new understanding. I apologize, Ambassador Chen. When you first came to the council, I thought you were boastful children playing at being warriors. I was wrong. You are survivors who learned the hardest lessons the universe offers. The galaxy should not have laughed at you. We should have listened. Chen inclined her head. Apology accepted, Counselor. And now we move forward as allies. The Devourers are still out there. This was one fleet, but there will be others. The galaxy needs to prepare, and Earth will help. That is why we revealed ourselves. Not to intimidate, but to protect. As they left the chamber, Threen watched the two humans go. He thought about the reports, about the staggering military might Earth commanded, about the weapons that bent physics itself to humanity's will. The galaxy had laughed at human myths. Now they would live under human protection, and Threen was not certain which thought was more terrifying. 6 months after the Battle of Calvex Prime, the galaxy had changed in ways both obvious and subtle. Human ships now patrolled the major trade routes, their presence a constant reminder of Earth's power. The Devourer threat had not disappeared. 2 more incursion attempts had been detected and eliminated within hours by Earth's rapid response forces. But the terror that had gripped the Council had faded, replaced by a different kind of unease. Admiral Voss stood on an observation deck of Earth's newest station, Bastion 7, watching human military exercises in the distance. Thousands of ships moved in perfect coordination, appearing and disappearing through space in patterns that still made his head hurt. He had requested a transfer to train with human forces, eager to learn from the species he had once dismissed. Impressive, is it not? A voice said beside him. Voss turned to see High Counselor Threen, the ancient insectoid moving slowly on his multiple legs. Counselor, I did not expect to see you here. I am conducting research, Threen replied, his mandibles clicking, and what Voss had learned was amusement. I am writing a new treatise on the danger of underestimating the desperate. I thought it appropriate given recent events. Voss made a gesture of agreement with his upper arms. We were fools. I was the greatest fool of all. We were comfortable, Threen corrected gently. Comfort breeds assumptions. We assumed that because we had peace for millennia, peace was the natural state of the universe. We assumed that young species like humanity were weak because they had not had time to develop. We assumed that our technology was the pinnacle of what was possible. He paused. We assumed, and we were wrong about everything. They watched the exercises continue. A squadron of human destroyers executed a maneuver that should have been impossible, jumping into a formation so tight that their shields overlapped, creating a combined defensive field that could withstand planet-cracking weapons. I have been studying human history, Threen continued. Did you know they have never experienced true galactic peace? On their homeworld, they fought wars constantly for thousands of years. Nation against nation, tribe against tribe, sometimes for resources, sometimes for ideology, sometimes for reasons they themselves could barely explain. I had heard, Voss said. It seems barbaric, perhaps, but it also made them survivors. Every human alive today descends from ancestors who fought, who struggled, who refused to give up even when defeat seemed certain. That stubbornness is coded into their biology, and when they finally united as a species, they turned that same determination toward survival in space. Admiral Sarakovich approached them, her uniform crisp, despite the long hours she had been working. Counselor Threen, Admiral Voss, I hope you are enjoying the demonstration. It is educational, Voss admitted. Your pilots execute maneuvers that would kill most organic species. The G-forces alone. We have inertial dampening technology that reduces the effect by 99%, Kovich explained. But yes, human pilots still experience more physical stress than most species could tolerate. We train for it. Human bodies are remarkably adaptable when pushed. Everything about your species is remarkably adaptable, Threen observed. Your technology, your tactics, your entire civilization. You have been in space for 300 years and already surpassed species that have explored the stars for 10,000. How? Kovic considered the question. I think it is because we never forgot that we are vulnerable. Most council species achieved space travel, found it relatively easy and grew comfortable. Earth achieved space travel, immediately encountered deadly threats and learned that comfort is a luxury we cannot afford. She gestured to the exercises. Every ship you see out there has a crew that trains 16 hours a day. Every officer has memorized thousands of tactical scenarios. Every weapon system is tested and retested constantly. We do not assume that our technology will work. We verify it. We do not assume that our strategies are sound. We challenge them. We do not assume that we are safe. We prepare for every possible threat. It sounds exhausting, Voss said. It is, Kovic agreed with a slight smile, but it keeps us alive. Across the galaxy, other changes were taking place. Council species had begun adopting human military doctrines, trying to learn the lessons that Earth had paid for in blood. The Calvex Empire had completely reorganized its fleet structure, implementing rapid response protocols and joint training exercises with human forces. The Threen Collective had established research partnerships with Earth's military academies, hoping to understand the theoretical physics behind human weapons. But not all changes were purely military. Cultural exchange programs had begun, and council species were discovering that humans were not the brutish warriors they had appeared to be. They had art, philosophy, music, and literature as rich and complex as any galactic civilization. They valued peace and cooperation even as they prepared for war. In the council chambers, Ambassador Chen addressed the assembly on the topic of galactic defense reform. She had become one of the most influential voices in galactic politics, not through intimidation, but through the simple fact that everyone now listened when she spoke. The Devourer threat is contained but not eliminated, Chen explained. Our intelligence suggests there are multiple machine collectives beyond the galactic barrier. The force we defeated was only one of many. Earth can defend against these threats, but we should not have to do it alone. What do you propose? A delegate asked. A unified defense network. Every council species contributes ships and resources according to their capacity. Human technology and training methods are shared freely with all members. Early warning stations are established at every vulnerable point along the galactic barrier. And most importantly, we create a rapid response force that can reach any threatened system within hours, not days. Under human command? The delegate asked suspiciously. Under joint command, Chen corrected. Earth provides the majority of ships and technology, yes. But operational decisions should be made collectively. We are partners, not overlords. The proposal passed after weeks of debate. The Galactic Defense Initiative, as it was called, represented a fundamental shift in how the Council operated. For the first time in millennia, the galaxy was preparing for war, not just maintaining peace. Admiral Voss completed his training rotation with human forces and returned to Calvex territory to implement what he had learned. On his last day at Bastion 7, he met with Kovic one final time. I learned something during my time here, Voss said. I learned what real warfare looks like. What the Council called military power was barely adequate for policing and border disputes. You showed me what preparation for survival actually requires. And what will you do with that knowledge? Kovic asked. I will try to prepare my people. I will teach them that peace is not guaranteed, that threats exist beyond our imagining, and that the only way to protect what we love is to be strong enough that no one dares threaten it. Kovic nodded approvingly. Then you learned the right lesson, Admiral. I learned one other thing, Voss added. I learned respect. Not fear, though there is some of that too, but genuine respect for what humanity has accomplished. You could have conquered the Council. You had the strength, but you chose partnership instead. We chose survival, Kovic corrected. Conquering the Council would have made us enemies of 47 species. Protecting the Council makes us allies of 47 species. It is simple mathematics. Perhaps, Voss said, but I think it is more than that. I think humans genuinely wanted friends, not subjects. That is rare in the galaxy. After Voss departed, Kovich stood alone in her office looking at a photo of Earth from space. The blue and white marble that had given birth to humanity, that had survived the Devourer attack 2 centuries ago, that had built the most powerful military force in galactic history out of desperation and determination. Her communication device chimed. "Admiral, we have detected another spatial anomaly at grid reference 773, possibly Devourer scouts. Dispatch Battle Group 12, Kovich ordered. Standard containment and elimination protocols." "Yes, Admiral." "Battle Group jumping in 3 minutes." Kovich watched the tactical display as human ships prepared to intercept the new threat. Somewhere beyond the galactic barrier, the Devourers waited. Other threats waited too. Things the Council had never imagined, dangers that would come eventually. But Earth was ready. Earth was always ready now. Ambassador Chen stood before the Council 6 months after Earth had saved the galaxy, and she felt the weight of history on her shoulders. Her father commanded fleets. Her mother had died in the Devourer attack 200 years ago, well, her great-great-grandmother. But in Earth's collective memory, they were all mothers, all fathers, all family. "The galaxy laughed at us once," Chen said to the assembled delegates. "You thought our claims were myths, our strength was fantasy, our warnings were the boasts of an arrogant young species. You were wrong, but we do not hold that against you. Every species makes mistakes. The question is, do you learn from them?" She looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of delegates from dozens of worlds. "Earth learned from our mistakes. We learned that hope is not a strategy. We learned that preparation is not paranoia. We learned that the universe is dangerous, and the only way to survive is to be dangerous in return. But we also learned that strength without purpose is meaningless. We do not build ships to conquer. We build them to protect. Not just Earth, all of us." The chamber was silent. Then slowly, High Counselor Threen began to tap his legs against the floor, creating a rhythmic clicking sound. One by one, other delegates joined in, each species adding their own gesture of respect and acknowledgement. The galaxy no longer laughed at human myths. They had learned painfully that human legends were understatements. The ships were real. The weapons were real. The determination was real. And behind it all was a simple truth that the galaxy had forgotten, but humanity never would. Survival is not given. It is earned. Chen left the chambers and looked up at the stars, at the darkness between them where threats lurked and dangers waited. But she also saw human ships on patrol, saw the lights of council stations protected by Earth's defense networks, saw a galaxy that had learned to stand together. They had laughed at humanity. Now they stood with humanity. And together, they would face whatever came next. Because that was the other lesson Earth had taught them. Alone, they were vulnerable. Together, they were unstoppable. The galaxy had changed. The myths had become reality. And humanity, the young species that everyone had underestimated, had become the shield that protected them all. In space, the exercises continued. The fleets trained. The weapons waited in silent readiness. And on Earth, in a command center deep underground, Admiral Marcus Chen looked at tactical displays showing deployment patterns across 2,000 star systems. "Status report," he requested. "All defense networks operational, Admiral. All fleets at ready status. No immediate threats detected." "Good," Marcus said. "Maintain alert status. The galaxy is counting on us." The galaxy had laughed at human myths. They would never make that mistake again. And as long as Earth stood watch, they would never need to. Elena Vasquez stared out the viewport of the diplomatic shuttle as it approached the Concordat. The space station hung in the void like a small moon, its surface covered in lights from 1,000 different architectural styles. Spires reached out into space alongside massive docking arms that cradled ships of every conceivable design. Some were elegant and smooth like teardrops. Others were angular and brutal, covered in armor plating and weapon ports. The station had been here for over 3,000 years, the heart of galactic civilization. She had dreamed of this moment since she was a child, reading about the stars. First contact, humanity's introduction to the wider universe. But now that it was happening, Elena felt a knot of worry in her stomach that wouldn't go away. Impressive, isn't it? Colonel Marcus Webb stood beside her, his military uniform crisp and formal. He was her security chief, though she suspected he was also meant to keep an eye on her for the generals back home. "Makes our space stations look like treehouses," Elena nodded. That's probably the point. Show us how small we are before negotiations even begin. The shuttle docked with a gentle thump. Elena smoothed down her dark blue suit, checking her appearance one last time in the polished metal wall. She looked tired. The 3-week journey from Earth had been spent reviewing briefings, learning what little humanity knew about galactic politics, and preparing for every possible scenario. Except she suspected they hadn't prepared for the right ones. The airlock opened with a hiss. The air that flowed in smelled strange, like ozone mixed with something floral. Followed by her team of 12 diplomats, scientists, and security personnel. They were humanity's first official delegation to the Galactic Council. The reception chamber was enormous. The ceiling stretched up at least 50 meters, covered in a shifting display that showed stars and nebulae. Hundreds of aliens filled the space, and Elena had to stop herself from staring. She had seen the videos, studied the files, but nothing prepared her for seeing them in person. There were beings that looked like walking plants, their leaves rustling as they moved. Creatures made of what appeared to be living crystal that chimed softly with each step. Things with too many limbs or no limbs at all, floating through the air. Some were humanoid enough to seem almost familiar, while others were so alien that Elena's brain struggled to make sense of their forms. A delegation approached, led by a being that stood nearly 3 meters tall. Its skin was covered in dark green scales, and its eyes were yellow with vertical pupils. It wore robes of deep purple that seemed to shimmer in the light. This was High Arbiter Zexthor, leader of the Galactic Council. Elena had memorized his file during the journey. Ambassador Vasquez of Earth. Zexthor's voice came from a translator device that floated near his head. The translation was smooth but carried a hint of a hiss underneath. Welcome to the Concordat. You are the first of your species to stand in these halls. Elena bowed slightly as her briefings had suggested. High Arbiter, on behalf of Earth and all humanity, I thank you for receiving us. It is our duty to welcome all species who reach the stars. Zexthor gestured with a clawed hand. Come, the council has assembled to meet you. They walked through corridors that seemed to shift and change. The walls showed scenes from 1,000 different worlds. Elena saw cities that floated in clouds, oceans filled with luminescent life, deserts of red sand under purple skies. Each image was a reminder of how vast the galaxy was, and how new humanity was to all of this. The council chamber was even more impressive than the reception hall. It was circular and vast, with thousands of seats arranged in rising tiers. Each seat was occupied by a representative from a member species. At the center was a raised platform where Zexthor took his place. A smaller platform rose from the floor for Elena and her team. The noise was overwhelming. Thousands of voices in hundreds of languages, all filtered through translators that created a constant buzz of sound. But as Elena stepped onto the platform, silence fell. Thousands of eyes in every color and shape imaginable turned to look at humanity's representatives. Members of the council. Zexthor's voice boomed through the chamber. Today we welcome the humans of planet Earth, the latest species to achieve faster-than-light travel and discover our community of worlds. As is tradition, we gather to offer them the protection and benefits of council membership. There was a polite sound of approval from the assembled aliens. Elena noticed it wasn't enthusiastic. It was the sound of a routine being followed, nothing more. Zexthor continued. Humans, you have entered a galaxy that has known peace and prosperity for millennia. The Council maintains order across thousands of star systems. We protect trade routes, mediate disputes, and ensure that all species can thrive. This harmony exists because of cooperation and contribution from all members. Here it comes, Elena thought. She had read the reports from the few human ships that had made contact with Council vessels before the official invitation. Every species paid. The only question was how much. As a new member species, Earth will be required to contribute to the common good. This is not a punishment, but a privilege. You will gain access to technologies that would take your species centuries to develop. You will be able to trade with thousands of worlds. Your people will be protected by the might of the Council fleet. Zexthor's yellow eyes fixed on Elena. In return, Earth will provide tribute to the Council. This tribute ensures that all members share in both the benefits and the responsibilities of our community. A holographic display appeared in the air above the central platform. Numbers and categories scrolled past in multiple languages, with English appearing alongside the alien scripts. Helena's breath caught as she read the terms. 40% of Earth's rare earth elements to be delivered annually. Full access to all human artificial intelligence and quantum computing technology, including source codes and research data. And the part that made her stomach turn. 100,000 human soldiers to serve in Council military operations for a minimum term of 10 years, with rotations continuing indefinitely. Colonel Webb made a small sound beside her. She glanced at him and saw his jaw clenched tight. The rest of her team looked equally shocked. These terms are standard for species at your level of development, Zexthor said, as if he were discussing the weather. Other species have contributed more. You should consider yourselves fortunate. Elena forced herself to speak calmly. High Arbiter, these terms represent a significant portion of Earth's resources and population. May I ask what happens if we need time to consider them? A ripple of sound moved through the chamber. It might have been laughter. Zexthor spread his hands in what might have been a gesture of generosity. Of course, we are not unreasonable. You may have 48 of your Earth hours to consult with your government. But understand, Ambassador Vasquez, these terms are not subject to negotiation. They have been calculated based on your world's capacity and the standard requirements for new members. And if we refuse? The question came from Colonel Webb before Elena could stop him. The chamber went completely silent. Zexthor's eyes narrowed. Refusal is not a concept we encounter often, Colonel. Species who choose not to join the Council find themselves isolated. No access to galactic trade, no access to jump gate networks, no protection from pirates or hostile forces. Some have chosen this path. Most have changed their minds within a generation when they see what they're missing. He leaned forward slightly, and some have required corrective action when they became a danger to themselves or others. I trust Earth will be wiser than that. The threat was clear, even wrapped in diplomatic language. Submit or face the consequences. Elena bowed again, her mind racing. We appreciate the Council's generosity in giving us time to respond. With your permission, we will return to our ship and begin consultations with Earth immediately. Granted. Zexthor waved a hand in dismissal. Return here in 48 hours with your answer. I look forward to welcoming Earth as a full member of the galactic community. The platform lowered and Elena led her team back through the corridors. No one spoke until they were safely back in the shuttle and the airlock had sealed behind them. 40% of our rare Earths? One of the economic advisors, Dr. Sarah Chen, looked pale. That would cripple our technology sector. We need those elements for everything from phones to fusion reactors. And 100,000 soldiers. Webb's voice was tight with anger. To fight in their wars. For 10 years minimum. That's not membership, that's subjugation. Elena sat heavily in her seat as the shuttle detached from the Concordat and began the journey back to their ship, the UNSS Endeavour, which waited at the edge of the system. That's exactly what it is. I saw their faces in there. They weren't negotiating. They were dictating terms to primitives who should be grateful for the attention. So what do we do? Dr. Chen asked. We can't agree to this. But if we refuse, then we need to find out exactly what corrective action means, Elena said. She looked at Webb. Colonel, I need you to pull every piece of intelligence we have on Council military capabilities. I want to know what we're really facing if this goes bad. Webb nodded. Already planned to. From what I've seen, their technology is definitely more advanced than ours. But there's something that's been bothering me. What? The way they carry themselves. Did you notice? They move like people who've never been in a real fight. Their security forces had weapons, but they wore them like decorations. I've seen parade soldiers with more tactical awareness. Elena thought about it. He was right. For all their power and technology, the aliens in the Concordat had seemed almost casual about security. How long has it been since the Council fought a real war? According to the briefing files, over 800 years, said Lieutenant Yuki Tanaka, their intelligence officer. There have been minor incidents, pirate actions, and a few enforcement operations against non-compliant species, but nothing that could be called a peer-level conflict. 800 years of peace, Elena murmured. That's remarkable. Or it means they're complacent, Webb said. An army that hasn't fought in 8 centuries might look impressive, but would it hold up against an opponent who actually fights back? Dr. Chen looked between them, her eyes widening. You're not actually suggesting we refuse, are you? They have thousands of species, millions of ships. We have one world. Elena stared out at the stars as they began to accelerate away from the station. Earth was 3 weeks away at faster-than-light speeds. 3 weeks to decide the future of humanity, submit and become subjects of the Council, or refuse and face the consequences. But there was a third option, one that was forming in her mind as she thought about Zexuthor's casual arrogance, the complacent security, the 800-year peace. What if the Council had forgotten what it meant to face an enemy that refused to surrender? Humanity had never known true peace. Every generation had fought wars, from sticks and stones to nuclear weapons and beyond. Humans were very, very good at fighting. It was practically all they had ever done. We're going to present both options to Earth leadership, Elena said finally. Complete submission or complete refusal. But we're also going to present a full analysis of what refusal would actually mean. Not just economic isolation, but the real possibility of military action. And we're going to make sure they understand what that would entail. You think Earth will fight? Tanaka asked quietly. Elena thought about human history. The countless wars, the empires that had risen and fallen, the revolutions and resistances. She thought about the nuclear standoffs, the guerrilla campaigns, the last stands that became legend. Humanity had a long history of looking at overwhelming force and choosing to fight anyway. I think humanity has never been very good at bowing, she said. And I don't think we're going to start now. The shuttle docked with the Endeavour 30 minutes later. Elena immediately called for a full briefing of all department heads. They gathered in the conference room, which suddenly seemed very small and cramped compared to the vast halls of the Concordat. For 6 hours, they analyzed the situation from every angle: economic impact, technological gaps, military capabilities, diplomatic options. The more they discussed, the clearer the picture became. The Council's terms weren't just demanding. They were designed to keep humanity dependent and weak. The technology they offered would come with restrictions. The protection they promised would come with obligations. And the tribute would ensure Earth never had the resources to become truly independent. It's a system designed to maintain the status quo, Dr. Chen concluded. The founding species of the Council hold all the real power. Everyone else pays tribute and follows orders. New species are locked into the system from the moment they join. How many species have refused over the years? Elena asked. Tanaka pulled up data on her tablet. Records are incomplete, but at least 17 species attempted to refuse Council membership in the last 1,000 years. 5 eventually capitulated and joined. 7 were classified as isolated and haven't been heard from since. 5 faced Council military action and were forcibly integrated after their governments were replaced. The room fell silent. The Council's peace was built on submission. Those who wouldn't submit disappeared or were crushed. There's one more thing, Webb said. He brought up a star map showing Earth's region of space. We're not in a strategically important area. No major trade routes nearby. No resource-rich systems that the Council desperately needs. If we refuse and they decide to punish us, they'd have to commit significant forces across a long supply line to a region they don't really care about. That might make them more willing to just isolate us and forget we exist, suggested Commander Park, the Endeavour's captain. Or it might make them more determined to make an example of us, countered Webb. Show everyone that distance doesn't matter. Refuse the Council and you'll be dealt with eventually. Elena rubbed her temples, feeling a headache building. We need to transmit all of this to Earth and let them decide. But I want to make sure they understand one thing clearly. She looked around the table at her team. If Earth decides to refuse, we need to be ready for the consequences. That means assuming the worst-case scenario. A Council fleet shows up to enforce compliance. What would that battle actually look like? Webb smiled grimly. Now that's a question I can answer. Give me 12 hours and I'll have a full tactical analysis ready. But I can tell you right now, if the Council expects us to roll over like everyone else has for the last 800 years, they're in for one hell of a surprise. Elena nodded. Get me that analysis, Colonel, and make it detailed. If we're going to recommend that Earth says no to the most powerful organization in the galaxy, we'd better be damn sure we can back up that decision. As the meeting broke up and the team scattered to their duties, Elena returned to her quarters. She sat at her small desk and began composing her report to Earth. Her fingers hesitated over the keyboard as she tried to find the right words to describe what had happened at the Concordat. Finally, she began to type. She described the meeting, the terms, the casual arrogance of the council. She explained the trap that council membership represented, how it was designed to keep Earth weak and dependent forever. She outlined the risks of refusal and the possible consequences. And then she wrote something that surprised even herself. Recommendation: Earth should refuse the council's terms. Not because we can win a military confrontation, but because submission now means submission forever. The council has forgotten what it means to face an opponent who fights back. They've grown complacent in their power. If we submit now, we'll never get another chance at independence. If we refuse, we might lose, but we'll lose on our feet, not on our knees. And there's a chance, however small, that we can show the council that humanity is not like the species they've dominated before. She read over the words and knew they might be viewed as reckless, even insane. But they felt right. Humanity hadn't come to the stars just to become subjects of an alien empire. They had come to take their place as equals. Elena sent the report with full encryption and then lay back on her bunk. In 48 hours, she would return to the Concordat with Earth's answer. She had no idea what that answer would be, but deep in her gut, she knew what she hoped it would be. The same answer humanity had given tyrants throughout history. The same answer that defined what it meant to be human. No. The emergency session of the United Nations Security Council had been going for 6 hours straight. Elena watched from her seat via quantum-entangled video link as representatives from every major nation on Earth argued about humanity's response to the Galactic Council. The debate had grown heated more than once, and she was grateful to be 40 light-years away from the shouting. We cannot risk military confrontation with a civilization thousands of years more advanced than us. The Chinese representative, Ambassador Wu, was making his case again. The logical choice is to accept their terms and work within the system to improve our position over time. Improve our position? The American Secretary of State James Bradley shot back. With 40% of our rare earths going to them every year, with our best AI and quantum tech handed over, by the time we improve our position, we'll be so dependent on council technology that we'll never be able to break free. This is colonialism dressed up in diplomatic language. It's survival dressed up in diplomatic language, Ambassador Wu replied. We've been in space for barely 50 years. They've had faster-than-light travel for millennia. This isn't a fight we can win. The Russian representative, Minister Volkov, leaned forward. Perhaps not a conventional fight. But throughout history, smaller powers have found ways to resist larger ones. Asymmetric warfare. Guerrilla tactics making the cost of occupation too high to bear. We have options. We're talking about aliens with technology we can barely understand, said the British Prime Minister, Sarah Caldwell. Not armies we can ambush in forests. They could sterilize our planet from orbit if they wanted to. Then why haven't they? The question came from Admiral James Chen, who sat at the head of the military briefing table in Geneva. Elena had worked with him before. He was one of the architects of Earth's Space Defense Network, a brilliant strategist who had earned his rank through 3 decades of service. If they're so powerful, why offer us terms at all? Why not just take what they want? The room fell silent for a moment. Elena saw several representatives exchange glances. The Admiral raises a good point, said the UN Secretary General, Amara Okafor. Ambassador Vasquez, you were there. What's your assessment? Elena had been waiting for this question. High Arbiter Zexthor made it clear that refusal isn't common. Most species either join willingly or capitulate after seeing the Council's power. But there was something in the way he presented the terms. It wasn't negotiation. It was a script he'd followed 100 times before. I don't think they expect us to refuse, and I'm not sure they're prepared for what happens if we do. Not prepared. Ambassador Wu shook his head. They control thousands of worlds. They've maintained peace for 800 years. How could they not be prepared? Admiral Chen pulled up a holographic display. Because peace makes armies soft, Ambassador. We've analyzed every piece of intelligence we have on Council military operations over the last century. They haven't fought a peer-level conflict in living memory. Their last real war was 800 years ago. What they call military operations are policing actions against pirates or enforcement missions against isolated colonies that can't fight back. He highlighted several incidents on the timeline. Look at these response times. When they sent fleets to deal with non-compliant species, it took them months to mobilize. Their ships are powerful, yes, but their tactics are straightforward to the point of being predictable. They rely on overwhelming force and superior technology. They've never had to adapt to an enemy that fights back effectively. Are you suggesting Earth could actually win a war against the Galactic Council? Minister Volkov sounded skeptical but interested. No, Chen said bluntly. Not a conventional war. They have too many ships, too many resources. But war isn't just about numbers. It's about will, adaptability, and the willingness to accept costs. Humanity has spent its entire history fighting. We're very, very good at it. The Council has spent 8 centuries not fighting. That's a significant advantage for us if it comes to conflict. Secretary Bradley leaned back in his chair. Walk us through it, Admiral. What would a conflict actually look like? Chen changed the display to show Earth's solar system. If we refuse their terms, they'll likely send an enforcement fleet. Based on their standard procedures, probably 200 to 500 ships. Their goal will be to intimidate us into compliance, not to destroy us. They want our resources and soldiers, after all. Dead humans aren't useful. He zoomed in on Earth's defensive positions. We've spent the last 20 years building orbital defense platforms, automated weapon systems, and a fleet of our own. We have roughly 400 combat-capable ships, plus thousands of smaller vessels that could be weaponized. Our technology isn't as advanced as theirs, but we've designed our systems specifically for defending our home system. Numbers sound almost even, noted Prime Minister Caldwell. That's misleading, Chen continued. Their ships are individually more powerful, but we have advantages they won't expect. First, we're defending. We know every asteroid, every orbit, every hiding spot in this system. Second, we're unified. Every nation on Earth has agreed to combined defense command. They're probably used to divided opposition. He pulled up combat footage from various human conflicts. Third, and most important, we don't fight the way they expect. Watch this. The display. Chen replied. The kamikaze pilots of World War II. The suicide bombers in various 21st century conflicts. The nuclear standoffs where both sides were willing to destroy the world rather than surrender. Humanity has always been willing to pay terrible prices for victory. I suspect most Council species aren't. Elena watched the faces on her screen. Some looked horrified. Others looked thoughtful. A few looked grimly determined. There's another factor, she added. The Council isn't popular among many of its member species. We've picked up communications suggesting that a lot of them resent the tribute system. If we refuse and put up a real fight, it might inspire others to resist. The Council's whole power structure is based on everyone accepting that resistance is futile. If we prove that wrong, even if we lose, it could start something. Secretary General Okafor raised her hand for silence. Let me make sure I understand. You're recommending that humanity refuse the Council's terms, knowing it will likely lead to military conflict. A conflict we probably can't win in conventional terms, but hoping that we can make resistance costly enough that the Council backs down, or that we inspire other species to rebel. Yes, Elena said simply. That's insane, Ambassador Wu said. That's human, Admiral Chen replied. The debate continued for another 2 hours. Arguments flew back and forth about duty, survival, legacy, and what humanity's first action on the galactic stage should be. Should they be pragmatic and submit, or defiant and resist? Finally, Secretary General Okafor called for a vote. Not a binding one, but a sense of where the international community stood. The question was simple. Accept or refuse the Council's terms. The votes came in one by one. It was closer than Elena expected. Some nations voted to accept, citing the risks of confrontation. But slowly, the count tipped the other way. The United States voted to refuse. Russia voted to refuse. The European Union voted to refuse. India, Brazil, Japan, and dozens of other nations followed. When the count was finished, the result was clear. By a margin of almost 2 to 1, Earth's governments voted to refuse the Galactic Council's tribute demands. The room was silent for a long moment. They had just committed humanity to a path that might lead to war with the most powerful organization in the galaxy. Secretary General Okafor looked directly at the camera, her expression grave. Ambassador Vasquez, you will deliver Earth's response to the Galactic Council. Admiral Chen, begin immediate preparations for system defense. All member nations are to contribute forces to the Unified Defense Command. We may have just declared war on the galaxy, so let's make sure we're ready for it. The session ended, and Elena sat alone in her quarters on the Endeavor. In 12 hours, she would return to the Concordate with Earth's answer. An answer that would shock the Council and possibly change everything. Colonel Webb knocked on her door. "Permission to enter?" "Come in, Marcus." He sat down across from her, holding a datapad. "I've finished the tactical analysis you requested. If it comes to a fight, we have a decent chance of winning the first battle. After that, it gets much harder." "Show me." Webb pulled up detailed projections. "The Council will send what they think is an overwhelming force, probably around 300 ships. They'll expect us to take one look and surrender. Instead, we'll have pre-positioned nuclear mines along their most likely approach vectors. We hit them hard right at the start, take out maybe 50 ships before they can react." He zoomed in on Earth's orbital space. "Then we pull back to our defensive platforms, force them to come to us, into range of our ground-based weapons. They'll have better shields and weapons, but we'll have numbers and position. Most importantly, we'll have surprise. They won't be expecting us to fight this hard." "Casualties?" Elena asked. Webb's expression darkened. "Hi. We'll lose a lot of ships and probably some platforms. If they decide to bombard population centers, we could lose millions. But if we can make them bleed, if we can make them doubt whether this is worth the cost, they might withdraw and rethink their approach. And if they don't withdraw, then we keep fighting until we can't anymore. But Elena, there's something else. I've been analyzing the Council's member species, their history, their cultures. A lot of them have been part of the Council for so long that they've forgotten what it means to be independent. They've never known anything but the tribute system." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that if we stand up to the Council and survive, even if we don't win, it might inspire others to question the system. The Council's power is based on the belief that resistance is impossible. If we prove that belief wrong, the whole thing might start to crack." Elena thought about that. Humanity's defiance might be about more than just Earth's freedom. It might be about showing the entire galaxy that the Council system wasn't inevitable, that species didn't have to accept subjugation. "There's no going back from this," she said quietly. "No," Webb agreed. "But going forward is what humans do. We've never been good at accepting our place. We always want to see what's over the next hill, what's beyond the next horizon, even if it gets us killed." Elena smiled slightly. "Especially if it gets us killed." They sat in silence for a while, watching Earth slowly rotate on the view screen. From this distance, it looked peaceful, beautiful. No signs of the frantic preparations happening across every continent as military forces mobilized and defense systems came online. "Do you think we can win?" Webb asked. "I think we can make them regret picking this fight," Elena replied. "Whether that counts as winning, I guess we'll find out." The next 12 hours passed in a blur of preparation. Elena reviewed her speech dozens of times. The message had to be clear, unambiguous, and strong. No room for the Council to think humanity was bluffing or could be persuaded to change their minds. Admiral Chen sent updated tactical data showing Earth's defense network going fully active. Every ship, every platform, every missile battery was ready. If the Council sent their fleet, humanity would be waiting. Finally, it was time. Elena and her team returned to the shuttle and made the journey back to the Concordate. As they approached the massive station, Elena felt a strange calm settle over her. The decision was made. Now came the execution. They docked and made their way back to the Council chamber. It was even more crowded than before. Word had spread about Earth's summons, and apparently many species wanted to see how the newcomers would respond. High Arbiter Zexthor waited on his platform, his yellow eyes tracking Elena as she walked to the central position. He looked confident, even amused, obviously expecting humanity to have accepted reality and prepared to join the Council on its terms. Ambassador Vasquez, his translated voice boomed. "Welcome back. I trust Earth has had sufficient time to consider the Council's generous offer. What answer do you bring us?" Elena pulled out a small data chip. It was theatrical, old-fashioned, but she wanted there to be no mistake about what came next. She held it up for the entire chamber to see. High Arbiter, members of the Council, I bring Earth's official response to your tribute demands. She inserted the chip into the central podium. Every screen in the chamber lit up, displaying the same message in thousands of languages. The file was small, incredibly small. Just a few bytes of data. Because Earth's answer was only one word. The chamber erupted in noise as delegates tried to understand what they were seeing. Some laughed, thinking it was a translation error. Others looked confused, unsure if they were reading it correctly. Zexthor stared at the screen, his expression shifting from amusement to confusion to anger. Explain this, Ambassador. Where's your acceptance? Where are the logistical details? For tribute delivery, what is this? Elena stood straight, her voice clear and strong. That is our complete response to your demands, High Arbiter. No tribute, no submission, no negotiation. Earth appreciates the introduction to galactic society, but we will not bow to threats or accept subjugation disguised as protection. The words still glowed on every screen in the chamber. Simple, direct, unmistakable no. The council chamber descended into chaos. Thousands of voices spoke at once, creating a wall of sound that even the translation system struggled to process. Elena stood calmly on her platform, watching as the aliens reacted to something they clearly hadn't expected. Some were gesturing wildly at the screen, still displaying that single word. Others had turned to their neighbors, apparently trying to confirm what they were seeing was real. High Arbiter Zexthor raised his clawed hands, and the chamber's sound-dampening system activated. Silence fell immediately, his yellow eyes fixed on Elena with an intensity that might have been frightening if she hadn't already committed herself to this course. Ambassador Vasquez, he said, his translator struggling to convey what sounded like barely controlled anger. Perhaps there has been a translation error. Surely Earth understands the gravity of refusing the Council's protection. Let me be perfectly clear about what you are saying no to. He gestured, and a new holographic display filled the space above them. It showed maps of the galaxy, trade routes connecting thousands of systems, fleets of ships moving peacefully between worlds. You are refusing access to the accumulated knowledge of 5,000 years of civilization. You are refusing technologies that would eliminate disease, extend your lifespans, and solve your energy problems. You are refusing the protection of the most powerful military force in galactic history. Zexthor's voice grew harder. And in exchange for what? The privilege of remaining isolated? Of facing pirates, hostile species, and cosmic threats alone? Of watching other species advance while you stagnate? Is this really what Earth wants? Elena had prepared for this. She kept her voice level and professional. High Arbiter, with respect, you're not offering us those things freely. You're demanding we pay for them with our independence. 40% of our resources, our most advanced technology, our citizens to serve as soldiers in your conflicts. That's not protection, that's subjugation. It is the price of civilization. Zexthor's composure cracked slightly. Every species pays this price. Every member of the Council contributes according to their ability. This is how we have maintained peace for 800 years. This is how we ensure prosperity for all. Peace for whom? Elena asked quietly. Prosperity for whom? We've analyzed your system, High Arbiter. The founding species of the Council pay much smaller tributes as a percentage of their wealth. They control the most valuable trade routes. They occupy the seats of real power. Meanwhile, newer species pay heavily for the privilege of serving your interests. That's not a community of equals. That's an empire. A new voice cut through the chamber. She speaks truth, though it is uncomfortable to hear. Elena turned to see one of the council members approaching the central area. She was a Velocian, a species Elena had read about during the voyage. They were humanoid with blue-tinted skin and large black eyes. This particular Velocian wore the robes of a senior council member. According to her identification marker, she was Ambassador Kriath. Zexthor's eyes narrowed. Ambassador Kriath, you overstep. This is a matter between Earth and the Council leadership. It is a matter that affects us all, Kriath replied, not backing down. She turned to address the chamber. How many of us remember when our species first joined the Council? How many of us remember being presented with these same terms, these same demands disguised as offers? And how many of us remember feeling exactly what these humans must feel now? Murmurs spread through the chamber. Elena saw several delegates nodding slightly, though others looked uncomfortable. The difference, Kriath continued, is that none of us said no. We accepted because we believed we had no choice, because we were told that resistance was futile, that submission was the only logical option. But these humans, they dare to do what we did not. They dare to refuse. She pulled up her own holographic display and Elena's breath caught. It showed human history. Wars, battles, revolutions. The images were brutal and violent, showing the worst of what humanity had done to itself over thousands of years. I have studied Earth, Kriath said, her voice carrying clearly through the chamber. My intelligence division has analyzed their history, their culture, their psychology. And what we have found should concern us all. The display shifted to show nuclear explosions, bombed cities, and casualty statistics that made several council members visibly recoil. This species has spent its entire existence in conflict. They have never known true peace. They have never had a generation without war. They have developed weapons capable of destroying their own world. And they have come within moments of using them. Not once, but many times. Then they are dangerous and should be controlled, Zexthor said. No, Kriath replied. They are dangerous and should not be threatened. There is a difference. Look at their tactics, their strategies, their willingness to accept casualties that we would consider genocidal. These humans have refined warfare to an art form. They practice it constantly, even against themselves. She highlighted specific conflicts. In what they call World War II, they killed over 70 million of their own species. In their nuclear standoffs, they were willing to destroy their entire planet, rather than submit to each other. In countless guerrilla wars, small forces held off armies that outnumbered them hundreds to one through sheer determination and clever tactics. The chamber had gone very quiet. Elena realized that Kriath was doing something unexpected. She was warning the council about what a war with humanity would really mean. Most species in this chamber, Kriath continued, have been at peace for centuries before joining the council. They had evolved past major warfare. Conflict for them was small-scale, limited, civilized. But not humans. Humans have been killing each other in innovative ways for their entire history. And now you want to threaten them with military action? The council's fleets are more than capable of handling one primitive world, Zexthor said, though he sounded less certain now. We have millions of ships, advanced weapons, shields that can withstand anything they could throw at us. Do we? Kriath pulled up tactical data.
When was the last time our fleets faced an enemy that fought back with full force?
800 years ago. 800 years of peace. Of policing actions against pirates with outdated weapons. Of enforcement missions against isolated colonies that surrendered after seeing our ships. When did we last face an enemy willing to die rather than submit? Elena decided to press the advantage. If I may, High Arbiter. The ambassador raises an important point. Your fleet may be powerful, but are they ready for an enemy that uses nuclear weapons as point defense? That will sacrifice entire ships to destroy one of yours? That considers mutual destruction an acceptable outcome? You would doom your own people? Zexthor asked, seeming genuinely confused. We would fight for our freedom, Elena replied. There's a difference. Throughout our history, humans have chosen death over slavery again and again. We've fought impossible odds. We've held positions that couldn't be held. Won battles that couldn't be won. Survived situations that should have killed us. Not because we're stronger or smarter, but because we refused to accept defeat. She gestured to the screen, still showing that single word. That's what no means to humanity. It means we're willing to pay whatever price necessary to remain free. You can take our resources by force, but you'll bleed for every shipment. You can occupy our planet, but you'll face resistance that never ends. You can try to break us, but we've been breaking each other for thousands of years and we're still here. This is insanity, said another council member, a being that looked like a floating jellyfish. You would throw away peace, prosperity, and advancement for what? Pride? For the right to choose our own path, Elena said. For the right to make our own mistakes and claim our own victories. For the right to stand as equals rather than subjects. If you can't understand that, then you've been part of the system too long. Zexthor slammed his hand on his podium, creating a booming sound. Enough. The Council has been patient with this display of primitive defiance, but I will not allow one backward species to question millennia of peaceful order. You want to refuse our protection? Very well. You will get exactly what you're asking for. He turned to address the full chamber. I call for an immediate vote on initiating enforcement proceedings against Earth. They have refused Council membership and demonstrated hostile intent. According to our bylaws, we can authorize military action to secure compliance. All in favor? Lights began appearing across the chamber as delegates voted. Most were green, indicating approval. But Elena noticed something important. A significant minority were red, voting against, and many delegates weren't voting at all, their screens remaining dark. The vote passed, but not by the overwhelming margin Zexthor had clearly expected. Out of thousands of delegates, nearly a third had either voted no or abstained. That was remarkable for a council that was supposed to be unified. The measure passes, Zexthor announced. Fleet Admiral Thunderek will assemble an enforcement fleet and proceed to the Earth system. They will be given one final chance to comply. If they refuse, they will be subdued by force and their government replaced with one more amenable to reason. He looked down at Elena with something that might have been pity. Ambassador Vasquez, you and your delegation will be held here on the Concordat for your own safety during the enforcement action. I hope you understand that what happens next is entirely your species' choice. Submit peacefully, and Earth will be welcomed into the Council. Resist and you will be teaching your children a very painful lesson about the price of pride. Elena had expected this. I'm afraid I must decline your hospitality, High Arbiter. My place is with my people. If the Council sends a fleet to attack Earth, then Earth's ambassador should be there to witness it. That is unacceptable. You will remain here. With respect, High Arbiter, I am not a member of the Council and therefore not subject to your authority. My ship is prepared to depart immediately. If you try to prevent me from leaving, it will be an act of war against a diplomatic mission. I'm sure even the Council has laws about that. Zexthor's eyes narrowed, but he didn't argue. Apparently, even in his anger, he wasn't willing to violate the basic principles of diplomatic immunity. Fine. Return to your dying world, Ambassador. Watch as your people's defiance brings them ruin. And know that you could have prevented it. Elena bowed slightly, mockingly polite. I will tell Earth that the Galactic Council sends its regards, and I will tell them to be ready, because you're about to learn what happens when you threaten humanity. She turned and walked out of the chamber, her delegation following. The murmur of voices rose behind her, but she didn't look back. They had done what they came to do. Earth had given its answer, and that answer had shaken the Council more than anyone had expected. On the shuttle back to the Endeavor, Colonel Webb was reviewing tactical data on his tablet. Fleet Admiral Thunderek, I've got his service record here. He's commanded 17 enforcement actions over his career. All of them were quick and bloodless. Show up with overwhelming force, watch the target surrender, accept their compliance, leave. He's never actually fought a battle. Good, Elena said. Then he's never fought an enemy that fights back. The fleet will take about 3 weeks to reach Earth, Webb continued. That gives us time to get back and help with final preparations. But Elena, we need to be realistic. Even if we bloody their nose in the first engagement, they can send more fleets. Earth can't win a war of attrition against the entire Council. We don't need to win a war of attrition, Elena replied. She was thinking about Ambassador Kriath's speech, about the way some delegates had voted against enforcement, about the uncertainty she had seen in the chamber. We just need to win the first battle and make it clear that every future battle will cost them. The Council isn't popular with everyone. If we can crack their image of invincibility, other species might start questioning the system. You're trying to start a rebellion, Webb said quietly. I'm trying to show the galaxy that rebellion is possible, Elena corrected. The Council's whole power structure depends on everyone believing they can't be resisted. If we prove that wrong, even if we ultimately lose, it might inspire others to stand up. And if enough species stand up... She didn't finish the sentence, but Webb nodded understanding. The Council couldn't maintain control if too many species refused to comply. Their whole system was built on submission. Defiance was contagious. The Endeavor broke away from the Concordat and engaged its faster-than-light drive. As the station shrank behind them, Elena thought about what she had just done. She had committed humanity to a war it probably couldn't win. She had rejected peace and prosperity in favor of a fight for independence. History would either remember her as a hero or as the fool who doomed Earth. But as she thought about that word still glowing in the council chamber, that simple, defiant, very human word, she knew she had made the right choice. Some things were worth fighting for. Some things were worth dying for. Freedom was one of them. The journey back to Earth took 20 days. The crew used every minute preparing. Combat drills, tactical simulations, weapons checks. They analyzed what little they knew about Council fleet tactics and developed counters. They planned ambushes, fallback positions, and desperate last stands. And they watched the news feeds from Earth. The planet was mobilizing like never before. Every nation had committed its military forces to the Unified Defense Command. Factories were running triple shifts producing missiles, drones, and ammunition. Civilian ships were being retrofitted with weapons. The entire solar system was becoming a fortress. Public opinion on Earth was divided. Some people were terrified, certain they were about to be destroyed for the sake of pride. Others were defiant, echoing the sentiment that humanity would never bow. Protests and rallies filled cities across the globe. Some demanded the government reconsider. Others demanded they stand firm. But everyone was preparing, because whatever they thought about the decision, humanity was about to face its first test on the galactic stage. Win or lose, the galaxy would remember what happened when someone told humanity no, and humanity said no right back. As the Endeavor approached Earth, Elena stood at the viewport and looked at her home. It had never looked more beautiful or more fragile. Soon, one of the most powerful forces in the galaxy would be coming here to punish Earth for its defiance. She just hoped that Admiral Chen and Colonel Webb were right. That humanity's violent history, its refusal to accept defeat, its willingness to fight dirty and die hard, would be enough to make the Council regret this decision. One word had shattered the Council's expectations and challenged millennia of unquestioned authority. Now they would see if one species could back up that word with action. Fleet Admiral Thunrek stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Eternal Harmony, and watched as 300 Council warships emerged from faster-than-light travel at the edge of Earth's solar system. The display before him showed a small, yellow star with a collection of planets, one of which was inhabited by the stubborn primitives who had dared to refuse the Council's generous offer. He had done this 17 times before. Show up with an overwhelming force, broadcast demands, watch the local government scramble to comply. Usually it took less than an hour. Occasionally, some particularly foolish species would fire a few token shots, then surrender after their primitive weapons accomplished nothing against Council shields. Either way, the result was always the same. Thunrek was a Corvin, a species that had been part of the Council for over 2,000 years. He stood nearly 4 meters tall, with 4 arms and thick armor plating that was as much ceremonial as functional. He had never personally fired a weapon in anger. He had never needed to. The mere presence of a Council fleet was usually enough. "Commander," he said to his second-in-command, "scan the system. Show me their defenses." The tactical officer, a crystalline being named Shira, manipulated the controls. "Sir, I'm reading multiple orbital platforms around the third planet. Approximately 200 defensive stations with what appear to be missile batteries and energy weapons. Also detecting a fleet of smaller ships in various orbital positions. Current count is 470 vessels." Thunrek chuckled. 470 ships against our 300? They don't understand the difference in capabilities. Our shields alone could withstand anything they can produce. What about their technology level? Primitive by our standards, sir. They only achieved faster-than-light travel 47 years ago. Their energy weapons appear to be early-stage plasma or laser systems. Their ships are small, mostly under 500 meters in length. Our capital ships are 3 times that size with exponentially greater firepower. Then this will be over quickly. Thunrek settled into his command chair. "Open a communication channel to Earth. Let's give them one last chance to see reason." The channel opened, and after a moment, a human face appeared on the screen. It was a male, older, with gray hair and wearing what appeared to be a military uniform. The human looked tired but determined. "This is Admiral James Chen of the United Earth Space Defense Force. You're in our system without permission. State your intentions." Thunrek found the human's tone amusing, as if they were equals. "I am Fleet Admiral Thunrek of the Galactic Council. We are here to enforce compliance with Council membership requirements. Your Ambassador Vasquez refused our generous terms. We are here to show you the consequences of that refusal and offer you one final opportunity to submit peacefully. Chen's expression didn't change. Then I'm afraid you've wasted your time, Admiral. Earth's answer remains the same. We will not submit to your tribute demands. We will not surrender our independence, leave our system immediately, or face the consequences. Thunrek laughed. Several of his bridge crew joined him. Consequences? You have primitive ships and outdated weapons facing the might of the Galactic Council. What consequences could you possibly pose to us? The human admiral smiled, and something about that smile made Thunrek's amusement fade slightly. It was the smile of someone who knew something you didn't. You're about to find out, Chen said. I'll give you the same chance you gave us. Turn your fleet around and leave. This is your only warning. You dare? Thunrek stood from his chair. You face 300 warships, each capable of leveling a city. Surrender now or we will destroy your defensive platforms and occupy your planet. This is not a negotiation. No, Chen agreed. It's not. Communications, send the signal. The transmission cut off. Thunrek stared at the blank screen for a moment, then turned to his tactical officer. Foolish primitives. All ships advance to weapons range. Prepare to disable their platforms. Try not to kill too many. We'll need some of them alive to operate their industries once we take control. The Council fleet began moving forward in perfect formation. 300 ships, their shields glowing with power, their weapons priming. It was a sight that had made civilizations surrender for centuries. Then space exploded. Multiple nuclear detonations. Shira screamed. Sir, the space ahead of us is filling with radiation and debris. Thunrek grabbed his chair for support as the Eternal Harmony's shields flared, absorbing energy from what appeared to be dozens of nuclear weapons detonating simultaneously. The view screen showed space ahead turning white with nuclear fire. How did they mine our approach vector? Thunrek demanded. We only just arrived. They must have seeded the area with devices after choosing the most likely approach path, Shira replied, her crystalline form flickering with stress colors. Sir, damage reports coming in. The shields are holding, but several ships in the vanguard took damage. The Serene Dawn reports shield failure and hull breaches. The Peaceful Resolution has lost engine power. 2 ships damaged from primitive nuclear weapons. Thunrek couldn't believe it. How is that possible? The explosions weren't meant to destroy us directly, his science officer called out. They're creating a debris field and radiation interference. Our sensors are compromised. And sir, I'm reading massive energy buildups from the orbital platforms around Earth. The human defenses opened fire. Thousands of missiles streaked out from the platforms, far more than the initial scans had suggested. The Council fleet's point defense systems engaged, destroying the incoming projectiles. But there were so many of them. Some are getting through, Shira reported. Multiple impacts across the fleet. Shields holding but taking damage. Sir, these aren't normal missiles. Some of them are accelerating to near relativistic speeds. If they impact at those velocities.
Even our shields might not. The Eternal Harmony shook violently as something hit its forward shield at an appreciable fraction of light speed.
Alarms blared across the bridge. Shield at 60%, Shira called out. Sir, recommend we fall back and reassess. Fall back? Thunrek's pride warred with tactical sense. We outnumber them. We have superior technology. We will not retreat from primitives. But the humans weren't fighting like primitives. As the Council fleet pushed forward, human ships emerged from behind asteroids, from orbital positions that the sensors had missed, even from inside the debris field created by their own nuclear mines. They swarmed like insects, dozens of small ships targeting individual Council vessels. They're using kamikaze tactics, someone on the bridge shouted. 3 human ships just rammed the rising tide. Her shields couldn't handle the kinetic impact. She's breaking apart. Thunrek watched in horror as the Council ship, a beautiful vessel that had served for 300 years, was torn apart by the sacrifice of 3 primitive human vessels that had accelerated to maximum speed and simply crashed into it. The humans had turned their own ships into weapons. All ships tight formation, Thunrek ordered. Concentrate point defense. Don't let them get close, but the humans adapted. Their AI-controlled drones swarmed in first, drawing fire from the point defense systems. Then their manned ships came in during the reload cycles, firing missiles at close range where the Council's long-range weapons couldn't track fast enough. It was chaos. Beautiful, terrible chaos. The kind of warfare Thunrek had only read about in ancient histories. The kind of warfare that civilized species had evolved beyond. Sir, the humans are using nuclear weapons at close range. Shira's voice was panicked now. They're detonating them near their own ships. They don't care about their own casualties. A human vessel accelerated toward a cluster of Council ships, fired all its missiles, then detonated what appeared to be multiple nuclear warheads inside its own hull. The explosion took out 2 Council ships whose shields had already been weakened by the conventional attacks. They're insane, Thunrek whispered. They're actually insane. The battle that was supposed to be a quick show of force had turned into a nightmare. The humans fought like nothing the Council had faced in living memory. They used the asteroids for cover. They sacrificed ships without hesitation. They employed weapons that endangered their own forces. They fought with a ferocity that seemed more suited to cornered animals than sentient beings. Fleet-wide communication, Thunrek ordered. All ships fighting retreat. Fall back to the outer system. We need to reassess. Sir, the humans are pursuing. Of course they were. Thunrek watched as human ships chased his fleet, firing missiles and continuing their aggressive tactics even as they took casualties. They were outnumbered in terms of firepower, but they fought like they were winning. The Running Tide, a destroyer that had been part of the Vanguard, suffered a catastrophic shield failure and was swarmed by a dozen human ships. They tore it apart with concentrated fire, celebrating their kill even as Council weapons destroyed half of them in return. Casualty report, Thunrek said quietly as the fleet finally managed to pull back beyond immediate weapons range. Shira's voice shook as she read the numbers. 47 ships destroyed or disabled. Another 30 with significant damage. We've lost approximately 15% of our fleet strength in less than 3 hours of engagement. 15%. Against primitives, against a species that had barely reached the stars. It was impossible. It was humiliating. It was terrifying. What about the humans? Their casualties are higher. Approximately 120 ships destroyed. But sir, they seem to consider this acceptable. They're reforming their formations and their defensive platforms are still fully operational. Thunrek slumped in his chair. He had been so certain this would be simple. Show up, make threats, watch them surrender. Instead, he had lost nearly 50 ships and the humans were still fighting. Open a channel to the Council, he said finally. We need reinforcements. The transmission took several minutes to reach the Concordat due to the distance. When High Arbiter Zexthor appeared on the screen, he looked confident. Clearly, he had been expecting news of a quick victory. Admiral Thunrek, report. Has Earth surrendered? No, High Arbiter. They have not. We have engaged in combat and encountered unexpectedly fierce resistance. I am requesting additional fleets to complete the pacification. Zexthor's expression shifted from confidence to confusion to anger. You have 300 ships. How can a single primitive world resist the might of the Council fleet? They fight like nothing we have faced before, Thunrek tried to explain. They use suicide tactics. They mine space with nuclear weapons. They sacrifice their own forces without hesitation to destroy ours. They don't fight to win, High Arbiter. They fight to kill as many of us as possible regardless of cost to themselves. There was a long silence. Finally, Zexthor spoke. How many ships have you lost? 47 destroyed, 30 damaged. Another silence. Thunrek could see the High Arbiter processing this information, trying to reconcile it with his expectations. Fall back, Zexthor said finally. Maintain position at the edge of their system, but do not engage further. I need to consult with the Council leadership. This situation has become more complicated than anticipated. The transmission ended. Thunrek looked around his bridge at his shaken crew. They were the pride of the Council, trained in the finest academies, equipped with technology that made them superior to nearly every species in the galaxy. And they had just been bloodied by humans using primitive ships and pure aggression. Sir, Shira said quietly, the humans are broadcasting a message, audio only. Play it. Admiral Chen's voice filled the bridge. Fleet Admiral Thunrek, this is your second warning. Leave our system now. You came here to show us the consequences of defiance. Instead, we've shown you the cost of threatening humanity. We didn't want this fight, but since you brought it to us, we're going to finish it. Come closer and we'll destroy more of your ships. Try to bombard our planet and we'll turn this entire system into your graveyard. This is what happens when you pick a fight with humans. We don't surrender. We don't negotiate. We fight until you leave or until one of us is dead. Your choice." The message ended. Thunrek sat in the command chair and tried to think of what to do next. He had been trained in tactics, strategy, and command. But he had never been trained for this. No one in the council had been trained for this. Because no one in the council had fought a real war in 800 years. They had forgotten what it meant to face an enemy that refused to quit. An enemy that measured victory not by territories gained or objectives achieved, but by how much damage they could inflict before they fell. An enemy that had spent their entire history perfecting the art of killing. The humans had grown up in a galaxy of one world, where the only enemies were other humans. So they had learned to fight humans, and humans, Thunrek was beginning to realize, were very, very good at war. Looking at the casualty reports, at the images of destroyed council ships, at the human defensive platform still standing and ready for another round, Thunrek understood something that the council leadership needed to learn quickly. Earth had said no, and Earth was willing to make that no stick no matter what it cost. On the bridge of the UNSS Endeavour, now in high orbit above Earth, Elena Vasquez watched the tactical display showing the council fleet pulling back. Beside her, Admiral Chen allowed himself a small smile. "They weren't expecting that," he said. "No," Elena agreed. "They were expecting us to fold. They've never faced a species that fights back with everything it has, but now they know." "This isn't over," Chen warned. "They'll regroup, call for reinforcements, come back with a larger fleet." "I know," Elena said. "But we've bought time. And more importantly, we've shown them that humans don't break easily. The word will spread across the council. The species that said no. The species that made the council bleed. That message is going to reach a lot of ears." "You think it will make a difference?" Elena thought about Ambassador Kriath, about the delegates who had voted against enforcement, about all the species paying tribute to maintain a system that enriched the council's founders.
"I think we've planted a seed," she said.
Whether it grows into something that changes the galaxy, we'll have to wait and see. But at least now, other species know that resistance is possible. The council isn't invincible. They can be hurt. They can be stopped. She looked down at Earth, at the planet that had just fought off the most powerful force in the known galaxy, the planet that had refused to bow. "We said no," Elena whispered, "and we meant it." The emergency session of the Galactic Council had been running for 6 hours, and High Arbiter Zexthor could feel his authority crumbling with every passing minute. The council chamber, usually a place of orderly debate and predictable outcomes, had descended into something he had never witnessed in his 200 years of service. "Open rebellion, 47 ships," Ambassador Kriath's voice rang out across the chamber. 47 council vessels destroyed by a single primitive world that has been in space for less than 50 years. "And you want to send more ships? How many more must die to maintain this charade?" A chorus of voices rose in support. Not all of them, but enough to be significant. Species that had never questioned the council's decisions were now standing up and demanding answers. "The humans attacked our peacekeeping fleet," Zexthor argued, though his voice carried less certainty than before. "They are the aggressors. They refused our generous terms and then murdered council personnel. They must be brought to justice." "Justice?" A delegate from the Therian Collective stood up, his insectoid body clicking with agitation. "We call it justice when we demand 40% of a species' resources? When we take their citizens as soldiers? When we threaten them with destruction if they refuse? What word would we use if someone did this to us? It is the system that has maintained peace for 800 years, Zexthor said, falling back on the familiar argument. But it sounded hollow now even to his own ears. "Peace for whom?" Another voice, this time from the Azurian delegation. "My species has paid tribute for 300 years. In that time, our homeworld has grown poorer while council founders grow richer. We are told this is the price of protection, but protection from what? The only threat we face is from the council itself if we refuse to pay." Zexthor saw the careful order he had maintained beginning to fracture. The tribute system had always worked because no one questioned it. New species joined, paid their dues, and eventually became established enough to reduce their burden. It was a pyramid, with the oldest members at the top benefiting from the contributions of those below. But the whole structure depended on everyone accepting it as inevitable. The humans had shattered that acceptance. By refusing and then making the Council bleed for trying to enforce compliance, they had shown that the system could be resisted. Now species that had paid for centuries were asking why they had never tried to say no. "We must maintain unity," Zexthor pleaded. "If we allow one species to refuse, others will follow. The entire structure of galactic civilization will collapse." "Then perhaps it should," Kriath said quietly. "Perhaps a structure built on forced compliance and tribute deserves to fall. The humans have shown us something we had forgotten, that there are things worth fighting for, that freedom has value beyond convenience. That saying no is always an option, even when facing overwhelming force." The chamber erupted in argument. Some delegates supported Zexthor, warning of chaos and disorder if the tribute system was dismantled. Others supported Kriath, calling for reform or complete restructuring. And many remained silent, calculating which side would ultimately win and where their interests lay. In the middle of this chaos, a new transmission arrived. It was from the Velosian Confederation, Ambassador Kriath's government. The message was brief and shocking. The Velosian Confederation was formally withdrawing from the Galactic Council, effective immediately. They would no longer pay tribute, no longer provide ships for Council operations, and no longer recognize Council authority over their territory. They invited other species who desired independence to join them in forming a new alliance based on mutual cooperation rather than forced compliance. The chamber went silent. In 3,000 years of Council history, no major species had ever voluntarily left. There had been expulsions, species removed for violating Council law, but a voluntary departure, especially by a species as influential as the Velosians, was unprecedented. Kriath stood calmly as her delegation prepared to leave. "My government has decided that the human example is one worth following. We will not fight the Council, but we will no longer serve it. Other species are free to make their own choices, but the Velosian people choose freedom." She walked out, her delegation following. For a moment, no one moved. Then another delegate stood up. The representative from the Kyrian Assembly announced they were also withdrawing. Then the Nethian Alliance. Then 3 smaller species together. By the end of the day, 12 species had formally withdrawn from the Council. Dozens more had demanded emergency referendums to allow their populations to vote on continued membership. The galactic news networks were exploding with coverage. The Battle of Sol, as it was being called, had become a symbol, not of human victory, but of the possibility of resistance. High Arbiter Zexthor watched his empire crumbling and knew he had 2 choices. Double down, send a massive fleet to Earth and crush them as an example, risking further rebellion and potentially a real war, or accept that the system he had maintained was broken and needed to change. Neither option was acceptable. But as he looked at the empty seats where loyal delegates had sat for centuries, he realized that the decision might be out of his hands. On Earth, Elena Vasquez stood before the United Nations General Assembly and delivered her report on the Battle of Sol. The casualties had been significant. 123 ships destroyed, over 15,000 people dead. Multiple orbital platforms damaged. Cities on high alert for potential bombardment that, thankfully, never came. But Earth had survived. More than survived. They had sent the Council fleet running. "The Council has not returned," Elena told the assembled representatives. "Our intelligence suggests they are dealing with internal problems. Multiple species have withdrawn from the Council in protest of the tribute system. Others are demanding reforms." What started as Earth saying no has become a galactic movement questioning the entire structure of Council authority. Secretary General Okafor addressed the assembly. "We did not seek this fight. We simply refused to surrender our independence. But in doing so, we have apparently inspired others to question their own subjugation. The galaxy is changing, and Earth is at the center of that change." The assembly debated long into the night about what to do next. Some argued for fortifying defenses, expecting the Council to return with a larger fleet. Others suggested reaching out to the species that had withdrawn, forming alliances, building a coalition of free worlds to counter Council power. In the end, they decided to do both. Earth would continue strengthening its defenses while simultaneously engaging in diplomacy with other species. If the Council wanted war, Earth would be ready. But if the Council wanted peace, it would be peace between equals, not between master and subject. Admiral Chen led the military preparations. New ships were built, incorporating lessons learned from the first battle. Defensive platforms were expanded and upgraded. The asteroid belt was seeded with more weapons, more sensors, more surprises for any fleet that dared approach Earth again. But it was Elena's diplomatic efforts that proved most significant. She reached out to the Velosian Confederation first. Ambassador Kriath responded warmly, suggesting a meeting on neutral ground to discuss cooperation. Other species followed. The Kyrians, the Nethians, and even some species still technically part of the Council, but exploring their options. 3 months after the Battle of Sol, Elena stood on a space station in neutral territory, hosting the first meeting of what they were calling the Free Worlds Alliance. Representatives from 15 species gathered to discuss an alternative to the Council's tribute system. "We're not trying to replace the Council," Elena explained. "We're trying to create an alternative, a framework for cooperation based on mutual benefit, rather than forced compliance. Free trade, defensive alliances, shared technology, but no tribute, no forced military service, no surrender of independence." Ambassador Kriath nodded in agreement. The Council model worked when the galaxy was younger and more dangerous. But we have outgrown the need for a central authority that demands submission in exchange for protection. It is time for something new. The representatives debated for days. Some species were cautious, worried about Council retaliation. Others were enthusiastic, seeing an opportunity to escape centuries of tribute. Slowly, carefully, they began drafting the foundation of what would become a new galactic order. Meanwhile, the Galactic Council was tearing itself apart. More species withdrew every week. High Arbiter Zexthor tried to maintain control, but his authority was evaporating. The founding species, the ones who had benefited most from the tribute system, demanded action. "Send the full might of the Council fleet to Earth," they argued. "Destroy this rebellion before it spreads further." But others counseled caution. The military commanders who had reviewed the Battle of Sol reports were less confident than before. The humans had fought with a ferocity that suggested they would turn their entire system into a death trap before surrendering. And with multiple species now in open rebellion, committing the full fleet to Earth meant leaving other territories vulnerable. The Council was paralyzed by indecision and internal conflict. For the first time in centuries, they faced a problem that couldn't be solved by simply showing up with overwhelming force. 6 months after the Battle of Sol, Zexthor received an official communication from the Free Worlds Alliance. It was an invitation to talks. Not surrender terms, not a plea for mercy, an invitation to negotiate as equals. He stared at the message for a long time. Everything in his training, his experience, his understanding of how the galaxy worked, told him to refuse. The Council did not negotiate with rebels. The Council crushed opposition and maintained order. But as he looked at the status reports showing 43 species now withdrawn from the Council, with 17 more holding referendums on membership, he realized that crushing opposition was no longer an option. The old order was dying. The only question was whether something better would replace it, or whether the galaxy would descend into chaos. Reluctantly, bitterly, Zexthor accepted the invitation. The peace talks were held on the same neutral station where the Free Worlds Alliance had formed. It was deeply symbolic. The Council, which had dictated terms to countless species, now came to negotiate. Elena led the human delegation. Kriath represented the Velosian Confederation and the broader alliance, and Zexthor came with a small group of Council representatives looking older and more worn than when Elena had first met him. "You have brought chaos to the galaxy," Zexthor said as the talks began. "Centuries of peace and order disrupted because one species was too proud to accept their place." "We disrupted a system that was unjust," Elena replied calmly. "Peace built on subjugation isn't true peace. It's just delayed conflict. You forced species to pay tribute, to surrender their sovereignty, to serve your interests. Did you really think that would last forever? It lasted 800 years. And it could have lasted 800 more if you had been willing to evolve. But you weren't. You held on to your power, your privileges, your tribute, even as the galaxy changed. We didn't destroy the Council, Arbiter. The Council destroyed itself by refusing to adapt. The negotiations were difficult. The Council representatives wanted to maintain as much of the old system as possible. The Alliance representatives demanded fundamental reforms. Elena found herself in the role of mediator, trying to find common ground between those who wanted revolution and those who feared it. Weeks passed. The talks almost collapsed several times, but slowly, painfully, a new framework began to emerge. The tribute system would be abolished for all species. No more forced payments, no more mandatory military service. The council would transition from a hierarchical empire to a true confederation of equals. Species could choose their level of involvement, from full membership with voting rights to simple trading partnerships with no political obligations. The most difficult issue was enforcement. How would the new system maintain order without the threat of overwhelming force? Through cooperation and mutual interest, Kriath proposed. Instead of forcing compliance, we offer benefits that make cooperation attractive. Free access to trade networks, shared technology development, collective defense against genuine threats. Species join because they want to, not because they're afraid not to. And if species choose conflict? Zexthor asked. If they attack others, if they threaten peace, how do we respond without central authority? We defend ourselves and our allies, Elena said. But we don't conquer. We don't occupy. We don't impose our system on others. We show them that cooperation works better than domination. And if they still choose violence, then they face the combined response of free species working together, not subjects following orders. It was a radical shift from everything the council had been. But as the talks continued, even some of the council representatives began to see the wisdom in it. The old system was broken. Something new had to replace it. 3 months after the talks began, they reached an agreement. The Galactic Council would be dissolved. In its place would be the Galactic Confederation, an alliance of free and equal species. The founding members included the old Council core species, the Free Worlds Alliance, and dozens of species who had been waiting to see which way the wind blew. High Arbiter Zexthor resigned his position. He had been the face of the old order, and the new one needed new leadership. The first election for Confederation president was held, and to many people's surprise, Ambassador Kriath won in a landslide. She had stood up to the council, spoken truth to power, and helped craft the new system. She represented the future. At her inauguration, Kriath gave a speech that was broadcast across the galaxy. Today marks the end of 800 years of enforced peace and the beginning of something better. True peace built on cooperation rather than fear. The humans taught us a lesson we needed to learn. That freedom matters. That dignity matters. That some things are worth fighting for. She looked directly at the cameras, at the billions of beings watching across thousands of worlds. One species said no. One word changed everything. Let us build a galaxy where every species has the right to say no and the right to say yes. Where we stand together not because we must, but because we choose to. The transition wasn't easy. Some species that had grown dependent on the tribute system struggled initially. Pirates and raiders, no longer kept in check by overwhelming council force, became bolder. There were conflicts, disputes, and growing pains, but slowly the new system stabilized. Species found that cooperation brought more benefits than tribute had. Trade flourished as barriers fell. Technology advanced as species shared knowledge freely instead of hoarding it. And when genuine threats appeared, the Confederation's voluntary defense forces proved surprisingly effective, motivated by protecting their homes rather than following orders. Earth became a symbol of the new era, the world that had said no and meant it. The species that had shown the galaxy that resistance was possible. Human ships traveled across the Confederation, welcomed now as equals rather than viewed as primitives. Elena Vasquez retired from active diplomacy, but remained an advisor to the Earth government. She watched with satisfaction as humanity took its place among the stars, not as subjects, but as partners. One day, 5 years after the Battle of Sol, she received a visitor at her home in Geneva. It was Zexthor. The former High Arbiter looked smaller somehow, less imposing than he had in the council chamber. "Ambassador Vasquez," he said formally. "I hope I am not intruding." "Not at all," Elena replied, surprised but welcoming. "Please come in. Can I offer you anything?" They sat in her garden, looking out over Lake Geneva. For a long moment, neither spoke. Finally, Zexthor broke the silence. "I came to apologize." Elena looked at him in surprise. "Apologize? For threatening your world. For being too blind to see that the system I served was unjust. For valuing order over freedom. You tried to tell me and I wouldn't listen. It took the destruction of the system I had dedicated my life to for me to understand." Elena considered her words carefully. "You were a product of your time, Arbiter. The council system worked for centuries. It brought peace, stability, prosperity for many. It's not that it was entirely wrong. It's that it had outlived its usefulness and needed to change. But it took your species with your violent history and stubborn defiance to force that change. Do you know what troubles me most? Zexthor looked at her with his yellow eyes, and she saw sadness in them. It wasn't that humans said no. Many species probably wanted to say no over the centuries. It was that you meant it. You were willing to die for it. And we, the civilized galaxy, had become so comfortable, so complacent that we couldn't understand that kind of conviction anymore. Maybe that's the real lesson, Elena said. Civilization shouldn't make you soft. It shouldn't make you forget what principles are worth defending. The galaxy needed someone to remind it that freedom matters, even if that someone was a species that had barely reached the stars. Zexthor nodded slowly. Your species frightens many in the Confederation. You are so young, so aggressive, so willing to fight. But I think that's exactly what we needed. A reminder that peace without the will to defend it is just surrender in slow motion. He stood to leave, then paused. That word you transmitted. That single word that shattered the council. Do you know how many species have adopted it as a symbol? How many worlds now display it as a reminder that they are free? Elena smiled. No, the word isn't about humans. It's about the idea that everyone, every species, every individual has the right to refuse what's unjust, to stand up for what they believe in, to fight if necessary for their freedom. We just happen to be the first ones to say it out loud in a very long time. After Zexthor left, Elena sat in her garden and thought about everything that had happened. One word. One simple, defiant, very human word had changed the entire galaxy. Not because it was profound or eloquent, but because it represented a truth the galaxy had forgotten. That submission is always a choice. That resistance is always possible. That freedom is worth fighting for. Her communicator chimed. It was Admiral Chen, now retired like her. Elena, are you watching the news? No, why? The Confederation just opened a new academy for joint military training. They're teaching tactics, strategy, asymmetric warfare. They're calling it the Soul Academy. They want humanity to teach the galaxy how to fight. Elena laughed. From threats of destruction to requests for military training. That's quite a change. They learned the lesson. A civilization that can't defend itself will eventually be conquered by external enemies or internal corruption. And humans, for better or worse, are very good at teaching people how to fight. Let's hope they also learn when not to fight, Elena said. That's the harder lesson. She ended the call and looked up at the stars. Earth had come to those stars expecting to find wonders and new friends. Instead, they had found an empire that demanded submission. And by refusing that submission, they had helped birth something better. The galaxy was far from perfect. There were still conflicts, still problems, still species that struggled with the transition from the old order to the new. But it was better. It was freer. It gave every species the chance to determine their own destiny. All because humanity had looked at the most powerful organization in the galaxy and said one word. No. Elena smiled and whispered to herself, and we meant it. Across the galaxy on thousands of worlds, the story of Earth's defiance had become legend. Children grew up hearing about the species that said no. Artists created work celebrating the Battle of Saul. Historians analyzed how one word had shattered centuries of established order. But for Elena, for Admiral Chen, for all the humans who had lived through those tense months when war seemed inevitable, it wasn't legend. It was a choice they had made. A choice that could have doomed their world, but instead had freed a galaxy. The story of humanity's entry onto the galactic stage would be told for generations. How they achieved faster than light travel and reached the stars with hope and wonder. How they met the Galactic Council and were offered subjugation disguised as membership. How they answered with a single word that echoed across the galaxy. And how that word changed everything. In the end, it wasn't about humanity being special or superior. It was about the power of conviction. About standing for something even when it would be easier to bow. About remembering that freedom is never given, only taken, and must be defended. The humans hadn't just joined the galactic community. They had transformed it. They had reminded civilizations that had grown comfortable and complacent what their ancestors once knew. That liberty is precious. That independence is worth fighting for. That sometimes the right answer to tyranny, no matter how powerful or how ancient, is simply and completely no.
The Valderon Combat Academy floated in high orbit above Sector 7, which was the kind of place where the galaxy's best and brightest went to learn how to professionally kick each other's asses. And by professionally, I mean with enough paperwork to choke a bureaucratic slime mold from Rigel 9. Jake Morrison stood in the back of Combat Theory Classroom 7B, trying very hard to look like he belonged there, which he did, technically. He'd passed all the entrance exams, survived the physical trials, and only caused 3 diplomatic incidents during orientation. That had to be some kind of human record, honestly. The other students called him Loophole. Not because he was small, though at 5'9" he was definitely on the compact side compared to most alien warriors. No, they called him Loophole because Jake had a very special talent, finding the exact letter of the law and then dancing the Macarena all over its spirit. Commander Threll stood at the front of the classroom, all 7 feet of rigid Krillian disapproval. He had 4 arms, which meant he could simultaneously hold a datapad, point at a hologram, gesture dramatically, and still have one hand free to massage the bridge of his nose when Jake asked questions. That 4th hand got a lot of exercise. Tomorrow, Threll announced, his voice carrying the kind of authority usually reserved for funeral directors and tax auditors, you will face your final combat examination. This will determine your assignment upon graduation. Fail, and you will be relegated to cargo escort duty. Succeed, and you may earn a position on an elite strike team. Jake perked up at that. Elite strike team sounded way better than babysitting space boxes. To his left sat Zara, an apex warrior who looked like someone had taken a panther, given it opposable thumbs, and taught it mixed martial arts. She'd made it very clear on day 1 that she thought humans were adorable, in the same way you might think a puppy trying to climb. Stairs is adorable. Patronizing, in other words. To his right was Grunts. That wasn't actually his name. His real name was something like Kirk, TKKKTsh, Boom, which sounded like rocks in a blender having an argument. Everyone just called him Grunts because that's the noise most people made trying to pronounce it. He was Gorlath, which meant he looked like someone's mountain had gotten up and decided to take a combat class. Quiet guy, though. Jake liked him. And then there was Pip, hovering near the ceiling because Pip was made of energy and didn't really do furniture. Pip was basically a nervous floating light bulb with anxiety issues and a voice like a radio stuck between stations. Nice kid, just a little high-strung. Literally. The combat arena will test your skills with melee weapons, Threll continued, pulling up a hologram of an obstacle course that looked like it had been designed by someone who really hated fun. Close quarters, multiple terrain types. Victory conditions are simple. Incapacitate your opponent or force them out of bounds. Zara cracked her knuckles, all 16 of them. Show off. You may use any weapon in the Academy's armory, Threll said. Then he paused, and his eyes, both primary and secondary sets, fixed on Jake with the kind of look a teacher gives the student who ate glue last semester. However, there will be restrictions. Jake felt the entire class turn to look at him. Why is everyone staring at me? He asked innocently. The plasma cannon incident, Zara muttered. That was one time, and technically the rule said no weapons above Class 4. It was a Class 9. Right, which is above 4. I was helping demonstrate why the rule exists. Educational purposes. Commander Threll's 4th hand was already reaching for his nose bridge. It was going to be that kind of briefing. Which brings me to the restrictions, Threll said, his voice taking on the tone of someone who had spent considerable time consulting with the legal department. For this examination, the following are prohibited. Plasma weapons of any class, energy-based projectile systems, railguns, photon accelerators, particle beam weapons, and molecular disruptors. The alien students nodded. This was standard stuff. Without ranged weapons, the exam would come down to skill with vibroblades, energy staffs, and good old-fashioned physical combat enhanced by whatever personal shielding and armor systems they could manage. Jake's hand went up. Threll closed all 4 eyes briefly, which in Krillian body language meant something between a sigh and a prayer for patience. Yes, Morrison. Just to clarify, sir, when you say energy-based projectiles, do you mean anything that uses energy to propel the projectile? Or specifically projectiles that are themselves made of energy? Both. Right. And railguns use electromagnetic acceleration. Got it. What about weapons that use compressed gas? Also prohibited. Okay, so chemical propellants are out too, obviously. Correct. What about spring-loaded mechanisms? Zara leaned over. Why would you use springs when we have gravitic accelerators? Just exploring my options, Jake said, pulling out his datapad and starting to sketch something. So, to be absolutely clear, Commander, The rule is specifically about modern projectile weapon systems, things that use chemical reactions, electromagnetic fields, or energy to launch a projectile at high velocity. Threll's expression suggested he knew he was being led somewhere but couldn't quite see the trap yet. That is an accurate summary. Yes. And the definition of projectile we're using here is any object launched at an opponent from a distance using one of those prohibited propulsion methods. Morrison, where exactly are you going with this? Jake looked up from his sketch with a smile that would have made a used car salesman proud. Oh, nowhere specific, sir. Just want to make sure I understand the rules completely. Wouldn't want any confusion during the exam. Pip flickered nervously overhead. Oh no, he has that look again. What look? Grunts rumbled, his voice like an avalanche in slow motion. The look he gets before he technically doesn't break any rules while absolutely breaking every rule, Pip said. Jake continued, still sketching. So, just to triple check my understanding, we can't use anything that launches a projectile through chemical propulsion, which would be like the old human firearms. Can't use electromagnetic acceleration. Can't use energy-based systems. Can't use compressed gas. Your summary remains accurate, Threll said slowly. But theoretically, if someone found a way to launch a projectile that didn't use any of those methods, that would be acceptable within the parameters of the examination. The classroom went very quiet. Zara stared at Jake. What other methods are there? That's literally every projectile system technology has developed. Well, Jake said, still not looking up from his increasingly detailed sketch. That depends on your definition of technology. Threll walked over to Jake's desk and looked at the drawing. It showed what appeared to be some kind of wooden contraption with a string and a trigger mechanism. It looked disturbingly simple, disturbingly primitive, and disturbingly like it fell into absolutely none of the prohibited categories. Morrison, Threll said quietly. What is that? Just an idea I'm working on, sir. Nothing that violates any of the stated rules. Jake looked up with eyes full of innocence that fooled absolutely no one. Unless you'd like to add any additional restrictions before tomorrow's exam? Commander Threll stood there for a long moment, his four hands clenching and unclenching. He was clearly running through the rules in his head, trying to find something, anything, that would stop whatever chaos Jake was planning. No biological weapons, he finally said. No chemical agents, no explosives. Wouldn't dream of it, sir. And Morrison? Threll leaned down, all four eyes fixed on the human. Whatever you're planning, it had better be good. Because if you embarrass yourself with some primitive human nonsense, cargo escort duty will be the least of your concerns. Jake's grin widened. Oh, Commander, I promise you, it's going to be historically accurate. The Academy's workshop at 2200 hours was supposed to be empty. Instead, it echoed with the sound of wood being sanded and Jake humming something that sounded like it came from a medieval tavern. Which, to be fair, it did. He'd requisitioned materials from the historical archives. Ashwood for the stock and prod, steel cable for the string, because he wasn't a purist when it came to tensile strength. And good old-fashioned metal for the bolts, machined to specifications that would have made a 14th century Fletcher weep with joy. The crossbow was taking shape beautifully. You cannot be serious. Jake didn't look up. He'd recognize Zara's condescending tone anywhere. Serious as a heart attack, which is what you're going to have when you see this thing in action. She prowled into the workshop, moving with that liquid grace that made her species such effective predators. Morrison, that is a stick with a string on it. Technically, it's a precision tension-based mechanical projectile system that predates chemical propulsion by about 400 years. Jake held up the stock, examining the curve. Also, it's beautiful. Look at that craftsmanship. It's wood. It's ashwood, carefully selected for its flexibility and strength. The Mongols conquered half of Asia with these. Well, with regular bows, but the principle is the same. He set down the stock and started working on the trigger mechanism. See, the beautiful thing about a crossbow is that it stores all its energy mechanically. You crank it back, and all that potential energy just sits there, waiting. No power source, no energy, signature, just physics being physics. Zara picked up one of the bolts he'd finished. And you think this pointy metal stick is going to defeat energy shields? Personal armor? Have you completely lost your human mind? See, that's the thing everyone forgets about energy shields. Jake finally looked up, his eyes bright with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for mad scientists and people explaining their cryptocurrency investments. They're designed to detect and deflect high-velocity projectiles, plasma bolts, particle beams, railgun slugs, All that stuff comes in hot and fast with massive energy signatures. Obviously. Right. So, the shields have sensors. They detect the incoming projectile, calculate trajectory, and generate a counterfield. It's all very advanced and impressive. He went back to his work. But it's also calibrated for modern weapons. There's a minimum velocity threshold. Go too slow, and the shield reads it as debris or environmental noise. Zara's eyes narrowed. And your medieval toy shoots below that threshold. Oh, it shoots plenty fast enough to punch through most armor. Just not fast enough to trigger shields designed for plasma bolts. Jake grinned. It's like having a security system that only detects cars, and I'm showing up on a horse. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And yet, completely within the rules. A rumbling sound announced Gruntz's arrival. The massive Gorlath had to duck through the doorway, and even then he barely fit. He moved over to the workbench with surprising delicacy for someone made of ambulatory geology. "May I?" he asked, gesturing to the crossbow. "Be my guest." Gruntz picked up the weapon carefully, turning it over in his hands. His species had been spacefaring for 3,000 years, but there was something in his expression that suggested appreciation for simpler times. The mechanism is elegant. Direct conversion of muscle power to projectile force through mechanical advantage. Exactly, Jake beamed. No electronics to jam, no power cell to drain. Just you, the weapon, and basic Newtonian physics. It is also, Gruntz continued, extremely limited in rate of fire. Once you shoot, you must reload. In close combat, that delay could be fatal. Which is why I'm also bringing a backup knife. I'm not an idiot, Zara snorted. Debatable. Pip materialized nearby, flickering anxiously. Jake, do you actually know how to use that thing? Like, have you practiced? Pip, buddy, let me tell you a story. Jake set down his tools and leaned back. My grandfather was what humans call a history nerd. Spent every summer at Renaissance fairs, medieval combat demonstrations, the whole deal. Started teaching me archery when I was 8. Crossbows when I was 12. He picked up the crossbow, sighting down its length. Gramps used to say that modern warriors forget the old ways at their peril. He called it the art of technical compliance. Find what works, even if it's not fashionable anymore. Your grandfather sounds weird, Pip said. He was the best. He's also the reason I know that a crossbow bolt travels at about 300 feet per second, fast enough to be lethal, slow enough to be invisible to modern sensors. Jake started attaching the string. Plus, there's a psychological factor. Nobody expects medieval weapons in a space combat academy. Surprise is half the battle. Zara crossed her arms. You're going to embarrass yourself. Maybe. Or maybe everyone's so used to fighting with technology that they've forgotten how to fight against simplicity. He cranked back the string, testing the tension. The crossbow locked with a satisfying click. Besides, what's the worst that happens? I lose and get cargo duty? I was probably getting that anyway. You could get hurt, Pip said quietly. Jake's expression softened. Pip, I appreciate the concern, but I've thought this through. I've run the numbers. I've practiced. He loaded a bolt. And, more importantly, I've read the rulebook 17 times. Commander Threll said no modern projectile weapons. This baby is from the year 1000 AD. Doesn't get less modern than that. Gruntz set down the crossbow carefully. I look forward to seeing this weapon in action. Win or lose, it will be educational. That's the spirit, Gruntz. As the alien students left, Zara paused at the door. Morrison, when you lose tomorrow, try not to cry. It's undignified. When I win tomorrow, try to look surprised. It'll make my victory speech more satisfying. She left, shaking her head. Jake turned back to his crossbow, running his hand along the wood. Okay, Gramps, he muttered. Let's show them why the old ways still work. From down the hallway came the sound of Commander Threll's voice, reviewing the rules one more time with the legal department. Jake could hear the frustration in his tone. Tomorrow was going to be fun. The combat arena looked like someone had taken a military obstacle course, a parkour gym, and a gladiator pit, then smashed them together with complete disregard for safety regulations. Multi-level platforms connected by narrow bridges, scattered cover ranging from energy barriers to good old-fashioned concrete blocks. And in the center, an open space where most of the actual fighting would happen. The stands were packed. Combat finals always drew a crowd, mostly students hoping to see someone get spectacularly wrecked. There was also a distinct possibility they were here to see Jake fail with his primitive human nonsense. He was okay with that. Expectations were just opportunities for dramatic irony. Commander Threll stood in the center ring, all 4 arms crossed. Welcome to the final combat examination. The rules are simple. Incapacitate your opponent or force them out of bounds. Lethal force is prohibited, obviously. Medical teams are standing by. His eyes swept the arena. Let us begin. The first match was Zara versus Grunts, and it was exactly the kind of high-tech beatdown everyone expected. Zara moved like liquid death, her twin vibroblades humming with molecular disruption fields. Grunts relied on his species' natural density and a massive energy hammer that could probably crack a tank. The fight was beautiful in its own way. Zara's energy shield flickered and flashed as she deflected blows that would have liquefied a normal person. Grunts' armor plating absorbed strikes that would have bisected most species. It was technology versus biology, speed versus strength, and it ended with Grunts landing a hit that sent Zara sliding out of bounds. The crowd went wild. Grunts helped Zara up with one massive hand, and she nodded respect. That was class right there. 3 more matches followed, each one a showcase of advanced weapons technology that made modern Earth militaries look like they were still throwing rocks, molecular blades that could cut through anything, energy staffs that delivered enough voltage to power a small city, personal shield generators that cost more than Jake's entire education. Then came the announcement everyone had been waiting for. Morrison, Jake, versus Skryx of Velstar. Jake walked into the arena carrying his crossbow and a quiver of 20 bolts. He looked like he'd time-traveled from a medieval battlefield, which was basically accurate. The crossbow was polished wood and gleaming metal, absolutely zero electronics anywhere on it. The crowd's reaction was immediate. Laughter rippled through the stands. Skryx emerged from the opposite entrance, and Jake had to admit, the guy looked impressive. 4 arms, each holding a curved blade that shimmered with some kind of molecular edge. His personal shield generator was top of the line, probably military grade. The Velstari were known for being assassins and ambush predators. This was not going to be easy. Skryx took one look at Jake's crossbow and actually laughed. It was a chittering, clicking sound that definitely meant the alien. Equivalent of, "You have got to be kidding me. A bow?" Skryx called across the arena. "Human, I almost feel bad about this. It's a crossbow, actually. There's a difference." Jake loaded a bolt with practiced ease. "But don't worry, I'll explain it to you, slowly." Using small words, Commander Threll raised one hand. "Combatants ready?" Jake brought the crossbow up to his shoulder. The weight was familiar, comfortable. He could hear his grandfather's voice in his head. "Breathe, aim, squeeze. The old ways still work, kiddo." "Begin!" Skryx activated his shield and charged. The energy barrier around him shimmered blue-white, a pocket of force that could stop plasma bolts and deflect particle beams. He moved fast, 4 blades ready to turn Jake into human confetti. Jake didn't move, he just aimed. The crossbow bolt left the weapon with a soft thwip sound, almost polite compared to the crack of energy weapons. It flew straight and true, a simple piece of metal and wood following a ballistic arc that would have made Newton proud. And it went straight through Skryx's shield like the barrier wasn't even there. The crowd went silent. Skryx's confident charge became a stumbling stop as the bolt punched into his shoulder armor. The armor held, barely, but the impact spun him sideways. His expression shifted from confidence to confusion in real time. "What? How did you? That's impossible!" Skryx sputtered. Jake was already cranking back the string for another shot. "See, that's a 50,000 credit shield you're wearing. Top of the line, designed by the finest military engineers in the sector." He locked the string and loaded another bolt, calibrated to detect and stop projectiles moving faster than 2,000 meters per second, which is what most modern weapons shoot at. Skryx was backing up now, all 4 blades coming up defensively. "My crossbow bolt," Jake continued, taking aim again, "travels at about 90 meters per second. Your shield's sensors literally cannot comprehend something moving that slowly. It's like having a lock that only recognizes digital keys, and I showed up with a chunk of metal from the Bronze Age. That's cheating. That's reading the rule book." Jake fired again. The second bolt caught Skryx in the leg, and this time the alien went down. Not seriously hurt. The bolts were designed for impact rather than penetration, but definitely down. The arena was still silent. Somewhere in the stands, someone dropped their drink. Jake walked forward, crossbow lowered but another bolt ready. Here's the thing about modern technology. It's amazing, incredible really, but it's designed to fight modern technology. Nobody thought to defend against weapons from 1,000 years ago because why would you? Skryx looked up at him, all 4 blades still ready. "This is humiliating." "Yeah, probably. But you know what's more humiliating? Not adapting." Jake offered his hand. "You charged straight at a ranged weapon. Didn't use cover. Relied entirely on your shield. That's not tactical, that's lazy. For a moment, Screeks just stared at the offered hand. Then, slowly, he took it. You fight strangely, human. I fight effectively. There's a difference. As medical teams helped Screeks out of the arena, Jake turned to face the crowd. The silence was breaking into confused murmuring. He could see Commander Threll in the judge's booth, all four hands pressed against his face. Jake raised the crossbow over his head. And here we observe, he announced in his best-natured documentary voice, the confused alien, whose expensive technology cannot comprehend pointy stick mechanics from Earth's Middle Ages. Truly, evolution has failed to prepare them for this moment. The crowd finally reacted. Half of them were laughing. The other half were probably calculating how much their own shields would cost to recalibrate. Next match! Threll's voice boomed, sounding deeply tired. Morrison advances. Jake walked back to Brend, the preparation area, where Pip was flickering with what looked like electronic shock. That was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Thanks, Pip. I try. I mean, it violated every expectation of modern combat. That was kind of the point. Zara was there too, and her expression was hard to read. Finally, she spoke. That was either brilliant or stupid, and I genuinely cannot tell which. Why not both? She almost smiled. Next round is in 20 minutes. Don't get overconfident, Morrison. Not everyone will make Screeks' mistakes. Jake checked his bolts, making sure none were damaged. I know, but they'll make other mistakes. Because nobody here has trained to fight against medieval weapons. That's my advantage. Until someone figures you out. Then I guess I better win fast. Jake's second match was against Thraxus, a Mantelian with 8 eyes and reflexes that made most species look like they were moving through molasses. Thraxus didn't make Screex's mistake. He used cover, moved unpredictably, and tried to close the distance without relying on his shield. He still lost. Turns out, a crossbow bolt doesn't care about your reflexes when you're committed to a jump between platforms. Physics is physics, and gravity doesn't negotiate. Match 3 was Krill, who brought smoke grenades and tried to obscure Jake's vision. Smart play, actually. Would have worked great against energy weapons that needed clear line of sight for targeting computers. Unfortunately for Krill, Jake had been bow hunting since he was 12, and his grandfather had taught him to aim by instinct. The bolt that caught Krill in mid-charge was pure muscle memory. By match 4, the other students had stopped laughing. They'd started taking notes. Jake's fifth opponent actually brought a riot shield, an old-fashioned physical barrier instead of an energy field. Jake respected that. He won anyway by aiming for the legs, but he respected the adaptation. The pattern was clear. The opponent came in with a new strategy, each one learning from the previous losses. They used terrain better. They adapted their tactics. They stopped relying on technology that couldn't detect medieval projectiles. And that, Jake reflected as he cranked back his crossbow for what felt like the 100th time, was exactly what he'd wanted. Make them think, make them adapt. Show them that fighting wasn't about having the best gear. It was about using your brain. Championship match, Commander Threll announced, and he sounded like a man who'd aged 10 years in 3 hours. Morrison, Jake, versus Kirk, TKKKT boom, called grunts. The arena erupted in cheers. This was the match everyone wanted to see. The human with his primitive weapon versus the walking mountain who'd won every match through sheer tactical brilliance. Grunts entered the arena, and notably, he wasn't wearing a shield generator. He had his energy hammer, sure, but his approach was different. Careful. Measured. Grunts, Jake called out. No hard feelings after this, right? None whatsoever. Grunts' voice rumbled like distant thunder. You have taught valuable lessons today. I intend to return the favor. Fair enough. Begin. Grunts didn't charge. He moved laterally, using the arena's concrete barriers for cover. Smart. He'd watched every one of Jake's matches and learned that staying in the open was suicide against a ranged weapon. Jake fired. The bolt sparked off concrete as Grunts ducked behind cover. This was different. This was an opponent who understood that the crossbow's greatest weakness was its reload time. Jake could get off maybe 2 shots per minute with careful aiming. Grunts just had to close the distance, and those massive arms could end the fight in seconds. Jake moved to higher ground, taking position on one of the elevated platforms. Better sightlines, more reaction time. Grunts anticipated this and circled below, staying behind cover, moving from barrier to barrier. The Gorlath was patient, which made sense for a species that lived for 300 years. Jake fired again, Miss. The bolt clattered off metal plating that Grunts had positioned between them. You are skilled, Morrison, Grunts called out. But skill has limits. So does patience. I have considerably more of it than you have bolts. Fair point. Jake had started with 20. He was down to 14. The math was not in his favor. Time to get creative. Jake moved along the platform, making noise, drawing Grunts' attention. Then he fired a bolt high, intentionally missing, making it clatter off the far wall. Grunts looked toward the sound. Just for a second, Jake dropped off the platform, landing behind a different set of barriers. New angle, new position. Clever, Grunts acknowledged, but he'd already adapted, moving to cover the new angle. This went on for 5 minutes. Cat and mouse, hunter and hunted, each one respecting the other's abilities, neither willing to make a critical mistake. The crowd was riveted. This wasn't the spectacle of energy weapons and flashy technology. This was tactics, pure, fundamental combat strategy. Jake knew he had to force a confrontation. At this rate, he'd run out of bolts before Grunts ran out of patience. He loaded a bolt, took a breath, and made his move. He stepped into the open, crossbow raised, directly challenging Grunts to engage. Grunts saw the opening and took it, charging from cover with surprising speed for someone made of rock. His hammer came up, ready to strike. Jake fired. The bolt caught Grunts in the shoulder, barely slowing him down. Then Jake did something nobody expected. He dropped the crossbow and pulled out his backup knife. Grunts' hammer came down. Jake rolled left, the impact cratering the floor where he'd been standing. He came up inside Grunts' reach, where the massive hammer was useless, and drove his knife toward the joint in Grunts' arm plating. The blade scraped off armor. Grunts pivoted, trying to grab him. Jake ducked under the grasping hand, swept Grunts' leg, which was like trying to trip a building. It didn't work, but it bought him space. He dove for his crossbow, rolled, came up with it loaded because he prepared a bolt in advance. Smart thinking there, Jake, and fired from 5 feet away. The bolt caught Grunts square in the chest plate. The impact staggered the massive alien backward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. His foot crossed the boundary line. Out of bounds, Threll announced. Morrison wins. The arena exploded. Half the crowd was cheering. The other half was probably trying to figure out how to requisition medieval weapons. Grunts looked down at the boundary line, then at Jake, then started laughing. It was a sound like rocks tumbling down a mountain, deep and genuine. Well fought, human. You combined your primitive weapon with genuine tactical skill. I am impressed. Jake was breathing hard, adrenaline still pumping. You almost had me. Another few seconds and I would have been out of bolts. Yes, but you recognized this and changed tactics. Grunts extended one massive hand. You think like a warrior, not like someone who depends on technology. They shook hands. Or rather, Jake's hand disappeared into Grunts' grip, but the spirit was there. As the medical team checked both of them over, largely a formality since neither was seriously hurt, Grunts leaned in close. Morrison, where might one acquire these primitive human weapons? Jake grinned. I'll send you some catalog links. Fair warning though. Once Command sees what happened today, they're probably going to ban crossbows specifically. Then we should explore other options. You mentioned something called an atlatl? Oh man, Grunts. Let me tell you about spear throwers from 10,000 BC. The post-combat briefing room was designed for calm, professional debriefing. Instead, it currently contained one extremely exhausted Krillian commander, 17 pages of hastily amended regulations, and Jake Morrison sitting in a chair looking far too pleased with himself. Commander Threll sat behind his desk, all 4 hands working simultaneously. 2 were typing new regulations into the database. One was holding a cup of something that was probably the alien equivalent of very strong coffee. The 4th was massaging his temples in slow, circular motions that suggested he'd been doing this for the past hour. Morrison, Threll finally said, his voice carrying the weight of someone who just watched their entire worldview get pierced by a medieval projectile weapon. Sir, I have been an instructor at this academy for 23 years. I have trained warriors from 467 different species. I have overseen approximately 9,000 combat examinations. He looked up, all four eyes fixing on Jake with an expression somewhere between respect and the desire to throw something heavy. Never, in all that time, has anyone forced me to add the phrase, "no weapons," predating the discovery of gunpowder, to the official rulebook. I'm honored to be a pioneer. Sir, that was not a compliment. I'm choosing to take it as one anyway. Threll set down his coffee with a heavy thunk. You do realize what you've done here, don't you? Right now, there are approximately 300 students attempting to requisition historical Earth weapons. I have received formal requests for longbows, compound bows, slings, atlatls, throwing axes, and something called a trebuchet, which I am told is a siege weapon that requires an engineering degree to operate. Jake tried very hard not to smile. He failed. To be fair, sir, a trebuchet would technically be outside the arena's weight limits. Morrison. Right. Sorry. Serious face. Jake composed himself. But you have to admit, there's a legitimate point here. We spend so much time training with advanced technology that we forget the fundamentals. Tactics, adaptability, creative problem solving. You mean exploiting loopholes. I mean understanding that rules exist for a reason, and the space between rules exists for innovation. Jake leaned forward. Sir, every single one of my opponents today was better trained than me. Better equipped, stronger, faster, more experienced. But they all made the same mistake. Which was, they assumed that modern problems require modern solutions. They saw my crossbow and thought primitive, outdated, useless. They didn't see a weapon. They saw a joke. Jake pulled out his datapad and brought up footage from his matches. Watch Screeks here. Full frontal charge. No tactical assessment. Why? Because his shield cost 50,000 credits. And obviously expensive technology beats cheap wood and metal. Threll watched the footage, his expression unreadable. Or here, Thraxus. Incredible reflexes. But he was trained to dodge energy weapons, which have charge-up times and targeting lasers. A crossbow bolt just flies. No warning, no electronic signature. His entire combat style was built around technology that didn't apply. Your point being? My point is that the galaxy has gotten comfortable. We have amazing technology, and that's great. But we've started thinking that technology is a substitute for tactical thinking. It's not. It's a tool. And tools only work if you understand their limitations. Threll was quiet for a long moment. Then he pulled up his own screen. The championship match. Against Kirk. TKKKT. Shh. Boom. Why did you win? Because Grunts made me work for it. He didn't rely on his equipment. He used terrain, patience, and forced me to adapt. That's what made it a real fight. Jake smiled. He's going to be an incredible soldier, by the way. That guy thinks 3 moves ahead. He requested to be assigned to the same unit as you. Jake blinked. Really? Really? Along with approximately 30 other students who apparently want to learn what you called the old ways. Threll's expression might have been a smile, though it was hard to tell with Krillian facial structure. You have started something of a movement, Morrison. The Historical Weapons Club has tripled in membership in the last 4 hours. That's actually kind of awesome. That's a logistical nightmare. Threll pulled up another document. However, the command staff has reviewed your examination performance. Despite your unorthodox methods, or perhaps because of them, you demonstrated exceptional tactical thinking, adaptability under pressure, and the ability to analyze and exploit enemy weaknesses. Jake sat up straighter. This sounded promising. Therefore, you are being assigned to Strike Team 7, Special Operations Division. Your commanding officer will be Captain Ven, who specifically requested you after watching the arena footage. Apparently, she appreciates soldiers who think creatively. Sir, thank you. Don't thank me yet. Strike Team 7 specializes in asymmetric warfare, situations where conventional approaches fail. You'll be operating in environments where your tendency to find unconventional solutions will be considered an asset rather than a disciplinary problem. That sounds perfect. It sounds dangerous. Which brings me to my next point. Threll fixed Jake with all four eyes. The rules have been updated. As of today, the following are prohibited in Academy combat examinations: crossbows, longbows, compound bows, recurve bows, slings, atlatls, blowguns, boomerangs, bolas, throwing axes, throwing knives when used with non-electronic propulsion, catapults, trebuchets, ballistae, and any other pre-gunpowder projectile weapon I may have missed. Jake raised his hand slowly. Yes, Morrison? That's a really comprehensive list, sir. Thank you. Just one question, though. Threll's fourth hand returned to his temple. What now? Well, technically speaking, all those weapons you listed used mechanical energy storage and release. Springs, tension, torsion, gravity. All mechanical systems. Jake pulled out his datapad, where he'd definitely not been researching alternatives for the past hour. But there are other pre-gunpowder technologies that work on different principles. Such as? Well, there's the Kusarigama, which is a Japanese chain weapon. Not really projectile-based, more of a ranged melee system. Then there's the meteor hammer, which uses centrifugal force. Oh, and war boomerangs, which are self-returning and technically don't use stored energy in the traditional sense since it's all about aerodynamics. Threll stared at him. Also, Jake continued, warming to his theme. There's this thing called a shepherd's sling, different from a regular sling. Uses more of a throwing motion than a release mechanism. And technically, throwing rocks really hard doesn't involve any weapon at all, just projectile physics and good aim. Morrison. I'm just saying, sir, that if we're going to write comprehensive rules, we should be thorough. Wouldn't want any confusion. For a long moment, Commander Threll said nothing. Then he reached over and pulled up the regulations database again. His hands started typing, faster than before. New regulation, he muttered. No weapons, devices, or techniques predating the invention of chemical propellant firearms, defined as any weapon system developed before approximately Earth year 1200 CE. Furthermore, no improvised weapons based on historical designs. Furthermore, no exploiting aerodynamic properties of thrown objects. Furthermore, he looked up. Morrison, is there anything else you're planning to weaponize from human history? I mean, the Romans had some interesting things to say about construction equipment that could be repurposed. And the Greeks had this fire system that, out. Sir, get out of my office. Report to Strike Team 7 at 0600 tomorrow. And Morrison? Yes, sir? Threll's expression softened, just slightly. Good work today. You proved that victory doesn't always come from having the best equipment. Sometimes it comes from understanding what your equipment actually does and using it smarter than everyone else. Jake stood and saluted. Thank you, sir. That means a lot. It also means you're now Strike Team 7's problem instead of mine. Captain Ven has my sincere sympathies. Jake grinned and headed for the door. As he reached it, Threll called out one more time. Morrison, out of curiosity, if they ban all pre-gunpowder weapons, what would you use next? Jake paused, thinking. Well, sir, I've been reading about siege tactics. Turns out the Mongols used to catapult diseased animals over castle walls for psychological warfare. Now, I'm not saying I'd do that, but technically biological warfare was banned, not biological intimidation. Maybe some realistic props, some theater skills. Out. Jake left quickly, but not before hearing Threll's voice behind him adding another amendment to the rules database. Outside, the academy hallway was buzzing with activity. Students clustered in groups, discussing the day's matches. Jake spotted Pip hovering near a window, flickering in what looked like excited colors. Jake, you did it. Elite strike team. Thanks, Pip, though I think I may have given the commander a stress disorder. Worth it though, right? Absolutely. Zara approached from the other direction, and her expression was complicated. Morrison. That was. I'm not sure what that was. A comprehensive demonstration of why you should never underestimate simplicity? More like a comprehensive demonstration of why humans are absolutely terrifying when they get creative. She paused. I also requested assignment to Strike Team 7. Jake raised his eyebrows. Really? Really? Someone needs to make sure you don't get the entire team killed with your insane ideas. Plus, she added, almost reluctantly, you made me realize I'd been relying too much on my equipment. That's a weakness. I need to fix it. Happy to. Help. Grunts emerged from another corridor, ducking to avoid the ceiling. Morrison, I have acquired catalog access to Earth historical weapons. The selection is extensive. I am particularly interested in what is called a warhammer. It appears to be a human adaptation of my people's traditional weapons. Grunts, buddy, I will absolutely help you with that. The three of them, plus Pip, headed toward the mess hall, already planning their first day with Strike Team 7. Behind them, Commander Threll was probably still updating the rulebook. Somewhere in the historical archives, a clerk was processing an unusual spike in requisitions for pre-modern weaponry. And in his quarters, Jake Morrison pulled up his personal research files. He had folders labeled atlatl techniques, sling ammunition optimization, and, somewhat concerningly, improvised medieval siege engines for urban environments. Strike Team 7 had no idea what was coming, but then again, neither did the enemy. And really, wasn't that the whole point? The galaxy had spent millennia developing incredible technology, building weapons that could level cities and shields that could stop armies. They'd created combat systems so advanced that they bordered on art. And then a human showed up with a wooden stick and a piece of string and reminded everyone that sometimes the simplest answer is the right one. Commander Threll's final regulation entry, added at 2300 hours and flagged as Morrison Protocol, reads simply, in all combat situations, participants must use weapons and tactics that would be recognizable to someone from the modern spacefaring era. If your grandmother from a pre-spaceflight civilization would understand how it works, you can't use it. The next morning, Jake reported to Strike Team 7 carrying his crossbow, a backup knife, and a datapad full of research on ancient warfare tactics. Captain Venn took one look at him and sighed. You're the medieval weapons kid. Yes, ma'am. I watched your examination footage. That was either brilliant or insane. I'm told it can be both, ma'am. She smiled. It was not a comforting smile. Good, because we have a mission that requires someone who thinks sideways. There's a pirate stronghold that's impervious to modern weapons. Adaptive shields, sensor nets, the works. We need someone who can think in terms they won't expect. Jake's grin was immediate. Ma'am, have you ever heard of a siege weapon called a trebuchet? No. It's a counterweight-driven catapult that can throw a 90-kilogram projectile 300 meters using nothing but gravity and mechanical advantage. Morrison, are you telling me you want to build a medieval siege engine? I'm saying that sometimes the old ways work, ma'am, and nobody shields against rocks falling from the sky. Captain Venn stared at him for a long moment. Then she started laughing. Strike Team 7, meet your new tactical specialist. Try to keep him alive. And Morrison, ma'am, whatever you're planning, make it ridiculous. We have a reputation to maintain. Yes, ma'am. As Jake joined his new team, Grunts gave him a nod of approval. Zara looked resigned to her fate. Pip flickered nervously. And somewhere in the academy, Commander Threll was already updating the regulations database again. The galaxy was in for an interesting time. Humans, after all, were very good at finding loopholes. And they had several thousand years of pre-spaceflight warfare to draw inspiration from. The future was about to get a history lesson.
The scout ship Vanguard was a sleek, arrowhead-shaped vessel, about 30 meters long from nose to tail, with a hull of reinforced titanium alloy painted in the standard Federation gray. Its engines hummed with the low, reassuring thrum of plasma drives, and inside, the cockpit was a cramped cocoon of glowing screens, ergonomic seats, and the faint scent of recycled air mixed with the metallic tang of machinery. Captain Alara Voss, a seasoned explorer in her mid-40s with short cropped hair and a scar tracing her jawline from an old asteroid mishap, sat at the helm, her hands steady on the controls. But even she felt a twinge of unease today. PX-47 was too quiet on the long-range scans, like the planet was holding its breath. Approaching atmospheric entry in T-2 minutes, Alara announced over the intercom, her voice calm but edged with the focus of someone who'd done this 100 times. Everyone strapped in back there? Malik, how's the engine readout? From the engineering bay just aft of the cockpit, engineer Malik Wren's voice crackled back, a bit muffled by the whir of diagnostic tools. He was younger, early 30s, with a wiry build and a habit of chewing on stylus ends when stressed. Engines nominal, Captain. Shields at full. But this planet's magnetic field is playing havoc with the nav sensors. PX-47's got some weird fluctuations. Nothing in the briefing packet mentioned this. He paused, muttering to himself, of all the missions, why'd I have to lose my lucky data chip right before launch? Swear I had it in my pocket. Biologist Lena Kex, seated in the science station amid vials and scanners, chimed in next. She was the team's optimist, late 20s, with a ponytail that bobbed as she adjusted her glasses. Could be auroral interference, or maybe something biological in the upper atmosphere. Exciting, right? Uncharted world. Who knows what we're about to uncover? Deep down, though, she whispered to herself like a quiet mantra. Please let it be something alive, something new, not just rocks and dust again. Security officer Calder Hale grunted from his spot near the airlock, checking his pulse rifle for the umpteenth time. Broad-shouldered and taciturn, in his 40s with a buzz cut turning gray, he wasn't one for chit-chat. Exciting isn't the word I'd use. Unknown means dangerous. Keep your eyes open, folks. He thought back to his last posting, where unknown had cost him a partner. Ironic, how the safest jobs always turned into nightmares. And finally, medic Tara Voss, Alara's younger sister by 5 years, sharing the same determined eyes but with longer hair tied back, spoke from the medbay. Vitals are steady across the board. Just remember, if anyone feels queasy during descent, I've got anti-nausea shots ready. No heroes on my watch. She shot a glance at Alara through the vid feed, adding softly, especially you, sis. We both know you push too hard. Alara smiled faintly at that, a rare break in her professional facade. All right, team, hold tight. Entering Atmo now. The ship shuddered as it pierced the planet's envelope, flames licking the view screen from the friction. For a moment, all was routine, the G-forces pressing them back, the hull groaning like an old friend. Then, without warning, the world twisted. A ripple distorted the sensors, a wave of energy that made the instruments flicker wildly. Tension spiked. This wasn't in The Sims. What the? Malik started, his voice rising. Captain, we've got a surge. It's not turbulence, it's like the air's folding in on itself. Alarms wailed, red lights bathing the interior. Alara fought the controls, but the yoke bucked in her grip. Stabilize. Lena, scan for anomalies. Her mind raced. Was this sabotage? Or just the universe's cruel joke? I'm trying. Oh God, it's everywhere. Lena yelled, her fingers flying over the console. Readings off the charts. Electromagnetic, gravitational. Suspense hung in her words. What if this was the end? No glory, just a glitch. Calder's voice cut through. Strap down tighter. This feels like a trap. Irony hit him. Here he was, the paranoid one. And for once, he might be right. Tara's tone was urgent, heart rate spiking. Everyone breathe. She gripped her seat, thinking of home, of unfinished letters. Then blackness swallowed them all. No crash, no explosion, just an abrupt void, as if the universe had switched off. When Alara came to, her head pounded like a drum. She blinked against the dim emergency lighting, the cockpit's screens dark except for a few backup panels sputtering to life. Status, she groaned, unbuckling and pushing herself up. Her boots clanged on the deck plating, gravity still online at least. In her mind, a quiet monologue played. We've survived worse, but this feels different. Like the planet wanted us down. No response at first. She staggered to the door, palming it open to the main corridor. Team, sound off. A cough from engineering. Here, Malik, what hit us? He patted his pockets absent-mindedly. Still no lucky chip. Ironic, how the smallest losses nag during crises. Lena's voice, weak, alive. I think, scanners are fried. She sat up, whispering to herself, if this ruins my samples, I'll scream. Calder appeared from the shadows, rifle in hand. I'm up. No breaches detected, but the hull's taken a beating. Drama in his tone. He'd seen ships crack open before. Tara emerged last, rubbing her temple. Everyone's got minor concussions at best. But Alara, the recording devices, they're all offline. Black box, cams, logs, wiped or powered down. We have no record of what happened. Suspense built. Who, or what, erased their trail? Alara stared out the viewport at the alien landscape, a dense forest of enormous trees, their trunks as wide as houses back home, leaves shimmering in hues of violet and green under a diffused sunlight. The ship had plowed a scar through the undergrowth, smoke wisping from the aft section. We crashed blind. All right, priorities. Secure the site, assess damage. Malik, get on repairs. Lena, enviroscan. Calder, perimeter. Tara, med checks. Let's figure out where we are, and why everything went dark. Irony, explorers, lost in the dark. As they moved, the airlock hissed open, releasing them into the humid, earthy air of PX-47. No one spoke of the unease knotting their guts, but it hung there, thick as the mist rolling through the trees. Malik paused, rummaging through debris. Hey, my data chip. Must have fallen during the crash. A small win, mundane amid the chaos, but it lightened his step. The crash site was a makeshift clearing now, the Vanguard nestled in a crater of upturned soil and splintered vegetation. The ship's exterior showed dents and scorch marks, but the core structure held, a testament to Federation engineering. Inside, the crew quarters were Spartan, bunks stacked like shelves, a small galley with nutrient packs, and the hum of life support systems filtering the outside air. Activities filled the days, calibrating tools, inventorying supplies, even a quick game of cards to break tension. For the first 2 days, they worked in shifts. Calder set up the energy fence, a shimmering blue barrier that zapped anything larger than a fist that tried to cross. "This'll buy us time," he said, wiping sweat from his brow as he calibrated the emitters. "But if something big comes knocking, we're in trouble." He thought aloud, "Funny, isn't it? We come armed to the teeth, but a fence is our first line." Irony of the stars. Lena was out with her scanner, documenting the flora. "These trees are incredible," she said to Alara as they walked the perimeter, pausing to sketch a leaf sample. "Trunks at least 10 meters across at the base. Bark's got this fibrous quality, almost like armored skin. And the leaves? Photosynthetic efficiency off the charts. This planet's ecosystem must be hyper-accelerated." Her monologue drifted. "If I can publish this, it'll change everything back home. But first, survive." Alara nodded, her eyes scanning the tree line. "Useful for us? We need shelter." The ship's exposed. Tension in her voice. What if the mist hid eyes watching them? "Definitely. We could fell a few, use the wood for a dome over the site. It'll camouflage us, provide cover from aerial threats, if there are any." Malik joined them, tools slung over his shoulder, fiddling with his recovered data chip like a talisman. "Hull's stable, but engines need recalibration. That surge fried the plasma coils. We'll need raw materials, titanium ore, maybe some conductive crystals. But first, let's fortify." Comedy and irony. Here I am, fixing a starship with sticks and stones. Federation's finest. Tara, handing out ration bars while bandaging a minor scrape on her own hand, added, "And medically, we're good for now. But this air's got pollen counts that could trigger allergies. Masks on for extended outings." Subplot simmering. She'd lost her favorite med scanner in the crash, searching bunks daily, muttering, "Where did it go?" "Can't treat without it." Calder grunted agreement. "Dangerous out here. I saw tracks. Big ones. Not mammalian. Suspense built." What made those? Their first real survey pushed into the forest. The ground was soft, spongy with moss that glowed faintly in the shade. Birds, or what passed for them, called overhead, their cries warbling like distorted flutes. Activities included collecting water samples, marking paths with beacons. "Look at this," Lena whispered, pointing to a clearing. There, grazing on low shrubs, was an insect, a colossal beetle, body the size of a bull, legs like tree branches, mandibles grinding vegetation with a rhythmic crunch. Drama escalated. Hearts raced. "Holy stars," Malik breathed. "That's no bug. That's a tank." Irony. "We travel light years to find cows with exoskeletons." Calder raised his rifle slowly. "Hostile? Tension thick." "Not yet," Lena said. "Herbivore, by the looks. But if insects get this big, the food chain must be insane. Predators could be even larger." Alara held up a hand. "Observe, don't engage. We need to learn the patterns." As they retreated, another insect buzzed past, a flyer with wings like stained glass, easily 5 meters across. It ignored them, but the wind from its passage rustled their suits. Suspense. Was it scouting? Back at camp, the decision was made. We cut the trees, Alara said during their evening huddle in the galley, steam rising from synth coffee mugs. Build a dome. Malik, rig the laser cutters. Calder, security detail. Lena, monitor for ecological backlash. Tara, keep us patched. The work took hours. The lasers whined as they sliced through the wide trunks, the wood falling with thunderous crashes. Timber. Malik yelled with forced cheer, but his voice trembled as shadows lengthened. Comedy. If only my ex could see me now. Lumberjack in space. This dome's gonna be solid, Calder said, hauling logs into place. Interlock 'em like this. Natural camouflage. His monologue. Build walls, keep out the dark. Always has, always will. Lena paused, scanner beeping. Guys, the sap from these trees, it's got antimicrobial properties. Could be useful for wounds. Tara perked up. Sample it. We're low on meds long term. Later, rummaging in med bay, she found her lost scanner under a bunk. There you are. Mundane miracle. By nightfall, the dome arched over the ship, a woven barrier of felled giants. Inside, safe but alert, they shared stories to ease the tension. Remember that run on Vega Prime? Malik asked. Thought we'd never get out of that sandstorm. Alara chuckled. This feels worse. At least there we knew the enemy. Irony hung heavy. The forest whispered back, alive with unseen dangers. Weeks blended into a rhythm of survival, but on the 14th day, as the crew ate breakfast in the dome's shadow, the air thick with the scent of alien sap, a change came without warning. Activities like routine med checks and fence repairs filled mornings, but suspense lurked. It started as a hum, low and building, vibrating through the ground. Earthquake? Calder asked, standing abruptly, rifle in hand. Drama in his eyes. What now? Lena checked her scanner. No. Energy spike. Atmospheric? Her voice cracked slightly. Then the light hit. Not the sun's gradual rise, but a sudden, all-encompassing flash that pierced everything. The world turned blinding white, so intense it rendered the dome translucent, the forest beyond appearing almost ghostly, transparent layers revealing depths miles away. Tension peaked, blinded, vulnerable. Ah, my eyes, Malik shouted, shielding his face. Comedy irony, great, now we're moles in a spotlight. Alara blinked tears away. Everyone inside the ship, now. Her monologue, if this is the end, at least we tried. They stumbled in, the light following, seeping through viewports. What is this? Tara gasped. It's like the planet's lit from within. Subplot closure. Using her found scanner, she checked vitals mid-chaos. Through the glare, the forest unveiled secrets, hidden clearings, distant mountains, even underground burrows glowing faintly. Trees stood like skeletons, their internals visible, veins of sap pulsing. It's not hurting us, Lena said, peering at readings. No radiation spike, but visibility. I can see for kilometers. Look, there's a river that way. Structures maybe? Suspense? Structures? Intelligent life? Calder lowered his hands. Tactical advantage? Or allure? Irony? We came to see, and now we see too much. The event lasted minutes, then faded, leaving them dazed in normal light. Records caught it, Malik reported later, replaying the glitchy footage. First time since crash. Whatever this is, it's cyclic. Planetary phenomenon? Drama built. What caused it? Alara nodded. Use it. Next time, we scout deeper. The blinding light had faded as suddenly as it arrived, leaving spots dancing in everyone's vision and the forest looking ordinary again. Dense, purple-trunked, humming with distant insect calls that now sounded almost mocking after the revelation of hidden depths. Inside the dome, the crew gathered around the galley table, nutrient packs half-eaten and cooling, faces lit by the soft glow of the one working portable console. Malik hunched over it like a man guarding a fragile flame, replaying the glitchy footage from the event over and over, pausing, zooming, cursing under his breath. Look at this frame, he said, voice hoarse from too much recycled air and not enough sleep. He tapped the screen, freezing on a ghostly outline that might have been a ridge or a structure miles away. The scanners actually caught something useful this time. First real data since the crash. The ship's core processors need silicon derivatives for the plasma coils, rare earths for the shielding relays. Without them, we can't get the engines to full thrust. Synthesizers can refine what we find, but we've got to go get it. He leaned back, rubbing his eyes. And yeah, I still can't believe I found my lucky chip under the console. Small victories, right? Maybe the universe owes us one more. Alara leaned in, rubbing her temples in slow circles, the scar on her jaw catching the light. How much time do we have before the coils degrade completely? Her tone was steady, but there was a thread of strain beneath it, captain's burden, always calculating the odds while pretending they weren't getting thinner. 2, maybe 3 weeks if we baby them, Malik replied. But the light event, it cycled. If it happens again, we might get better scans, maybe even spot a deposit from here. For now, we scout. Pairs. No one goes alone. He glanced at Calder. You good for point? Calder crossed his arms, his rifle propped against the bulkhead like an old companion. I'll take point with you, Captain. Lena, Tara, you two together. Malik, you stay here, keep the dome's defenses hot and monitor comms. We try raising the orbital relay every hour on the hour. If we get lucky, rescue's already inbound. He paused, a rare flicker of dry humor crossing his face. Though luck's been in short supply since we dropped out of warp. Feels like the planet's laughing at us. Lena nodded, though her eyes flicked nervously to the dome's woven gaps where purple light filtered through like stained glass. The light showed a river system northeast, maybe mineral deposits there. And those giant beetles, they avoid water, from what we've seen. Could be safer. She adjusted her glasses, a small ritual that steadied her. In her head, if we find nothing today, I might actually start believing we're stuck here forever. Don't think about it, just move. Tara handed out fresh water tabs, her movements precise despite the faint tremor in her fingers. Everyone take extra hydration packs. The humidity's brutal out there, and if we run into another flyer, those wings span 5 meters, easy. Concussion risk if they clip you. She caught Alara's eye and added quietly, and you, eat something real before you go. Not just a bar. I found that lost med scanner under my bunk last night. Least I can do is make sure my sister doesn't keel over from low blood sugar. Alara gave her a half smile, the closest thing to thanks in front of the team. Noted, Doc. They geared up. Lightweight enviro suits patched with sap-sealed tears that still smelled faintly of tree resin, scanners clipped to belts, pulse rifles for Calder and Alara. As the airlock cycled with its familiar hiss, Calder muttered under his breath, feels like we're ants poking around a picnic. And the picnic owners might be home. The first few days were grueling but uneventful. Long hikes through undergrowth that tugged at boots like living things, returns to camp sore and empty-handed. Conversations over dinner became repetitive, almost comforting in their sameness, a rhythm to cling to. Day 4, galley lights dimmed for night. Malik slumped in his chair, poking at cold rations. Nothing in the eastern ravine. Just more of that glowing moss. Pretty, but useless. Lena perked up despite fatigue. The moss might have medicinal properties. Tara, you saw the samples? Tara nodded, sipping moss tea she'd brewed experimentally. Yeah, antimicrobial. Tastes like wet dirt, but it'll do for minor cuts. Better than nothing. Alara stared at her untouched plate. We need ore, not tea. Tomorrow we push north. The riverbed might have exposed veins. Calder grunted. And if the bugs are drinking there? Alara met his gaze. We stay high ground, use the ridgeline. No heroics. Day 7 brought frustration boiling over. They returned from a long trek, boots caked in purple mud that refused to brush off, to find the dome's outer fence flickering erratically. Malik, wiping grease from his hands with a rag that was more black than gray. Power draws spiking again. Something's testing the barrier, big, but not breaking through. Yet, he kicked a crate lightly. If I had a credit for every time this fence glitched, I'd buy a new ship. Calder. Saw tracks today. Clawed. Deep. Not beetle. Something heavier. His voice dropped. Felt watched the whole way back. Lena. Predator? We've only seen herbivores so far. Tara. Or scavenger. Waiting for us to drop. She glanced at the med bay door. Or maybe it's just the planet breathing. Everything here feels alive. Alara. We double watches tonight. And we keep trying the relay. Every broadcast the same ritual. Vanguard to Relay 1. This is Captain Voss. Crash landed PX-47. Request immediate evac. Coordinates locked. Over. Static. Always static. The silence felt personal after a while. By day 12, exhaustion showed in small ways, snapped replies, longer silences. During a quiet moment in the cockpit, Alara and Tara sat alone, the only light from the console's standby glow. Tara, you okay, sis? You're pushing too hard. Alara stared at the dark viewport. Someone has to, if we don't fix the ship. Tara, we'll get home. But you need to sleep. Let Calder take a shift. Alara, Calder's barely sleeping himself. Keeps staring at the tree line like it's personal. A pause. Remember when we were kids and you'd lose your favorite toy for days, then find it under the bed like nothing happened? I keep waiting for that feeling here, like the answer's just out of sight. Tara squeezed her arm. We'll find it, or it'll find us. On day 18, during another sudden light flash, shorter this time, almost teasing, the relay finally crackled to life. Malik burst into the galley, nearly knocking over a chair. Got it. Weak signal, but it's there. Relay 1 acknowledging. Alara grabbed the mic so fast her chair scraped. Relay 1, this is Vanguard. Mayday, Mayday. 5 souls aboard, ship damaged, requesting rescue shuttle. PX-47 coordinates attached. A delay that felt eternal, then a faint, beautiful voice. Vanguard, this is Relay 1 control. Copy your Mayday. Rescue shuttle dispatched. ETA 3 weeks standard. Hold position. Confirm receipt. Cheers erupted. Real, ragged, hoarse cheers that echoed off the dome's wooden ceiling. Malik punched the air. Lena laughed until tears came. Even Calder cracked a rare, genuine smile. Calder. 3 weeks. We can make that. Lena, with the elements we're finding, slowly, we might even have the ship partially flight-ready by then. But the hunts continued. Small hulls, a vein of conductive crystal pried from a riverbank, a pocket of titanium-laced rock that Malik carried back like treasure. Each trip riskier, one flyer dive bombed their path on day 22, forcing a heart-pounding scramble into a thicket. The wind from its wings knocked Lena off her feet. Calder hauled her up without a word. Malik, later patching a tear in her suit with steady hands. These things are getting bolder. Like they know we're intruders. Alara, staring at the darkening forest through a gap in the dome, or like something's watching. And waiting. 3 weeks stretched into 4, then 5. The rescue shuttle's ETA kept slipping. First, warp lane congestion, then maintenance delay at Relay 1, then vague promises of soon. Hope frayed at the edges like old fabric. The crew still worked, still ate, still joked in that brittle way people do when the alternative is screaming, but the dome felt smaller every day, the forest louder, the insects more watchful. Malik spent most mornings in the engine bay, sparks showering around him as he welded new coils from the small hulls they'd scraped together. He talked to the ship now, low and constant, like coaxing a stubborn animal. Come on, girl, just a little more juice, he muttered one dawn, wiping sweat with a forearm already black with grease. We're so close. Don't quit on me now. He'd found a rhythm. Weld, test, curse, repeat. The lucky data chip sat on the console beside him, a tiny plastic totem. Irony, the one thing he'd lost and found again was the only thing that hadn't let him down yet. Outside, Calder patrolled the dome's perimeter twice before first light, rifle slung low but ready. He'd started marking the bigger tracks with small stakes, silent warnings. Something's circling wider every night, he told Alara during a quiet handoff. Not attacking, just measuring us. Alara nodded, eyes shadowed. Or waiting for us to make a mistake. Lena and Tara handled the foraging runs now, shorter, safer loops closer to the river the light had revealed. They came back with pockets full of glittering flecks and the occasional larger chunk of ore, but never enough to feel like progress. Lena kept a running tally on a scrap of bark nailed to the galley wall. 14 crystals, 7 titanium nodules, 3 unknown conductive shards. We're getting there, she'd say, mostly to convince herself. Slowly. One morning, day 37 by their rough calendar, Calder stepped out for his usual sweep while the artificial dawn lights were still warming up inside the dome. He stopped dead 3 paces past the airlock. A silence fell, thick and unnatural. Then, very quietly, Captain, everyone, get out here, now. They poured out in various states of readiness, Alara still buckling her utility belt, Tara with a med kit half-zipped, Malik with welding goggles pushed up on his forehead, Lena clutching her scanner like a shield. Beyond the dome's edge, sitting on the trampled ground like it had always belonged there, was a cube. Seamless metallic sides, no visible welds or panels, exactly the size of the Vanguard itself, maybe a few meters taller. No tracks leading to it. No scorch marks. No sound. Just there. Calder's rifle was half raised before he even realized it. What the hell is that? Lena's scanner whined as she swept it. No energy signature. No radiation. No heat bloom. But inside, her voice cracked with disbelief. Titanium ingots. Rare earth crystals. Silicon derivatives. Everything we've been hunting for. Refined. Pure. Ready to slot straight into the synthesizers. Malik walked forward slowly, like approaching a sleeping animal. He touched the surface. Cool, smooth, faintly humming under his palm if you pressed just right. This wasn't here last night. I swear on every star. I checked the cams at 0200. Tara's eyes were wide. Gift? From who? Alara stared up at the impossible box, jaw tight. Or bait. A long beat. But we need this. Calder, Lena, cover the tree line. Malik, Tara, help me see if we can open it. The cube had no handles, no seams, no obvious controls. Alara reached out anyway, fingers brushing the metal. A soft click, almost polite, and a panel irised open without fanfare. Inside, crates stacked in perfect rows, each marked with symbols that weren't any alphabet they knew. Yet somehow the meaning bloomed in their minds the moment they looked. Use me. Malik let out a shaky laugh. Okay, that's new. Hours passed in a blur of hauling. Crates dragged across the dirt, inventoried on the galley table, contents cataloged with trembling hands. Malik, grinning like a kid on his birthday for the first time in weeks. This is it. Enough to fully repair the engines, reinforce the hull plating, boost the comm array, even patch the secondary life support we've been limping on. We could lift off in days, maybe less. Lena ran her scanner over another crate. But who? The planet's ecosystem doesn't build boxes like this. No tool marks, no manufacturing residue. It's perfect. Calder stood at the open panel, rifle still in hand. Doesn't matter right now. We use it, we get off this rock. Questions later. His voice was flat, but his eyes kept darting to the forest. And we stay vigilant. Double watches. Triple if we have to. If this is help, fine. If it's a lure, we fly out shooting. Alara nodded once. Agreed. But we don't celebrate yet. That night, over a rare hot meal, Malik had jury-rigged the galley heater with one of the new crystals. Conversation turned speculative, almost giddy despite the undercurrent of fear. Tara, maybe intelligent life here. Watching us the whole time. The light flashes, the box, like they're testing if we're worth helping. Lena, or the planet itself. Some kind of response system. Gaia hypothesis on steroids. We damage, it repairs. We need, it provides. Malik, chewing slowly, or we're just lucky. I'll take lucky. After the crash, the silence, the bugs, I'll take lucky and run. Calder said nothing for a long time, just stared at the cube through the dome gap. Finally, lucky things don't come in boxes the size of your ship without a price tag. Repairs accelerated. The ship hummed louder each day, engines purring, lights brighter, systems winking green one after another. Hope solidified, fragile but real. But every night, Calder still patrolled. And every night, he swore the forest watched back. The Vanguard was ready. Engines tested at low burn outside the dome, a controlled roar that shook leaves from nearby branches. Hull patched with fresh plates that gleamed unnaturally clean. Dome disassembled piece by piece. Logs hauled aboard as emergency mass. Sap-sealed panels stowed for analysis back home. Final checks in the cockpit felt almost ceremonial. Alara stood at the helm, hands on the yoke she hadn't touched in months. All stations report. Malik, from engineering, engines green. Thrust at 92%, better than pre-crash. Hell, better than factory spec. Lena, science station, life support nominal. Scans show clear skies. No atmospheric anomalies, for once. Calder, near the airlock, perimeter secure. No contacts, but I'm staying strapped until we're in orbit. Tara, med bay, crew vitals good. A little dehydrated, a lot exhausted, but we're as ready as we'll ever be. Alara took a slow breath, tasting recycled air that suddenly felt like freedom. Vanguard lifting off. Relay 1, this is Vanguard. We are departing surface. Rendezvous coordinates locked. The ship rose slowly, engines building from a growl to a steady thunder. Dust and leaves swirled in a vortex below. Through the viewport, the forest receded, trees shrinking from house-sized monoliths to matchsticks, then to blades of grass. Calder's voice cut the cockpit silence. "Wait, down there, on the ridge." They all looked. A figure, humanoid in shape, seated in what looked like an ordinary lawn chair. Red plastic, weathered, the kind you'd see on any suburban porch. Legs crossed casually, holding a steaming cup, watching them ascend with calm, unhurried interest. No panic, no weapons, just observing. The scale hit like a physical blow. The giant insects they'd feared for weeks? Tiny specks now, ants scurrying across what had been colossal leaves. The massive trees they'd felled with lasers? Grass blades swaying in a breeze. Their ship, 30 meters of solid Federation engineering, pride of the scout fleet, looked no larger than a bumblebee drifting upward from the man's perspective. Lena whispered, voice cracking, We're the small ones." All this time, Malik let out a strangled laugh. "The box, the light events, he, or it, left it for us. Like feeding crumbs to ants in the yard." Calder stared, rifle forgotten in his lap. "And we thought we were the explorers." Tara's hand found Alara's shoulder. "Size does matter. We were never in control." Alara kept her eyes on the figure until atmospheric haze blurred the view. The man raised his cup in a small, almost friendly salute before they lost sight of him entirely. "Relay 1, Vanguard here," she transmitted, voice steady despite everything. "We're clear of Atmo, docking in 10, and tell command we've got one hell of a debrief." The rescue shuttle appeared on final approach, sleek and silver against the black. Magnetic clamps engaged with a gentle thunk. The two vessels merged, controls syncing, systems blending, hulls locking into one seamless, much larger craft. In the sudden quiet of the merged bridge, the crew sat in silence for a long moment, the only sound the soft chime of status panels going green. Alara finally spoke, half to them, half to herself. "We came looking for new worlds. Turns out we found one where we're the novelty. The bugs, the trees, the box. All of it. We were the curiosity. Malik, next time we knock first. Lena, or bring better binoculars. Calder, or bigger guns." Tara smiled faintly, "Or just stay home." Alara looked at each of them, scarred, tired, alive. "Let's get home," she said. "And next time, maybe we knock first." The merged ship jumped to warp, engines flaring blue-white against the dark. Behind them, PX-47 turned slowly, a quiet green marble hiding giants who watched, waited, and occasionally left gifts for the very small things that stumbled across their lawn. On the hum of engines, carrying 5 humbled explorers toward the stars they once thought too small.
The massive alien ship dropped out of space near the human colony of New Denver like a falling mountain. Captain Jake Morrison watched from his command center as the thing blocked out half the stars. He had seen Keth Mori ships before, but never one this close to human space. Never one that came alone. Jake pressed the communication button. "Unknown vessel, this is New Denver Colony. State your business." The response came in broken human speech, heavy with clicks and growls. "I am Commander Zektar of the Bone Wing Fleet. I must speak with your leaders. It is urgent." Jake looked at his crew. The Keth Mori were known across the galaxy as fierce warriors. They stood 8 feet tall with wings that could carry them through space for short distances. Their claws could cut through steel. Their teeth could bite through armor. They did not ask for help. They took what they wanted. "Permission granted to send one shuttle," Jake said. "No weapons." An hour later, Commander Zektar stood in the colony's main meeting room. The alien warrior was even bigger than Jake expected. His fur was black with silver stripes. His wings were folded tight against his back. Scars covered his arms and face. But something was wrong. The great warrior's yellow eyes looked desperate. Dr. Lisa Chen, the colony's doctor and scientist, sat across from Zektar. She had studied alien species for 20 years. "Commander, you look sick. Are you well?" Zektar's claws scratched the metal table. My people are dying. All of us. The adults, anyway. What do you mean? Jake asked. A sickness came to our world 6 months ago. It only kills those who have reached full growth. The young ones are safe, but they cannot survive alone. Zektar's voice became quieter. In my culture, cubs learn to fight from the moment they can walk. The weak ones die, the strong ones live. That is our way. Dr. Chen leaned forward. But now the adults are gone? Not yet, but soon. We have perhaps 1 year left, maybe less. Zektar stood and began to pace. His claws clicked on the floor. We are searching the deep void for a cure, but we cannot take the cubs with us. The journey is too dangerous. They are too young. Jake began to understand. You want us to watch your children. Your species does something no other species does. You keep your weak young alive. You care for them until they grow strong. We have watched your colonies. Human parents will die to protect cubs that are not even their own blood. Dr. A. Chen nodded slowly. That's true. But your cubs are not human cubs. We don't know how to care for them. They need food, warmth, and safety. Nothing more. Zektar's ears flattened against his head. I know what you are thinking. Kethmori are killers. Our cubs will grow up to be killers too. But dead cubs grow up to be nothing. Jake looked around the room at his staff. Colony Director Helen Brooks had been quiet until now. How many cubs are we talking about? 200. The number hung in the air like a weight. The human colony had only 3,000 people. 200 alien predator cubs would change everything. They're babies now, Zektar continued. Their eyes are not even open yet. They cannot hunt. They cannot fight. They will die without help. Dr. Chen asked the question everyone was thinking. What happens when you come back? What if your cubs have learned human ways instead of Kethmori ways? Zektar's eyes grew hard. Then we will fix them. But first they must live. Jake stepped outside the meeting room to think. Through the window he could see the Kethmori ship hanging in space like a dark moon. He thought about his own daughter back on Earth. He thought about the children in the colony schools. He thought about what it meant to be human. When he returned to the room, Jake's mind was made up. We'll do it, but we have conditions. Name them. First, your cubs live with our families. They don't get put in some special facility. They become part of our community. Second, we raise them our way. If you want them to learn human caring, they have to be treated like human children. Zektar's claws extended slightly. And third, when you come back, you don't just take them. If they want to stay, if they've made lives here, we talk about it. The alien commander was quiet for a long time. Finally, he nodded. Agreed. When can you take them? Give us 3 days to prepare. 2 days later, families across New Denver Colony were getting ready for something that had never happened before. John and Maria Parker cleared out their spare room for their new alien child. Steve and Janet Cooper bought extra food and baby supplies. The Rodriguez family set up a special sleeping area with thick blankets and heat lamps. Dr. Chen worked day and night to understand Kethmori biology. The cubs needed milk every 2 hours. They grew fast. They would weigh 50 pounds within a month. Their claws and teeth were sharp even as babies, but they were still babies. They needed love and care just like human children. On the 3rd day, the Kethmori shuttle landed. Zektar himself carried the first cub off the ship. The little creature was covered in soft gray fur. Its eyes were closed. It made small mewing sounds like a kitten, if kittens were the size of large dogs. Jake watched as Maria Parker took the cub into her arms. She looked down at the alien baby and smiled. Hello, little one. I think we'll call you Alex. One by one, 200 Kethmori cubs found new homes with human families. They had no idea that they were about to become something new in the galaxy. something that had never existed before. As the Kethmori fleet prepared to leave for the deep void, Zektar stood with Jake at the landing pad. "Take care of them," the alien commander said. "We will," Jake promised. "That's what humans do." The alien ships disappeared into space, leaving behind a colony full of families who had just doubled in size. The cubs slept peacefully in their new homes, unaware that they were the beginning of something that would change both their species and the galaxy itself. 5 years had passed since the Kethmori fleet disappeared into deep space. Alex Parker stood on the school playground, watching a group of human children argue about the rules of their game. At 10 years old, he was already 6 feet tall with silver-gray fur and yellow eyes. His adoptive parents had given him a human name, but there was no hiding what he was. "Hey, Alex, can you reach that ball?" called Sophie Parker, his human sister. The ball had gotten stuck in a tree 20 feet up. Without thinking, Alex crouched down and leaped. His powerful legs launched him up to the branch where he grabbed the ball with one clawed hand. He dropped back down and handed it to Sophie with a gentle smile. "Thanks, big brother," Sophie said. The other kids gathered around Alex, not afraid but amazed. This was normal for them. Alex had been part of their school since he could walk. Across the playground, Luna Cooper was helping a human boy who had fallen off the monkey bars. At 9 years old, she was as big as Alex, but moved with careful grace. Her fur was pure white with black spots. She used her claws to carefully cut away the torn fabric of the boy's shirt so she could see his scraped arm better. "Mrs. Patterson," Luna called to the teacher, "Danny needs the first aid kit." Mrs. Patterson hurried over with medical supplies. She watched as Luna held Danny's hand while the teacher cleaned the wound. The Kethmori cub spoke in soft, comforting words until Danny stopped crying. "You're getting very good at helping others," Mrs. Patterson told Luna. "Dad says that's what families do," Luna replied. "We take care of each other." In another part of the colony, Max Rodriguez was working in his family's garden. His adoptive father, Carlos, had taught him how to grow vegetables. Max's claws, which could cut through metal, were perfect for digging in hard soil, but he had learned to be gentle with the delicate plants. "Careful with the tomatoes, son," Carlos said. "They bruise easy." Max nodded and used just the tips of his claws to pick the ripe fruit. His massive hands moved with surprising care. "Like this, Papa?" "Perfect. You've got the gentlest touch of anyone in the colony." Dr. Lisa Chen watched all of this from her research station. She had been studying the cubs since they arrived. What she found amazed her every day. Brain scans showed that the cubs' minds had developed in ways that were impossible for normal Kethmori. The parts of their brains that controlled empathy and social bonding had grown much larger than expected. The areas that managed aggression and dominance behavior had stayed small. These cubs thought differently than any Kethmori who had ever lived. "It's remarkable," Dr. Chen told Colony Director Helen Brooks during their weekly meeting. "They retain all their natural physical abilities. Alex can jump 40 feet. Luna can run 60 miles per hour. Max can lift a ton. But they use these abilities to help rather than to dominate." "What do you think will happen when their birth parents return?" Helen asked. Dr. Chen looked out the window where she could see Diana Foster teaching a group of younger children how to play a human game called tag. Diana was the largest of the cubs, already 7 feet tall with dark red fur. But she moved slowly and carefully so the smaller human children could keep up. "I don't know," Dr. Chen admitted. "These cubs have become something new. They're still Kethmori, but they're also human in the ways that matter most." That evening, the Parker family sat down for dinner. Alex helped Maria Parker carry the heavy dishes from the kitchen. John Parker served the food while Sophie set the table. It was a normal family dinner except for the fact that one family member could probably tear the house apart with his bare hands. "Alex, how was school today?" Maria asked. "Good. We started learning about galactic history. Did you know that most alien species don't have families like humans do? Alex cut his meat carefully with his claws. He had learned long ago to be gentle with everything around him. Really? How do they raise their children? John asked. Most species just lay eggs and leave them. Some have group nurseries where all the young are raised together. Keth Mori have something called combat creches, where cubs fight each other until only the strongest survive. Sophie made a disgusted face. That's horrible. What if a cub is sick or gets hurt? Then it dies, Alex said quietly. That's the Keth Mori way. Only the strong deserve to live. Maria reached over and put her hand on Alex's arm. That's not our way. I know, Mom. I'm glad I'm here with you instead. John looked at his adopted son. Alex, do you ever think about your birth parents? Do you wonder what it would be like to live with them? Alex was quiet for a moment. Sometimes, but this is my family. You're my parents. Sophie is my sister. I don't know what those other Keth Mori are like, but I know who I am. Similar conversations were happening in homes across the colony. The cubs had grown up thinking of themselves as part of human families. They had human values, human emotions, and human ways of solving problems, but they also had claws, fangs, and the strength to crush steel. Luna Cooper sat with her adoptive parents, Steve and Janet, on their front porch, watching the sunset. Mom, what's going to happen when my birth species comes back? Janet Cooper had been dreading this question for years. I don't know, sweetheart. But whatever happens, you'll always be our daughter. What if they want me to be different? What if they want me to be mean like regular Keth Mori? Steve Cooper put his arm around Luna. Then we'll figure it out together. That's what families do. The cubs had no memory of their birth parents. To them, the humans who raised them were their real families. They had learned human games, human songs, and human ways of caring for each other. They said please and thank you. They helped with chores. They worried about their friends and protected those who were smaller or weaker. But they were still Keth Mori. Their senses were incredibly sharp. They could see in the dark, hear sounds from miles away, and smell things humans could never detect. Their bodies were built for war, even if their minds had been shaped for peace. Late at night, Dr. Chen often walked through the colony and listened to the cubs sleeping. They made the same small sounds that human children made when they dreamed, but sometimes, very rarely, she heard other sounds. Deep growls and hunting calls that reminded her these were not human children. They were predators who had learned to love. The question that kept her awake was simple. What would happen when their birth parents returned to claim them? The cubs had become something unique in the galaxy. They were warriors with human hearts. But would the Keth Mori see that as an improvement or as a corruption of everything they believed in? As the 5th year ended with no sign of the returning fleet, the cubs continued to grow and learn. They were becoming teenagers now, with all the challenges that brought. But they faced those challenges the human way, with support from their families and community. None of them knew that their birth parents were already on their way home. The Keth Mori fleet had found other survivors and built their numbers into a massive force. They were returning to collect their cubs and turn them into the greatest warriors their species had ever known. They had no idea that the cubs they left behind had become something entirely new. Something that would challenge everything the Keth Mori thought they knew about strength, family, and what it meant to be alive in a dangerous galaxy. The alarm in the new Denver colony control room screamed like a dying animal. Captain Jake Morrison, now 7 years older and grayer, rushed to the scanner display. What he saw there made his blood turn cold. 50 massive ships hung in space beyond the colony. Each one was the size of a city. Each one was armed with enough weapons to turn a planet into dust. The Keth Mori had returned. Sir, we're receiving a transmission, reported Communications Officer Betty Walsh. Put it through, The voice that came through the speakers was the same one Jake remembered from 7 years ago, but it carried more authority now. "This is High Commander Zektar of the Bonewing Fleet. We have come to collect our cubs." Jake took a deep breath. He had been dreading this day for years. "Welcome back, Commander. We need to talk before any reunions take place." "Talk? There is nothing to discuss. You were keeping our cubs safe. Now we take them home. It's not that simple anymore." An hour later, Zektar stood in the same meeting room where he had first asked for human help, but now he was not alone. 6 other Kethmori commanders flanked him, each one larger and more battle-scarred than the last. Their yellow eyes swept the room with predatory alertness. Dr. Lisa Chen sat across from them, her hands shaking slightly. Colony Director Helen Brooks had insisted on attending, along with several of the adoptive parents. John and Maria Parker were there, as were Steve and Janet Cooper. "Where are our cubs?" demanded Sub-Commander Kathek, a massive Kethmori with black fur and silver claws. "Why do we not see them?" "They're in school," Maria Parker said quietly. The Kethmori commanders looked at each other with confusion. "School?" Zektar asked. "They're learning," Dr. Chen explained. "Reading, writing, mathematics, science, history. They attend classes with the human children." Kathek's ears flattened against his head. "Cubs should be learning to fight, not to read. You have made them weak." "With respect, Commander," said John Parker, "you should meet them before you judge what they've become." Jake stood up. "I think that's a good idea. Let me call them." 20 minutes later, Alex Parker walked into the meeting room. He was now 12 years old and stood 7 feet tall. His silver-gray fur was clean and well-groomed. He wore a New Denver High School baseball cap and a shirt that read, "Colony Soccer Team." When he saw the Kethmori commanders, he stopped and stared. Zektar rose from his chair, his yellow eyes fixed on Alex with surprise. You are one of our cubs." "I guess so," Alex said. His voice was deep, but still carried the accent of someone who had grown up speaking human languages. "I'm Alex Parker. These are my parents, John and Maria," Kathek snarled. "Your parents are Kethmori. These humans are nothing to you." Alex's yellow eyes flashed with anger, but when he spoke, his voice stayed calm. "Don't talk about my family that way." The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Kathek stepped forward, his claws extending. "You dare challenge a superior warrior?" "I'm protecting people I love," Alex replied. "Isn't that what warriors are supposed to do?" Before Kathek could respond, 3 more cubs entered the room. Luna Cooper, Max Rodriguez, and Diana Foster themselves to shield the human adults rather than to establish dominance. "These are my pack mates," Alex said, using a Kethmori term but pronouncing it with human warmth. "Luna, Max, and Diana." Zektar studied the 4 cubs. "You are all larger than I expected. Stronger. But where is your warrior bearing? Why do you not show proper submission to your superiors?" "Because we don't think of people as superior or inferior," Luna said. Her white fur with black spots made her look almost friendly, but her yellow eyes held intelligence that surprised the commanders. "We think of them as family or strangers, friends or enemies." "Foolish cub," Kathek growled. "Strength determines rank. I am stronger than you, therefore you submit to me." Max Rodriguez stepped forward. At 13, he was the largest of the cubs and probably outweighed Kathek. "Are you stronger than me?" Kathek looked up at Max with sudden uncertainty. "You are still a cub. Cubs do not challenge adults." "I'm not challenging you," Max said gently. "I'm asking if you want to arm wrestle. It's a human game. The loser buys the winner ice cream." The Kethmori commanders stared at Max as if he had started speaking an alien language. Diana Foster laughed. a sound that somehow mixed human humor with Keth-Mori vocal patterns. "He doesn't know what ice cream is," Diana explained to Max. "Remember, they've been in deep space for 7 years." Dr. Chen watched the interaction with fascination. The cubs showed no fear of the adult Keth-Mori, but they also showed no aggression. They were treating the commanders like interesting strangers rather than pack leaders or threats. "This is wrong," Kathek said to Zektar. "They have been corrupted. They think like prey animals, not predators." Alex's expression hardened. "We think like protectors. There's a difference." "Show me," Zektar said quietly. "What do you mean?" "Show me how you protect. Show me how you fight." John Parker started to object, but Alex held up one clawed hand. "It's okay, Dad. I can handle this." Alex looked around the room and saw Sophie Parker hiding behind her mother. His little sister was only 8 years old and looked terrified of the large alien warriors. "Sophie, come here," Alex said gently. The little girl ran to Alex, who picked her up and set her on his shoulders. "See, this is what I protect. Not territory, not resources, not power. People, family, the ones who can't protect themselves." "A warrior's duty is to make himself stronger," Kathek insisted, "not to coddle the weak." "A warrior's duty is to use his strength for those who need it," Alex replied. "At least that's what my family taught me." Zektar was quiet for a long time. Finally, he spoke. "These cubs have been changed. They are not Keth-Mori, as we understand the term." "But they're still your species," Dr. Chen said. "They still have all the same physical abilities. They're just using them differently." "They have been made weak by human sentiment," Kathek declared. "We will take them back to the fleet and retrain them properly." Luna stepped forward. "And if we refuse?" The question hung in the air like a bomb. By Keth-Mori law, cubs belong to the adults of their species. They had no right to refuse anything. But these cubs had been raised with human ideas about choice and freedom. "Cubs do not refuse their elders," Zektar said firmly. "Then I guess we're not regular cubs," Diana said with a smile that showed all her fangs. Kathek had heard enough. "Zektar, this is madness. They have been poisoned by human weakness. We should take them now and begin proper training immediately." "Wait," Alex said. "In Keth-Mori tradition, doesn't a cub have the right to challenge for independence when he reaches maturity?" Zektar's ears pricked forward. "You know our traditions? Dr. Chen taught us about our birth culture. I know that any Keth-Mori can earn the right to choose his own path through single combat. I also know that right extends to cubs who can prove they've reached adult status." "You would challenge me?" Zektar asked with disbelief. "If that's what it takes to protect my family and my packmates, yes." The room fell silent. John and Maria Parker looked terrified. The other human parents grabbed their adopted children protectively. The Keth-Mori commanders seemed stunned that a cub would make such a request. But Zektar smiled for the first time since arriving. "Very well. By ancient law, I accept your challenge. Single combat, tomorrow at dawn. If you win, you and your packmates choose your own path. If you lose, you all return to the fleet for proper training." Alex looked at his human parents, then at his packmates. "Deal." As the Keth-Mori commanders left the meeting room, Jake Morrison realized that everything was about to change. The cubs had spent 7 years learning human ways, but tomorrow they would have to fight like Keth-Mori to earn the right to keep being human. The question was, could someone raised with human values defeat a warrior trained for nothing but battle? The answer would determine not just the fate of 4 cubs, but the future relationship between 2 very different species. Dawn broke over New Denver Colony like a blood-red warning. In the main square, 2 circles had been drawn in the dirt according to ancient Keth-Mori tradition. One large circle for combat, one smaller circle for witnesses. Nearly every human in the colony had gathered to watch. along with dozens of Kethmori warriors who had come down from their ships. Alex Parker stood at the edge of the combat circle, wearing simple clothes that wouldn't restrict his movement. His adoptive parents stood with the other human families, their faces tight with worry. Sophie Parker held onto her mother's hand so hard her knuckles were white. Across from Alex, High Commander Zektar prepared for battle. The alien warrior had removed his armor and stood bare-chested, showing the scars of 100 fights. His claws were fully extended, gleaming like silver knives in the morning light. "Are you certain you want to do this, cub?" Zektar asked. "I have been fighting for 30 years. I have killed enemies in 1,000 battles. You are barely 12 years old." "I'm sure," Alex replied. His voice stayed calm, but his yellow eyes held a determination that surprised the watching Kethmori warriors. Elder Navigator Sekmara, the oldest warrior in the fleet, raised her voice to address the crowd. "By ancient law, this combat will determine the fate of the cubs raised by humans. If the cub Alex wins, all cubs choose their own path. If High Commander Zektar wins, all cubs return to the fleet for proper training. Combat continues until one fighter yields or dies." Dr. Lisa Chen gripped her medical kit tightly. She had spent the night studying everything she could about Kethmori anatomy and combat techniques. If Alex was seriously injured, she might be his only chance of survival. "Begin," Sekmara commanded. Zektar moved like lightning. His powerful legs launched him across the circle, claws aimed at Alex's throat. It was a classic Kethmori attack, designed to end the fight in seconds. But Alex wasn't there when the claws arrived. The cub had rolled to the side at the last possible moment, using a move that came from human martial arts rather than Kethmori combat training. Zektar's claws slashed through empty air as Alex came up behind him. Instead of counterattacking, Alex stepped back and waited. "What are you doing?" Zektar snarled. "Why did you not strike when you had the chance?" "Because I don't want to hurt you," Alex replied. "I just want you to understand." The watching Kethmori warriors muttered among themselves. This was not how combat was supposed to work. Warriors attacked until one of them fell. They didn't talk. They didn't show mercy. Zektar attacked again, this time with a series of rapid claw strikes that would have shredded a normal opponent. Alex defended himself using blocks and deflections that Dr. Chen recognized from human defensive martial arts. He was turning Zektar's attacks aside rather than meeting force with force. "Fight back, cub!" Kathek shouted from the edge of the circle. "Show some warrior pride!" But Alex had learned something different from his human family. He had learned that true strength wasn't about proving you could hurt someone. It was about protecting what mattered to you. For 15 minutes, Zektar pressed his attack. The High Commander was faster and stronger than any human, but Alex had been raised by humans who understood that speed and strength weren't everything. Every attack that Zektar launched, Alex redirected or avoided. Slowly, Zektar began to tire. His attacks became less precise. His breathing grew heavy. He had been trained to win fights quickly through overwhelming force. He didn't know how to handle an opponent who refused to engage on those terms. Alex, meanwhile, stayed calm and alert. He had learned patience from his human parents. He had learned to think several moves ahead from playing human games. He had learned to stay focused under pressure from his human teachers. "You cannot win by running away forever," Zektar gasped. "I'm not running away," Alex replied. "I'm waiting for you to understand that this doesn't have to be about one of us destroying the other." That's when Alex made his move. Dr. Chen had taught him about Kethmori anatomy, including the pressure points that could temporarily disable an opponent without causing permanent harm. As Zektar lunged forward with another claw strike, Alex stepped inside the attack and pressed 2 fingers against specific points on the commander's neck. Zektar collapsed to the ground, paralyzed but unharmed. The watching Kethmori warriors fell silent. They had never seen anything like this. Alex stood over their high commander, clearly the winner, but instead of claiming victory, he knelt down and began massaging the pressure points to restore feeling to Zektar's limbs. "What are you doing?" Zektar whispered. "Helping you up," Alex said simply. "The fight is over. Now we talk." Within minutes, feeling had returned to Zektar's arms and legs. Alex helped the commander stand, supporting his weight until Zektar was steady on his feet. Sekmara stared at the scene with ancient eyes. "In 60 years of witnessing combat, I have never seen anything like this. The cub has won, but he aids his defeated opponent. What does this mean?" Alex looked around at the crowd of humans and aliens. "It means we don't have to be enemies just because we're different. Commander Zektar is strong and brave. I respect him. But his way of being strong isn't the only way." Luna Cooper stepped forward from the edge of the circle. "Alex showed you that we haven't been made weak by human influence. We've been made different. We're still Kethmori. We still have claws and fangs and strength, but we use them to protect instead of to dominate." Max Rodriguez joined her. "We learned from humans that taking care of others makes you stronger, not weaker." Diana Foster nodded. "We learned that working together gets better results than fighting each other." Zektar looked at the 4 cubs, then at the human families who had raised them. "You defeated me without injuring me. You could have killed me easily once I was paralyzed, but instead you helped me recover. This is not weakness, but it is not traditional Kethmori behavior either." "It's human behavior," Maria Parker said from the crowd. "That's what we taught them." Kathek stepped into the circle, his claws extended. "This proves nothing. One lucky cub defeats one tired commander. Let me fight all 4 of them at once. Then we'll see how strong their human ways really are." But Sekmara held up her hand. "No. The challenge has been completed according to ancient law. The cubs have won the right to choose their path." "This is madness," Kathek protested. "These cubs have been corrupted. They will spread their weakness to other Kethmori." Alex looked at the angry sub-commander. "What if we could prove that our way isn't weakness? What if we could show you that human training makes us better warriors, not worse ones?" "How?" Zektar asked quietly. Luna stepped forward. "Give us a chance to serve. Give us a ship and a crew. Let us prove that Kethmori raised with human values can be more effective than traditional warriors." "Ridiculous," Kathek snarled. "Cubs commanding a warship. It would be destroyed in the first battle." But Sekmara was thinking. "The galaxy has changed while we search the void. New enemies have emerged. Our traditional tactics have not always been successful against them. Perhaps new approaches are needed." Zektar studied the 4 cubs who stood before him. They were clearly Kethmori in body, but their minds worked differently than any Kethmori he had ever known. They had just proven they could fight, but more importantly, they had proven they could think. "Very well," he said finally. "I will give you 1 ship and a volunteer crew. You will have 6 months to prove that your human methods have value. If you succeed, we will consider integrating some human training techniques into our military. If you fail, you submit to traditional Kethmori education." Alex looked at his packmates, then at his human family. "And if we succeed, we get to keep both parts of who we are, Kethmori and human?" "If you succeed," Zektar said, "you will have proven that strength can take many forms." As the crowd began to disperse, John and Maria Parker approached their adopted son. "Are you sure about this?" John asked. "Space is dangerous. War is dangerous." Alex hugged his human parents tightly. "You taught me that sometimes you have to take risks to protect the people you love. I love my packmates. I love this colony. I love both our species. If there's a chance to make things better for everyone, I have to try." Sophie Parker tugged on her brother's shirt. "Will you come back and visit?" Alex picked up his little sister and smiled. "Try to keep me away." As the Kethmori warriors returned to their ships and the human families went back to their homes, Dr. Chen realized that something historic had just happened. 4 alien cubs raised by humans were about to get the chance to change how 2 species understood strength, family, and what it meant to be a warrior. The real test was just beginning. 6 months later, Alex Parker stood on the bridge of the Kethmori warship, Claw of Honor. The ship was smaller than the massive fleet carriers, but it was still large enough to hold a crew of 200. Most importantly, every warrior on board had volunteered to serve under the human-raised cubs. "Wing Commander Alex," reported Luna Cooper from the communications station. "We're receiving a distress signal from the civilian station Haven Point. They're under attack by Scrix swarm forces." Alex looked at the tactical display. Haven Point was a research station with 40,000 civilians, including families and children. The Scrix swarm were biomechanical parasites that consumed technology and turned living beings into more swarm units. Traditional Kethmori strategy would involve a direct assault, accepting heavy casualties to destroy the enemy quickly. But Alex had learned different tactics from his human family and Dr. Chen's military training programs. "Max, what's our status?" Alex asked. Max Rodriguez had become the ship's chief tactical officer. His massive frame was squeezed into the bridge station, but his gentle nature made him perfect for coordinating complex operations. "We have full weapons and shields. Crew is ready for combat. But sir, if we attack the swarm directly, a lot of civilians will die in the crossfire." "Then we don't attack directly," Alex decided. "Luna, connect me to the station." The main screen showed a terrified human administrator named Director Kate Walsh. Behind her, Alex could see sparks flying from damaged equipment and hear the sounds of battle in the distance. "Director Walsh, this is Wing Commander Alex of the Kethmori vessel Claw of Honor. We're here to help." "Thank goodness," Walsh gasped. "The Scrix broke through our outer defenses 20 minutes ago. They're moving toward the civilian sections. We have thousands of people trapped in the lower levels." Alex looked at his packmates. "Diana, what do the evacuation protocols look like?" Diana Foster had become their specialist in non-combat operations, something that didn't exist in traditional Kethmori military structure. Station layout shows 12 main evacuation routes, but 7 are blocked by Scrix forces. Estimated evacuation time for remaining routes is 6 hours. We don't have that long. Alex made a decision that would have been impossible for a traditional Kethmori commander. "We're going to save the civilians first, then deal with the Scrix. Luna, coordinate with the station's AI to identify safe evacuation routes. Max, I want teams standing by to beam down and escort civilians to safety. Diana, work with their medical staff to set up emergency treatment areas." Sub-Commander Veltak, one of the Kethmori officers who had volunteered for the mission, stepped forward. "Wing Commander, this is not proper military procedure. We should attack the enemy directly and worry about civilians after victory is achieved." "The civilians are why we're fighting," Alex replied firmly. "What good is victory if everyone we're trying to protect is dead?" For the next 3 hours, the Claw of Honor conducted an operation unlike anything in Kethmori military history. While Max coordinated small strike teams that kept the Scrix forces busy, Luna worked with the station's computers to map out safe corridors. Diana led medical teams that treated wounded civilians and helped families find each other. Alex himself beamed down with the first rescue team. His enhanced senses allowed him to navigate the damaged station in complete darkness. His strength let him move debris that would have trapped rescue workers. But most importantly, his human-learned communication skills helped calm terrified civilians who had never seen a Kethmori before. "It's okay," Alex told a group of children hiding in a storage room. "I know I look scary, but I'm here to help. My name is Alex, and I'm going to get you back to your families." The children stared up at the 7-foot-tall alien warrior with claws and fangs. Then the oldest, a girl about Sophie's age, stepped forward. "Are you like the good guys in the stories?" she asked. Alex smiled, remembering all the bedtime stories his human parents had read to him. "Yeah, I'm like the good guys. Now let's go home." By the time the civilian evacuation was complete, the Skrix had consolidated their forces in the station's main reactor core. Traditional tactics would require a frontal assault that would probably destroy the entire station. But Alex had learned something from human military history that traditional Keth Mori tactics didn't include: the value of intelligence and strategic thinking over pure aggression. "Luna, can you interface with the station's manufacturing systems?" "Yes, sir. They have industrial fabricators in the lower sections." "Good. I want you to program them to produce specific items." Alex outlined his plan to his packmates and officers. What he described would have been considered cowardice by traditional Keth Mori standards, but his human-raised team understood immediately. Instead of charging the Skrix directly, they used the station's own manufacturing systems to create thousands of small devices that emitted frequencies painful to Skrix nervous systems. While the swarm creatures writhed in agony, Max's teams moved in with non-lethal capture equipment that Luna had designed based on human pest control technology. The battle was over in 30 minutes with 0 civilian casualties and minimal damage to the station. More importantly, the captured Skrix units provided valuable intelligence about swarm behavior and weaknesses. Director Walsh met Alex in the station's main docking bay as the Keth Mori teams prepared to leave. "I don't know how to thank you. We've dealt with Keth Mori forces before, but never like this. Usually they save people by killing everything that threatens them. You actually saved people." "That's what we learned from humans," Alex replied. "Sometimes the best way to win is to make sure nobody loses." 3 months later, Alex stood before the assembled Keth Mori High Command aboard the flagship Bone Render. The 4 packmates had been called back to report on their experimental mission. The conference room was filled with the most senior military leaders of their species. High Commander Zektar reviewed the mission reports displayed on the main screen. "In 9 months of operations, your unit has responded to 17 emergency situations. In every case, civilian casualties were below 5%. Friendly casualties were below 2%. Enemy forces captured for intelligence purposes increased by 400% over traditional methods." Sub-Commander Kathek, who had opposed the experiment from the beginning, stood up. "These numbers are impossible. No military unit achieves results like these." "No traditional military unit," corrected Elder Navigator Sekamara. "But these cubs have shown us something new. They fight not just to defeat enemies, but to protect the innocent. Their human training has made them more effective, not less." Alex stepped forward. "High Commander, we request permission to expand the program. Other young Keth Mori want to train with human families. And humans want to learn from us too. Captain Morrison on New Denver has asked if we can set up an exchange program." Zektar looked around the room at his senior officers. "Opinion?" Commander Thelvar, a veteran of 50 campaigns, spoke first. "I have reviewed the tactical recordings. Their methods are unorthodox but effective. More importantly, other species have begun requesting Keth Mori assistance specifically because they know these units will protect civilians." "For the first time in our history," added Navigator Sekmara, "other species see us as protectors rather than conquerors. This opens diplomatic possibilities that pure military might never could." Kathek was the last holdout. "And what happens to our warrior traditions? What happens to the strength that has kept our species alive for 10,000 years?" Luna stepped forward. "We're still warriors. We're just warriors with a different definition of strength. We protect the weak instead of culling them. We build alliances instead of demanding submission. We use our minds as much as our claws." Max nodded. "And we're happier this way. Traditional Keth Mori live in constant competition with each other. We live in cooperation with our pack and our allies. We're stronger together than we ever could be alone. Diana added, "The galaxy is changing. New threats require new solutions. Our human training has taught us to adapt instead of just applying more force to every problem." Zektar was quiet for a long time. Finally, he made his decision. The exchange program is approved. Young Keth Mori who wish to train with human families may do so. Humans who wish to serve alongside Keth Mori forces may apply for positions. We will create new military units that combine the best of both approaches. Alex felt a wave of relief and joy. "Thank you, High Commander. You won't regret this decision." "I know I won't," Zektar replied, "because you four have already proven that strength can take many forms. You've shown us that our species can become something greater than it was." 6 months later, Alex stood on the observation deck of New Denver Colony, watching ships arrive from across the galaxy. Young Keth Mori came to live with human families and learn about cooperation and protection. Human volunteers joined mixed crews to learn about honor and dedication from their alien partners. Sophie Parker, now 9 years old, tugged on her brother's sleeve. "Alex, look, there's another ship landing. Do you think it has more of your people who want to learn our way?" Alex smiled and picked up his little sister. "Maybe. Or maybe it has humans who want to learn from us. Either way, it means more families are about to get bigger." Dr. Chen approached them, carrying a data pad filled with reports from the mixed units now operating across the galaxy. "Alex, I wanted you to see this. The new Keth Mori human teams have the highest success rates and lowest casualty counts of any military units in galactic history. What you started here has changed how everyone thinks about cooperation and strength." Alex looked out at the stars, thinking about all the families that had formed across the galaxy because 4 alien cubs had been raised with human love. "Dr. Chen, do you think we did the right thing?" "Alex," she replied, "I think you proved that the most important thing humans can teach isn't how to fight or how to build ships or even how to survive. The most important thing we can teach is how to care about each other." And that lesson just made the whole galaxy a better place. As the sun set over New Denver Colony, Alex Parker stood with his human family and watched more ships arrive, carrying young beings ready to learn that strength and kindness weren't opposites, but partners. The experiment that began with desperate aliens asking humans to babysit had become something that changed the galaxy forever. The Cubs had returned commanding entire war wings, but more importantly, they had returned with proof that love was the strongest force in the universe.
The recruitment office smelled like disinfectant and broken dreams. Ryan Walsh sat in the plastic chair, filling out forms that asked questions he didn't understand. Military service record average. Combat experience basic. Special skills. Can open pickle jars without tools. He wasn't sure if that last one was relevant, but the form had a lot of blank spaces. Next, the voice belonged to a tired-looking woman behind bulletproof glass. Ryan approached with his paperwork. "I'm here about the special assignment posting," he said, sliding the forms through the slot. She looked at his file, then at him, then back at the file. "You understand this is for the Galactic Defense Coalition Exchange Program?" "Yeah, it said interesting assignment and travel opportunities. I've been stuck at the same base for 3 years. Mr. Walsh, this program involves training with alien species on what they classify as an extreme survival world. Most applicants require advanced psychological screening and enhanced physical conditioning." Ryan shrugged. "I went camping in Alaska last winter."
"How bad could it be?"
The woman stared at him for a long moment, then stamped his forms. "Report to Transport Bay 7 tomorrow at Oro 600. Don't blame me if you come back in a box." 3 months later, Ryan found himself on a transport ship that looked like someone had crossed a submarine with a luxury hotel. His fellow passengers were nothing like the aliens he'd seen in movies. They were real, breathing beings with their own mannerisms and habits. Commander Thal was a 7-foot-tall reptilian creature who never seemed to blink. His scales shifted color slightly when he was thinking, which was most of the time. He wore a uniform that looked like it cost more than Ryan's annual. salary, and carried himself like someone who had never been wrong about anything important. Dr. Finn resembled a dolphin that had learned to walk upright and wear clothes. She spoke through a translation device that made everything sound slightly underwater. Her specialty was xenobiology, and she had spent the last 50 years studying survival techniques across 12 different planetary environments. Captain Vor looked like a praying mantis crossed with a bodybuilder. His forearms moved independently, and his compound eyes could apparently see in 17 different spectrums of light. He had won something called the Mantari War Games 5 times running, and had never lost a single soldier under his command. Lieutenant Kim was the strangest of all. She appeared to be made of living crystal that refracted light in impossible ways. When she moved, she chimed softly like wind through glass tubes. Her people, the Solari, were known throughout the galaxy as master tacticians who could calculate battlefield probabilities in real time. Then there was Ryan. Human. Brown hair, brown eyes, average height, slightly out of regulation on his last fitness test. He had joined the Marines because college was expensive, and his recruiter had promised he'd see the world. Technically, he supposed this counted. "Tell me, Human Ryan," Commander Thal said during their first group meeting. "What survival training has your species provided for this mission?" "Standard stuff," Ryan replied. "Basic wilderness survival, cold weather training, desert operations. Did a course on edible plants once." The other species exchanged looks that didn't require translation. Dr. Finn made a note on her data pad that sounded distinctly concerned. "Perhaps you misunderstand the nature of our destination," Captain Vor said, his translator giving his voice a metallic edge. "Mortis 7 is classified as a Class 9 death world. The gravity alone will crush most biological forms. The atmosphere requires specialized breathing apparatus. The local fauna are uniformly predatory and highly aggressive. And that's just the first day," Lieutenant Kim added, her crystalline voice tinkling with what might have been amusement. "The weather patterns include acid precipitation, electrical storms that can fry most technology, and temperature swings that have been known to shatter military-grade equipment." Ryan nodded thoughtfully. "Sounds like camping in Scotland, I beg your pardon." Dr. Finn leaned forward, her translation device humming with confusion. "Scottish Highlands. Went there on leave once. Rained sideways for 3 days straight. Couldn't start a fire. And something that might have been a sheep kept trying to eat my tent. This sounds similar, but with better weather reports." Commander Thal's scales shifted to a deep purple color. "Human Ryan, I believe you do not fully comprehend the severity of our situation. Mortis 7 has a mortality rate of 47% for fully equipped, technologically enhanced military personnel." "That's better than the highway I grew up on," Ryan said cheerfully. "What's the food situation like?" The question seemed to break something in the group dynamic. Captain Vor's forearms gestured, and what Ryan was learning meant either extreme agitation or the insect equivalent of throwing hands in the air. Dr. Finn made several more concerned notes. Lieutenant Kim's crystalline structure dimmed noticeably. "The food situation," Commander Thal said slowly, "is that most organic matter on Mortis 7 is either poisonous, carnivorous, or both. Standard protocol requires sealed nutrition packets and purified water supplies." "Right, so like MREs, but probably better tasting," Ryan said. "Do they have hot sauce in space? Because I packed some, but I wasn't sure about customs regulations for interplanetary travel." "Hot sauce?" Dr. Finn's translation device made a sound like a confused whale. "Spicy food enhancer. Makes everything taste better. Pretty standard human thing." The meeting devolved from there. Ryan found himself answering increasingly detailed questions about human dietary habits, environmental tolerances, and survival instincts. Each answer seemed to make his fellow trainees more concerned rather than less. "Let me understand this correctly," Lieutenant Kim said finally, her crystal form now barely glowing. "Your species regularly consumes plants that cause physical pain for pleasure?" "Hot peppers, yeah. Some people compete to see who can eat the spiciest ones. It's fun." "And you intentionally expose yourselves to extreme temperatures for recreation? Saunas, ice fishing, desert hiking. Builds character. And you consider it normal to coexist with predatory animals? Dogs are descended from wolves, cats are just small tigers, and my neighbor has a pet snake. Pretty standard stuff." Commander Thal's scales had gone through several color changes and settled on a sickly yellow-green. "Perhaps we should review the mission parameters once more." But Ryan was already thinking about other things. He wondered if the space food would be any good, whether the gravity would help or hurt his bad knee, and if anyone had remembered to pack playing cards for the downtime. This was shaping up to be the most interesting assignment he'd ever had. The transport ship hummed quietly through space, carrying them toward Mortis 7 in what the galaxy considered the ultimate test of survival. Ryan Walsh, completely unaware that he was about to redefine several species' understanding of the word dangerous, settled in for the journey and wondered if anyone would mind if he made some coffee. The landing shuttle shook like a paint mixer full of rocks. Through the small porthole, Ryan could see Mortis 7 growing larger. Its surface a swirling mass of angry clouds, jagged mountains, and what looked like several different weather systems having a fight. Lightning crackled between the clouds in colors that hurt to look at directly. Final approach to Surface Base Alpha, the pilot announced through the intercom. His voice carried the tone of someone who had made this trip many times and never gotten used to it. All personnel prepare for hostile environment protocols. Around him, Ryan's fellow trainees were going through pre-landing checklists that looked more complicated than launching a space shuttle. Commander Thal was sealing himself into what appeared to be a full environmental suit with its own life support system. Dr. Finn was testing a breathing apparatus that covered most of her head and made her look like a deep-sea diver. Captain Vore was strapping on an exoskeleton that doubled his already impressive size, while Lieutenant Kim had activated some kind of energy shield that made the air around her shimmer like heat waves. Ryan checked his own gear: standard issue uniform, combat boots, and a backpack containing basic supplies. He had left most of his heavy equipment in storage, figuring he could always get it later if needed. Human Ryan, Commander Thal's voice came through his suit's external speakers. Where is your environmental protection? I've got a jacket, Ryan said, patting his backpack. Weather report said it might rain. The rain is sulfuric acid. Oh. Ryan considered this. Is it strong acid or just sort of acidic? Because I worked at a battery factory one summer and you get used to it. The shuttle touched down with a thud that rattled everyone's teeth. Through the porthole, Ryan could see the surface of Mortis 7 for the first time. It looked like someone had taken all the worst parts of every hostile environment on Earth and mixed them together, with a few things that Earth had been lucky enough to avoid. The gravity hit him the moment the airlock opened. It felt like someone had filled his backpack with bowling balls, but it wasn't unbearable. Heavy, sure, but he'd carried heavier loads during training exercises. The air tasted metallic and sharp like breathing in a thunderstorm, but his lungs adapted after a few breaths. Around him, his fellow trainees were struggling. Commander Thal's powered suit whined under the increased gravity load. Dr. Finn was breathing heavily through her apparatus, and even with mechanical assistance, each step looked like an effort. Captain Vore's exoskeleton was handling the gravity, but Ryan could see stress fractures already forming in the metal joints. Lieutenant Kim's energy shield flickered occasionally, and her crystal form seemed dimmer than usual. The base camp looked like a military installation designed by someone who expected to be attacked by the planet itself. Everything was reinforced, sealed, and built to withstand impacts that would level a normal building. Warning signs covered every surface, written in 12 different languages and 3 different mathematical systems. "Welcome to hell," muttered the base commander, a grizzled veteran from the Draknari military. "I'm Colonel Reeves. I've been running this nightmare for 6 months, and I've seen things that would make a combat medic quit and become a florist." He led them through the orientation briefing, which was less of a briefing and more of a very long list of things that could kill them. The local fauna included pack hunting plants, predators that could phase through solid matter, insects the size of small aircraft, and something called a phase bear that could apparently teleport and had a taste for anything that moved. "The weather is equally hostile," Colonel Reeves continued. "Acid rain every Tuesday and Friday, electrical storms that can fry any unshielded electronics, temperature swings from -40 to +60 degrees Celsius sometimes within the same hour, and wind patterns that include actual tornadoes made of superheated plasma." Commander Thal's scales had gone a color that Ryan was learning meant deeply concerned. Dr. Finn was taking notes so rapidly that her datapad was smoking. Captain Vore had stopped moving entirely except for the occasional twitch of his antennae. Lieutenant Kim's crystal form was now barely visible, as if she was trying to fade out of existence entirely. "Questions?" Colonel Reeves asked. Ryan raised his hand. Is there a cafeteria? And do you happen to have any hot sauce? The silence that followed was the kind of silence that usually preceded either laughter or violence. Colonel Reeves stared at him for a long moment, then checked his data pad. "You're the human," he said finally. "That's me. Son, the cafeteria is in Building C, but I should warn you that the food is designed for maximum nutrition and minimum taste. As for hot sauce," he paused, looking thoughtful. "Actually, yes. The previous human left behind a bottle of something called Carolina Reaper sauce, with a note saying it might be useful for equipment maintenance." "Perfect," Ryan said cheerfully. "When do we start the fun stuff?" "Fun stuff?" Colonel Reeves repeated the words like they were in a foreign language. "Son, this is survival training. The objective is to not die." "Right, but what do we do for fun when we're not trying to not die?" The question seemed to break something fundamental in the room's atmosphere. Ryan noticed that his fellow trainees were all staring at him, with expressions that ranged from horror to fascination. Colonel Reeves made a note on his data pad that looked distinctly medical in nature. "Let's start with a basic perimeter walk," the colonel said finally, "just to get everyone acclimated to the environment." The perimeter walk was where things got interesting. The moment they stepped outside the base's protective barriers, Mortis 7 made its intentions clear. The air itself seemed hungry, carrying sounds that suggested large, unfriendly things moving just out of sight. The ground was uneven and treacherous, with patches that looked solid, but gave way to reveal pits lined with something that moved and glistened unpleasantly. Commander Thal's environmental suit was working overtime, its air scrubbers running constantly and its radiation detectors clicking like an angry insect. Dr. Finn's breathing apparatus fogged up regularly, forcing her to stop and clear it. Captain Vor's exoskeleton was making concerning mechanical noises, and Lieutenant Kem's energy shield was flickering more frequently. Ryan, meanwhile, was looking around with the expression of someone seeing a new neighborhood for the first time. He had unzipped his jacket because the air felt pleasantly cool, and he was walking with the easy gait of someone taking a casual stroll. "The flora here is particularly aggressive," Colonel Reeves explained, pointing to what looked like a normal patch of grass. "Those are razor grass. Each blade can cut through military-grade body armor." "Neat," Ryan said, kneeling down to get a closer look. "It's like nature's version of a lawnmower blade." "Don't touch it," 3 voices shouted at once. "Oh, right." Ryan stood up, brushing off his knees. "Good thing I didn't lean on it." A sound like a steam engine mixed with a chainsaw echoed from the nearby tree line. Colonel Reeves immediately gestured for everyone to freeze. "Phased bear," he whispered. "Nobody move. They hunt by detecting motion and thermal signatures." Everyone went completely still. Ryan could hear his fellow trainees' breathing apparatus and mechanical systems running at minimum power. The sound grew closer, accompanied by the unmistakable noise of something very large moving through vegetation that was fighting back. Ryan stood perfectly still for about 30 seconds, then turned his head slightly to get a better look at whatever was making the noise. "I said don't move," Colonel Reeves hissed. "Sorry," Ryan whispered back. "I've just never seen a phase bear before." "Do they actually phase, or is it more like camouflage?" The question was answered when a creature the size of a small truck materialized 20 feet away, apparently having teleported from somewhere else entirely. It looked like someone had crossed a grizzly bear with a pile of living shadow and given it too many teeth. Its eyes were the color of fresh blood, and when it opened its mouth, reality seemed to bend slightly around its fangs. Ryan's fellow trainees collectively stopped breathing. Several pieces of equipment shut down entirely rather than risk making noise. "Wow," Ryan said in what he probably thought was a whisper, but was actually audible to everyone present. "That's actually pretty cool. Does it hunt in packs, or is it more of a solitary predator?" The phase bear turned its attention directly to Ryan, tilted its massive head, and made a sound like a question mark carved out of nightmares. Ryan waved. 2 weeks into the training program, Colonel Reeves had developed a nervous twitch in his left eye and had started requesting additional psychiatric support staff. The official incident reports were stacking up like cordwood, each one stranger than the last. Day 3 had involved crossing what the locals called the Singing Valley, where the ground was riddled with gas pockets that exploded randomly with enough force to launch a person into orbit. Standard protocol required full bomb disposal suits, seismic detectors, and a minimum team of 12 specialists with emergency medical support on standby. "Commander, Thal had needed 3 days to recalibrate his environmental suit after the gas explosions kept triggering his emergency protocols. Dr. Finn had suffered what her species considered a minor nervous breakdown when her seismic detector started reading like a disco ball. Captain Vor's exoskeleton had been repaired 4 times, and Lieutenant Kem had requested to be transferred to a different galaxy entirely. Ryan had packed a lunch. "The key is to listen to the ground," he had explained while the others prepared their equipment. "It makes different sounds before it explodes. Sort of like how ice creaks before it breaks, but with more sulfur." He had walked across the valley eating a peanut butter sandwich, pausing occasionally to change direction when the ground made what he described as grumpy noises. Behind him, the full military expedition had followed his path exactly, their equipment useless compared to what Ryan called paying attention. Day 7 had been the forest of aggressive trees, where the local plant life had evolved past photosynthesis and into active predation. The trees could move their branches fast enough to impale passing creatures, and the undergrowth was collectively hostile in ways that violated several laws of botany. The standard approach required flame units, chainsaw teams, and enough firepower to level a small city. What they got instead was Ryan asking if anyone had a pocket knife he could borrow. "I just want to get a cutting from that one," he had said, pointing to a tree that was actively trying to stab a passing bird. "It would look great in my apartment back home." When Dr. Finn had explained that the tree was trying to kill the bird, Ryan had nodded thoughtfully and said that his grandmother had roses that were similarly aggressive, and you just had to show them who was boss. He had walked into the forest like he was visiting a public park. The trees had attacked him exactly once, received what could only be described as a very firm talking to, and had then left him alone for the rest of the expedition. He had emerged 3 hours later with several plant cuttings, a pocket full of interesting seeds, and a detailed mental map of the safest paths through the forest. By day 10, the other trainees had started following Ryan around like ducklings, not because they trusted his judgment, but because staying near him seemed to be the only way to avoid having the planet actively try to murder them. "I don't understand it," Dr. Finn confided to her personal log. "Human Ryan approaches every lethal scenario as if it were a minor inconvenience. Yesterday, when we encountered the electric eels in the Screaming River, he asked if anyone had brought fishing line. The Screaming River had been the worst challenge yet. The water was home to creatures that looked like electric eels but were the size of subway trains, and generated enough electricity to power a small city. The current was strong enough to sweep away a tank. The water was acidic enough to dissolve most metals, and the whole river screamed constantly with the voices of everything that had ever died in it. Standard crossing procedure required a portable bridge, full electrical insulation suits, and a support team with emergency medical facilities. The operation typically took 6 hours and had a 15% casualty rate even under ideal conditions. Ryan had looked at the river for approximately 30 seconds, then started taking off his boots. "What are you doing?" Commander Thal had asked, his scales now permanently stuck on the color that meant impending doom. "Going for a swim," Ryan had replied. "Water looks fine. Bit noisy, but I grew up near a highway. The water will dissolve you." "Nah, it's not that acidic. See how it's not eating through the rocks on the shore? That means it's probably just mildly corrosive. Like swimming in a chlorinated pool but with more screaming. The eels will electrocute you. Only if I bother them. Electric eels back home are pretty chill if you don't go grabbing at them. These aren't normal electric eels." "Sure they are. Just bigger. Probably means they're older and more experienced, so they'll be smarter about avoiding unnecessary conflict." Ryan had waded into the water while his fellow trainees watched in horror. The massive electric eels had surfaced to investigate, taken one look at him, and apparently decided he wasn't worth the effort. He had swum across the river in a leisurely breaststroke, pausing in the middle to wave at his teammates and point out what he thought might be interesting fish. The return trip had been even worse for everyone's nerves. Ryan had convinced one of the giant eels to give him a ride by offering it part of his energy bar. He had arrived at the far shore sitting on the back of a creature that could have powered half the galaxy, scratching it behind what might have been ears and discussing the river's ecosystem with the air of someone giving a nature documentary. "The screaming is just acoustics," he had explained when he rejoined the group. "All that electrical activity creates vibrations in the water, and the rock formations amplify them. It's actually pretty interesting from an engineering perspective." By day 14, Colonel Reeves had started sending daily reports to Galactic Command that read less like military assessments and more like appeals for psychiatric intervention. Request immediate consultation with xenopsychology specialists, he had written. Human subject continues to treat Class 9 Death World environment as recreational opportunity. Yesterday observed subject attempting to domesticate local predator species. When questioned, subject stated he was making friends with the neighborhood. Recommend full psychological evaluation of entire human species. The psychological evaluation had arrived in the form of Dr. Marina Santos, a human psychiatrist who had been hastily recruited from Earth's United Nations liaison office. She had stepped off the transport shuttle, taken one look around Mortis 7, and made the same comment that was becoming depressingly familiar. "Oh, good," she had said, shouldering her backpack. "It's not as bad as I thought it would be." Colonel Reeves had stared at her for a long moment, then updated his report to Galactic Command. Require immediate extraction. All human personnel display identical pathological lack of self-preservation instincts. Recommend reclassification of human homeworld pending further investigation. But the training program continued. Because somewhere in the galaxy, the Void Swarm was still a threat, and the Galactic Defense Coalition still needed soldiers who could function in impossible environments. What they were discovering was that they already had them. They just hadn't realized that the humans they'd been dismissing as a minor species had evolved on a planet that made Mortis 7 look like a vacation resort. Ryan Walsh, completely unaware that he was in the process of redefining galactic understanding of survival training, was sitting by the campfire he'd built using local materials, roasting something that looked like a cross between a fish and a small dragon, and planning tomorrow's activities. "I heard there's a volcano about 50 miles north," he mentioned to Dr. Santos. "Want to go check it out? I've never seen an alien volcano before." Dr. Santos, who had spent the day cataloging the various ways that Mortis 7 could kill its inhabitants, looked up from her notes. "Is it active?" "Yeah, that's what makes it interesting." She made another note in her file. This one about the apparent human instinct to seek out additional danger when the current environment wasn't quite challenging enough. Somewhere in the distance, a pack of phase bears howled in harmony with what sounded like a tornado made of electricity. Ryan looked up hopefully. "Oh good," he said. "Sounds like the weather's getting interesting." Murder Canyon earned its name the old-fashioned way, by murdering things. Located in the northern quadrant of Mortis 7, it represented everything hostile about the planet concentrated into one convenient location. The rocks were carnivorous, the air was poisonous, and the local ecosystem had evolved beyond normal predator-prey relationships into something that could only be described as competitive homicide. "This is the final examination," Colonel Reeves announced to the assembled trainees. His nervous twitch had progressed to involve both eyes and most of his left cheek. 72 hours, minimal equipment, individual survival exercise. If you complete this, you graduate from the program. The equipment allowance was deliberately sparse: basic shelter materials, 3 days of emergency rations, a water purification device, and one personal item of their choosing. Standard military doctrine suggested that anyone attempting Murder Canyon should have a full support team, satellite communication, and emergency extraction capabilities on standby. Commander Thal had chosen a military-grade survival beacon as his personal item. His scales had achieved a color that didn't exist in any known spectrum and seemed to hurt people's eyes when they looked directly at it. Dr. Finn had selected an emergency medical kit and was breathing so rapidly through her apparatus that she was fogging up the inside of her helmet. Captain Vor's personal item was a portable weapons array, and his forearms were twitching independently in what his species considered a sign of extreme agitation. Lieutenant Kem had gone almost completely transparent and was humming at a frequency that made nearby equipment malfunction. Ryan had brought a fishing rod. "Human Ryan," Dr. Santos said. "Are you certain that's your best choice for survival equipment?" "Well, the briefing mentioned there was a stream running through the canyon," Ryan replied, checking his tackle box. "Figured I might as well try the local fishing while I'm there. Plus, if the water's clean enough for fish, it's probably safe to drink." Dr. Santos made a note that looked increasingly concerned. She had spent 3 weeks on Mortis 7 conducting psychological evaluations, and her preliminary report to Earth contained phrases like, possible evolutionary divergence, and recommend immediate anthropological study of human development patterns. The stream in Murder Canyon isn't water, Colonel Reeves said. It's liquid mercury mixed with dissolved uranium and what our scientists believe might be liquefied malice. Oh, Ryan considered this. Well, the fishing rod's still useful. Good for reaching things you don't want to touch directly. The drop-off point was a plateau overlooking Murder Canyon that offered an excellent view of why the place had such a terrible reputation. The canyon walls were lined with stone formations that moved when nobody was looking directly at them. The bottom was shrouded in mist that periodically screamed. The sky above the canyon was a different color than the sky everywhere else, suggesting that local atmospheric conditions had given up on physics entirely. Individual drops will be made at random locations throughout the canyon, Colonel Reeves explained. Your objective is simple: survive until pickup. Do not attempt to contact each other. Do not attempt to leave the canyon boundaries. Do not attempt to feed or domesticate the local wildlife. The last instruction was delivered while looking directly at Ryan, who seemed disappointed. Commander Thal went first, his environmental suit already running diagnostics that suggested imminent system failure. His drop pod disappeared into the mist with a sound like screaming metal. Dr. Finn followed, her breathing apparatus working overtime, and her medical training apparently warring with her survival instincts. Her pod vanished with what might have been a whimper. Captain Vor's descent was accompanied by the sound of his weapons array charging up, preparing for immediate combat. His pod hit the canyon floor with a thud that echoed off the carnivorous rocks. Lieutenant Kem's pod simply faded from view as it descended, her crystalline form apparently trying to phase out of existence entirely. Last drop, Colonel Reeves announced, trying not to look at Ryan directly.
Any final questions?
Yeah, Ryan said, settling into his pod with his fishing rod and backpack. What's the local time zone down there? I want to make sure I'm up early enough to catch the sunrise, sire. Pod door sealed with a hiss that sounded distinctly like a sigh. Murder Canyon was everything the reputation suggested, and several things it didn't. The moment Ryan's pod touched down, the local environment began what could only be described as an aggressive welcome committee. The ground beneath his feet was warm and seemed to pulse with a heartbeat. The air tasted like copper pennies and existential dread. Something that might have been wind carried sounds that suggested the canyon was having a conversation with itself in a language made entirely of threats. Ryan looked around with the expression of someone seeing their vacation rental for the first time. It wasn't exactly what he'd expected, but it had character. The first order of business was shelter. The pod was designed to serve as temporary housing, but Ryan could see that the local rocks were already eyeing it with what appeared to be appetite. Better to establish a more permanent base before things got weird. He found a spot near what the briefing materials had optimistically called a stream. The liquid flowing through it was indeed mercury-based, but it was also flowing, which meant it was probably following some kind of natural course. In Ryan's experience, natural water sources were usually associated with other useful things, even if the water itself wasn't immediately drinkable. The fishing rod turned out to be immediately useful, not for fishing but for testing things before touching them directly. The local rocks were indeed carnivorous, but they were also slow and appeared to have poor eyesight. As long as he moved predictably and didn't act like prey, they seemed content to ignore him. Setting up camp took about an hour. Ryan had learned to build shelters in environments that ranged from Arctic tundra to desert sand, and Murder Canyon was just another variation on the theme. The key was working with the environment rather than against it, and finding ways to make the local hostility work in your favor. The carnivorous rocks, for example, made excellent perimeter security. Anything trying to sneak up on his campsite would have to get past them first, and they were apparently territorial enough to attack other predators. The screaming mist provided excellent camouflage and background noise. The strange gravitational anomalies in certain parts of the canyon could be used for water collection if you knew where to place your containers. By sunset, Ryan had a functioning campsite, a reliable source of filtered water, and a basic understanding of the local predator patterns. He had also discovered that the liquefied malice in the stream was an excellent insect repellent when used in small quantities. Meanwhile, his fellow trainees were discovering that Murder Canyon had earned its reputation through dedicated effort. Commander Thal's environmental suit had suffered a complete breakdown within the first 6 hours. His emergency beacon was functioning, but the canyon's electromagnetic field was scrambling his signal into what sounded like a distress call, sung in 3-part harmony by a choir of dying robots. He had barricaded himself inside his drop pod and was rationing his emergency air supply while hallucinating conversations with his childhood imaginary friends. Dr. Finn's breathing apparatus had clogged with something that might have been pollen but moved, like it had opinions about the situation. She was experiencing what her species considered a complete psychological breakdown, compounded by the fact that her medical training kept trying to diagnose her own symptoms, while her survival instincts suggested that running away screaming might be the best available option. Captain 4 had engaged his weapons array against what he perceived as multiple hostile contacts, only to discover that he was fighting his own shadow, as interpreted by the canyon's unusual lighting conditions. His exoskeleton was running low on power. His ammunition was depleted, and he was beginning to suspect that the canyon was personally offended by his presence. Lieutenant Kem had achieved complete transparency and was communicating only in frequencies that caused mild headaches in anyone who tried to listen. Her tactical analysis capabilities had completely overloaded when presented with an environment where the normal rules of cause and effect were apparently optional. Ryan, unaware that his fellow trainees were experiencing various forms of survival-induced madness, was enjoying the most peaceful evening he'd had since arriving on Mortis 7. The local wildlife was certainly unusual, but it followed predictable patterns once you figured out the rules. The canyon's acoustic properties were actually quite pleasant once you got used to them, creating a natural sound system that was almost musical. He had caught something for dinner using his fishing rod and a piece of his emergency rations as bait. The creature looked like a cross between a trout and a small dragon, but it tasted like chicken and had no apparent interest in eating him back. The cooking fire was built using materials that burned with colors not found in any normal spectrum, but they produced good heat and kept the local scavengers at a respectful distance. As night fell over Murder Canyon, Ryan Walsh sat by his impossible campfire, writing in the journal he'd brought along to document his experiences. The entry for day 1 read, "Interesting local geology. Fishing is good. Should have brought marshmallows." Somewhere in the darkness, something howled with the voice of crystallized despair. Ryan looked up hopefully, wondering if it might be friendly. The emergency extraction call came at 0300 hours, 47 hours into what was supposed to be a 72-hour exercise. Colonel Reeves received it while staring at biometric readouts that suggested his trainees were either dead, insane, or had somehow transcended the normal boundaries of biological existence. Commander Thal's vital signs showed stress patterns that exceeded his species' known physiological limits. His heart rate had achieved frequencies typically associated with hummingbirds, and his brain activity suggested he was experiencing either enlightenment or a complete psychological break, possibly both. Dr. Finn's readings indicated that she had stopped breathing in any recognizable pattern and was instead producing what could only be described as aquatic sobbing sounds. Her stress hormones were at levels that should have been lethal, and her body temperature kept fluctuating between hypothermia and fever. Captain Vor's exoskeleton was transmitting error messages in 17 different languages, including 3 that his species had never encountered before. His biological signs suggested he was fighting a war against an enemy that existed entirely in his own mind, and losing badly. Lieutenant Kem had stopped registering on most sensors entirely. The few readings they could get suggested she had achieved a quantum state that allowed her to exist in multiple locations simultaneously, none of which appeared to be entirely in the same reality as everyone else. Then there was Ryan Walsh. His biometric readings showed that he was asleep. Not just asleep, but sleeping deeply and peacefully, with vital signs that suggested he was more relaxed than he had been at any point since arriving on Mortis 7. His stress hormones were at baseline levels. His heart rate was consistent with someone taking a pleasant nap. His brain activity indicated he was probably dreaming about something enjoyable. "Sir," the medical technician said, checking his instruments for the 3rd time, "I think there might be an error in the human's monitoring equipment." "What kind of error?" Colonel Reeves asked. though he was beginning to suspect the error was in their understanding of humans rather than their equipment. According to these readings, human Ryan's stress levels have been decreasing steadily since the exercise began. His body temperature is stable, his breathing is regular, and his brain chemistry suggests he's having fun. The extraction team found Commander Thal curled up in his drop pod, having constructed what appeared to be a religious shrine to his environmental suit's air recycling system. He was speaking in tongues and had covered the walls with mathematical equations that, when viewed from the right angle, might have been either profound insights into the nature of reality or really elaborate doodles. Dr. Finn was discovered attempting to perform surgery on a rock formation that she had convinced herself was a patient. Her medical training had collided with her survival instincts in ways that violated several principles of both medicine and physics. She was treating the rock for conditions that didn't exist while simultaneously trying to hide from her own medical equipment. Captain Vor was engaged in hand-to-hand combat with a shadow that moved independently of any light source. His forearms were moving in patterns that would have been impressive if there had been an actual opponent present. He had apparently defeated several other shadows earlier in the fight, based on his victory dances and the dramatic poses he struck between combat rounds. Lieutenant Kem was found in a state that could only be described as aggressively not present. She was visible but existed in a constant state of about to disappear, communicating only through color changes that induced mild seizures in anyone who looked directly at her. Her tactical assessments of the situation were being transmitted in mathematical formulas that described impossible geometries. Ryan was discovered sitting by a campfire that shouldn't have been possible, cooking breakfast and watching the sunrise. His camp was organized, clean, and appeared to be operating under different physical laws than the rest of Murder Canyon. The carnivorous rocks in his immediate vicinity had arranged themselves into what looked suspiciously like garden decorations. "Morning," he said cheerfully as the extraction team approached. "Perfect timing. I was just making coffee. Anyone want some?" The extraction team, all of whom were wearing full hazmat suits and carrying enough firepower to level a small building, stared at him for a long moment. "Sir," the team leader said carefully, "are you aware that you've been alone in Murder Canyon for 47 hours? Yeah, it's been great. Really peaceful once you get used to the local customs. Did you know the screaming mist is actually just thermal vents? Makes a sound like wind chimes if you listen to it right. Sir, this environment is classified as lethally hostile to all known forms of life. Well, sure, if you fight it, but most places are dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. This is just more honest about it than most." The psychological evaluation that followed was conducted by Dr. Santos, 3 xenopsychology specialists, a combat stress expert, and someone whose job title was apparently theoretical survival consultant. Ryan sat in the interview room, drinking coffee and answering questions with the air of someone discussing a pleasant vacation. "Ryan," Dr. Santos began, "can you describe your experience in Murder Canyon?" "Sure. Good fishing, interesting wildlife, excellent acoustics. The gravitational anomalies took some getting used to, but once you figure out the pattern, they're actually pretty useful. Oh, and the local equivalent of sunrise is beautiful. You don't see colors like that back home. Were you ever afraid?" Ryan considered this seriously. "Well, yeah, the first night I was worried I might have set up camp too close to the stream. The mercury content makes the soil a bit unstable, and I didn't want to wake up in a sinkhole." "What about the hostile environment? The carnivorous rocks? The screaming mist? What about them? Didn't they seem dangerous to you?" "Everything's dangerous if you don't pay attention. Cars are dangerous, but people drive them every day. The ocean is dangerous, but people swim in it. This place is just more upfront about the risks." The xenopsychology specialist, a crystalline being from the Arcturus system, made a sound like breaking glass. "Human Ryan, can you describe your homeworld's environmental conditions?" "Earth, pretty standard stuff. We've got deserts, mountains, oceans, forests, weather patterns, seasonal changes, the usual." "What about dangerous wildlife?" "Oh, sure. Bears, wolves, big cats, sharks, poisonous snakes, spiders, jellyfish. Australia's got some really interesting stuff. Drop bears, box jellyfish, blue-ringed octopus, funnel web spiders. Then there's the microscopic stuff like bacteria and viruses that can kill you without you even knowing they're there." The specialist's crystalline structure was beginning to crack. "And humans consider this normal?" "Well, yeah. I mean, You learn to avoid the dangerous stuff when you can, but it's all part of the ecosystem. Most of it won't bother you if you don't bother it. What about natural disasters? Earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, wildfires, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis. Pretty standard geological activity. Oh, and avalanches if you're in the mountains. And flash floods in the desert. Blizzards if you're up north. The room fell silent except for the sound of several people updating their psychological assessment files. The combat stress expert was making notes that appeared to include the word impossible several times, underlined heavily. Ryan, Dr. Santos said finally, "Do you understand that the Galactic Defense Coalition classifies Mortis 7 as a Class 9 death world?" "Yeah, that seems about right."
It's definitely more challenging than most places. And you find it pleasant?
"Well, sure. Good exercise, interesting scenery, new experiences. Plus it's quiet. No traffic, no crowds, no pollution. Just you and nature." "Ryan," the theoretical survival consultant interrupted, "what classification would you give your homeworld using the same scale?" Ryan thought about this seriously. "I don't know the exact criteria, but probably somewhere around Class 13? Maybe higher if you count the really dangerous places like the deep ocean or active volcano zones. Oh, and space. Space around Earth is pretty hostile if you don't have the right equipment." The silence that followed was the kind of silence that usually preceded either applause or existential crisis. In this case, it was definitely the latter. "Excuse me," Dr. Santos said, standing up abruptly. "I need to make a call." The call went directly to Galactic Defense Coalition Command, where it was transferred immediately to the Office of Strategic Assessment, then to Xenobiology, then to Philosophy, then to a department whose official title was Things That Shouldn't Be Possible But Apparently Are. By the end of the day, Ryan Walsh's psychological evaluation had been classified as a galactic security document, and Earth had been quietly moved to a list of planets that the galaxy preferred to think of as theoretical, rather than actual. Meanwhile, Ryan finished his coffee and asked if anyone wanted to see the photos he'd taken of the local wildlife. The official suspension of the Galactic Defense Coalition training program came with a memo that was simultaneously classified as top secret and filed under educational disasters. Colonel Reeves's final report ran to 300 pages and included 17 different requests for psychiatric leave, early retirement, and reassignment to any location where the local environment operates according to recognizable physical laws. The memo announcing the suspension was brief. Due to unforeseen complications involving incompatible species psychology, the Mortis 7 training program is hereby terminated pending comprehensive review of participant selection criteria and environmental safety protocols. What the memo didn't mention was that half the participants were in intensive therapy, the base's entire supply of anxiety medication had been depleted, and the Galactic Defense Coalition's understanding of survival training had been fundamentally challenged by one human who packed lunch for extreme survival exercises. Ryan was sitting in what had been the base cafeteria, enjoying a sandwich and coffee, while the medical staff continued their efforts to restore his fellow trainees to something resembling functional awareness. Through the window, he could see the transport ships arriving to collect the remnants of what had once been the galaxy's most elite survival training program. Dr. Santos joined him at his table, carrying a datapad that contained preliminary findings from what was being called the Human Baseline Study. The study had been launched 3 days earlier, when someone in Galactic Command had asked the obvious question: if one human could treat a Class 9 death world as a recreational opportunity, what did that say about the rest of their species? "The results are in," she said, sitting down across from him. "Earth has been reclassified." "Oh?" Ryan looked up from his sandwich. "What's it classified as now?" "Class 13 death world. The scale only went up to Class 13 before yesterday. We had to create a new category. That seems a bit extreme." "Ryan, according to our assessment, Earth's environmental conditions include atmospheric electrical activity that can instantly kill most known life forms, predatory megafauna that hunt in coordinated groups, microscopic organisms that can cause system-wide biological failure, and weather patterns that regularly produce localized apocalyptic events." "You mean lightning, pack hunters, bacteria, and storms?" "Lightning that strikes the planet's surface approximately 100 times per second. Pack hunters that include apex predators with no natural enemies. Bacteria that can adapt to almost any environment and develop resistance to most known countermeasures. Storms that can level cities and spawn tornadoes with wind speeds exceeding most spacecraft. Ryan nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, that's pretty much Tuesday weather in some places, but you get used to it. Dr. Santos made another note on her data pad. The psychological profile of humanity was turning into a document that read like a horror novel, written by someone with too much imagination and access to real statistical data. There's more, she continued. Our geological survey indicates that Earth's surface is constantly shifting due to tectonic activity, experiences regular volcanic eruptions, and is periodically bombarded by objects from space large enough to cause mass extinction events. Well, sure. That's how planets work, isn't it? I mean, you need geological activity for mountain formation and soil renewal. Volcanoes are just the planet's way of recycling materials, and the asteroid impacts are pretty rare. Only happens every few million years or so. Ryan, most inhabited worlds in the galaxy are specifically chosen because they don't have those characteristics. That seems boring. It seems safe. Same thing. Dr. Santos showed him her data pad, which displayed a comparative analysis of planetary habitability ratings. Earth appeared on the chart as a small red dot in a section labeled Theoretical Upper Limits of Survivable Conditions. According to this analysis, she explained, Earth shouldn't be able to support complex life at all. The fact that it not only supports life but has produced a species that considers its conditions normal is causing some significant revisions to galactic theories about evolution and adaptation. Through the cafeteria window, they could see Commander Thal being gently loaded onto a medical transport. He was stable now, but kept insisting that his environmental suit had achieved consciousness and was trying to communicate with him through status light patterns. Dr. Finn was walking under her own power but required constant supervision after attempting to perform emergency surgery on a lunch tray that she was convinced needed medical attention. Captain Vore had recovered enough to argue with the medical staff, though his arguments consisted mainly of detailed tactical assessments of how to defeat various pieces of furniture. Lieutenant Kim was visible again but existed in a state of constant mild panic, as if she expected reality to stop working properly at any moment. What happens now? Ryan asked, watching his former teammates being loaded onto ships that would take them to medical facilities where they could recover from their encounter with basic human environmental tolerance. Well, officially the training program is suspended indefinitely. Unofficially, there are some very interesting conversations happening at the highest levels of galactic government. What kind of conversations? The kind where they discuss whether humanity should be classified as a potential threat or a potential ally, and whether there's actually a difference. Ryan considered this while finishing his sandwich. Are we in trouble? No, actually. You're being offered a treaty. What kind of treaty? The kind where Earth becomes a full member of the Galactic Defense Coalition, with all the benefits and protections that entails. And in exchange, humanity agrees to help with the Void Swarm problem. What's the Void Swarm? Dr. Santos pulled up another file on her data pad. The image showed something that looked like a cross between a space jellyfish and a geometric nightmare, surrounded by what appeared to be the remains of several star systems. They're a hostile alien species that consumes entire solar systems. They've been expanding across the galaxy for the past 1,000 years, and conventional military tactics have been largely ineffective against them. The Coalition has been looking for new approaches to the problem, and they think humans might be helpful. Ryan, they just watched you treat a survival exercise that broke 4 of the galaxy's most elite soldiers as an enjoyable camping trip. The Void Swarm might be dangerous, but they're probably not more dangerous than Earth's weather patterns. That's a good point. When do we start? There's going to be a formal diplomatic process first. Ambassadors, treaties, cultural exchange programs. The whole thing. That sounds complicated. It is. But there's also been a request for an informal consultation first. What kind of consultation? They want to know if you'd be willing to look at some tactical data about the Void Swarm and give them your opinion on possible strategies. Ryan wiped his hands on his napkin and stood up. Sure, I can take a look. Do they have coffee where we're going? I'm sure they can arrange something. As they walked toward the transport ships that would take them to Galactic Defense Coalition headquarters, Ryan looked back at Mortis 7 one last time. It had been a good visit, even if it had ended earlier than expected. The local wildlife was interesting. The geological formations were unique, and he'd managed to get some decent fishing in. "By the way," he said as they boarded the ship, "I never did get to see that volcano I heard about. Is there any chance we could stop by here again sometime?" Dr. Santos looked at him for a long moment, then made a note that she marked as priority. Discuss human recreational preferences with diplomatic corps before formal first contact. "We'll see what we can arrange," she said. The transport lifted off from Morta 7, carrying them toward a galaxy that was still trying to figure out what to do with a species that treated interstellar warfare as a logical extension of weekend camping trips. Behind them, the planet's screaming winds and carnivorous rocks continued their eternal hostility. Completely unaware that they had just failed to impress the galaxy's newest apex predators. In the ship's galley, Ryan Walsh found the coffee machine and started figuring out how to make it produce something that tasted like home. Outside the porthole, space stretched out in all directions, filled with new worlds to explore, new challenges to face, and new friends to meet. He was looking forward to it.
Look, I'm not saying that the Galactic Council is full of idiots, but when your solution to a rat problem involves a 12-member committee and a PowerPoint presentation, you might want to rethink your life choices. Station Commander Graxel stood at the head of the conference table, his 4 eye stalks twitching nervously as he addressed the assembled representatives. He was a Vorgathian, which meant he looked like someone had crossed a squid with a filing cabinet and given it anxiety issues. "Esteemed delegates," Graxel began, his voice translator adding an unnecessary echo for dramatic effect. "We face an unprecedented crisis. The skittermite infestation has reached Code Red levels. Code Red for space rats. I'm Jake Murphy, by the way, and I was sitting in the corner eating a turkey sandwich while these highly advanced alien species lost their minds over what was essentially a pest control issue. A skittermite chose that exact moment to scurry across the conference table. 6 legs, about the size of a football, with way too many teeth for something that wasn't paying rent. The assembled aliens recoiled like it was made of explosives. "They're in the ventilation shafts," shrieked Counselor Plixnor, a crystalline being who sounded like wind chimes having a panic attack. "They've breached the cafeteria food stores," added Ambassador Threlix, whose species looked like upright salamanders in business suits. Graxel's eye stalks drooped. "We've lost 3 storage decks. The Quantum Computing Center reported 17 skittermites nesting in the server cooling systems. And worst of all," he paused dramatically, "they've infiltrated my personal quarters." The room erupted in gasps and concerned chittering. I took another bite of my sandwich. "This was better than cable. We must implement Protocol Zeta 9, Plixnor announced, projecting a holographic display that looked like a Christmas tree had a baby with a circuit board. "A full station sonic disruption. Grid. Cost. Only 4 million credits. Too slow," Threlix countered. "We need the pheromone confusion matrix. It'll scramble their sensory organs." He pulled up his own hologram, which honestly looked like the same thing with different colors. 3.2 million credits, implemented in 6 weeks. I cleared my throat. "You know, there's actually a pretty simple, the human will remain silent," Graxel said without looking at me. "We're discussing solutions that require actual sophistication, not primitive Earth methods." "Right, because the species that invented faster-than-light travel couldn't figure out pest control. But sure, I was the primitive one." A galactic health inspector was scheduled to visit orbital station Zenith 7 in 1 week. If we failed the inspection, the station would be shut down, and everyone here would be reassigned to some backwater outpost where the most exciting thing that happened was watching ice melt. "In space, perhaps," suggested a delegate, who looked like a floating jellyfish in a monocle. "We could implement a quantum containment field to phase the skittermites into an alternate dimension?" "Brilliant." Graxel's eye stalks perked up. "How much?" 7 million credits, give or take." I finished my sandwich and decided to just enjoy the show. After all, they were the advanced ones. So here's the thing about highly advanced alien civilizations. They've got technology that can bend space and time, but apparently common sense got left behind somewhere around the invention of the warp drive. Day 1 of Operation Stop the Space Rats went about as well as you'd expect. The sonic disruption grid was installed first. Cost, 4.2 million credits, which was 500,000 more than quoted because of course it was. The technicians spent 6 hours setting up these fancy silver pylons throughout the station that hummed at a frequency supposed to drive skittermites insane. It worked great, for about 20 minutes. Then, The skittermites just started ignoring it. Worse, the sonic frequency made Counselor Plixnor's crystalline body resonate so badly, he couldn't stop vibrating. He spent 3 hours stuck in a corner going wub wub wub, like a broken dubstep album. I suggested turning it off. Graxel told me to go unclog a toilet. I'm a maintenance worker, so fair enough. But still, Day 2 brought the pheromone confusion matrix. Ambassador Threlix supervised the installation personally, which involved spraying this purple mist throughout the ventilation system. It was supposed to scramble the skittermites' ability to navigate. Instead, it scrambled everyone's ability to navigate. Turned out the pheromones worked on half the species on the station. I found 3 different aliens wandering in circles in the cargo bay, bumping into walls like video game NPCs with broken pathfinding. The skittermites? They threw a party in the cafeteria. I counted 47 of them doing whatever the space rat equivalent of a conga line is. "This is unacceptable," Graxel wailed, frantically wiping purple mist residue off his eye stalks. "Deploy the quantum containment field." Day 3 was my favorite. The quantum field was supposed to create a dimensional pocket that would trap the skittermites in an alternate reality. The lead scientist, a gray blob named Dr. Morphix, assured everyone it was perfectly safe. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. They activated the field in Sector 7. There was a flash of light, a sound like reality burping, and suddenly there were twice as many skittermites. Apparently they'd pulled them from an alternate dimension where the infestation was even worse. "Turn it off!" Graxel shrieked. "I'm trying!" "Doctor," Morphix blobbed frantically at the controls. "The field is self-sustaining. It took 4 hours and another 1,000,000 credits to shut it down." The alternate dimension skittermites, at least, went back home, probably to tell their friends about the idiot aliens with the food buffet. By Day 4, the station's budget was blown, morale was in the toilet, and the skittermites had established what I can only describe as a kingdom in the ventilation shafts above the command center. You could hear them skittering around up there like they were redecorating. Graxel called an emergency meeting. His eye stalks looked like they'd aged 10 years. "The Galactic Health Inspector arrives in 3 days, he said, his voice flat with defeat. "We have tried every advanced solution available to modern science. Does anyone, and I mean anyone, have any other ideas?" I raised my hand. "Not you, Murphy." I kept my hand up. Graxel's eye stalk swiveled to glare at me. "Fine. What primitive Earth nonsense are you going to suggest? Hitting them with sticks? Throwing rocks?" I stood up, walked to the conference table, and planted my hands on the surface. "Gentlemen, ladies, and assorted gelatinous life forms," I said. "I'm going to say 2 words that are going to change your lives." Everyone stared at me. "House cats." The room exploded into chaos. You'd think I'd suggested releasing a biological weapon. Actually, scratch that. The aliens would have probably been more comfortable with a biological weapon. At least those came with safety protocols and insurance waivers. Quote, 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 cats? Graxel's eye stalks recoiled so hard they nearly tied themselves in knots. "You want to bring predatory animals onto a space station?" "Correction," I said, holding up one finger. "Apex predators. Earth's most efficient killing machines. Fuzzy little murder machines that hunt for sport." Counselor Plixnor's crystalline form turned a pale shade of horrified. Murphy has finally lost his primitive mind. "Hear me out," I continued, because I was already committed to this bit. Cats are obligate carnivores. You know what that means? It means they don't eat plants. They only eat meat. They're biologically hardwired to hunt small, fast-moving creatures. It's not even a choice for them. It's in their DNA. Ambassador Threlix's salamander face scrunched up. "We have studied Earth fauna. These cats are small, yes? Domesticated? You want us to believe that tiny pets can succeed where quantum physics has failed?" I pulled out my datapad and projected some images onto the main screen. A tabby cat mid-pounce. Another one with a mouse in its jaws. A third doing that weird sideways hop thing they do before they attack. "Let me paint you a picture," I said, warming to my subject. Cats can hear frequencies up to 64 kilohertz. They can see in near total darkness. They've got retractable claws, lightning-fast reflexes, and the patience to sit completely still for hours waiting for prey. Oh, and here's the kicker: they don't hunt because they're hungry. They hunt because it's fun. The room had gone very quiet. "They kill for recreation," I continued. "On Earth, domestic cats are responsible for billions of small animal deaths per year." Billions. With a B. And these aren't even wild cats. These are the ones that sleep on couches and demand belly rubs. Now imagine what they'll do when you put them on a station full of skittermites with nowhere to hide. Dr. Morphix blobbed nervously. But surely these creatures are dangerous to us as well? Nah. I waved a hand dismissively. Cats are like tiny furry sociopaths with excellent PR. They'll ignore you completely unless they want food or attention. The worst they'll do is knock stuff off your desk while maintaining eye contact. But skittermites? I grinned. Skittermites are exactly the right size, speed, and level of crunchiness that cats find irresistible. Graxel's eye stalks drooped with exhaustion. This is absurd. We're a galactic hub of advanced civilization, and you want us to solve our problems with pets. You got a better idea? I asked. Because from where I'm standing, you've spent 8 million credits making the problem worse. My solution cost the price of a cargo shipment and some kibble. Silence filled the conference room. You could practically hear the math happening in everyone's heads. 8 million credits versus one human's stupid plan. The health inspector arrives in 3 days, Plixner said quietly. Graxel's shoulders, or what passed for shoulders on a squid filing cabinet hybrid, slumped in defeat. Fine. Murphy, bring your so-called apex predators. But when this fails spectacularly, and we're all reassigned to monitoring asteroid belts, I'm putting it in your permanent record. I pulled out my personal communicator. Way ahead of you, boss. I'm calling my sister. She runs a cat rescue back on Earth. A rescue? Threlix asked. Your planet has so many of these predators that they require rescuing? Oh, buddy, I said, dialing the number. You have no idea. We've got more cats than we know what to do with. Hey, Jenny? Yeah, it's Jake. I need you to ship me 6 cats. Good hunters. Yeah, I'll send coordinates. Overnight shipping. Thanks, sis. I hung up and looked at the assembled aliens with my best confidence. I definitely don't feel smile. Gentlemen, in 24 hours, your skittermite problem is going to solve itself. Just try not to freak out when you meet Earth's most perfect predators. Graxel made a sound like a sigh filtered through a whoopee cushion. This station is doomed. Yeah, I agreed cheerfully. But at least it'll be entertaining. The cargo ship arrived at 0600 station time, which meant I was standing in the docking bay with a crowd of nervous aliens while everyone else was still asleep. Smart people, those other folks. Graxel had insisted on being present. So had half the council. They were treating this like a military operation. There were security personnel, medical teams on standby. Someone had even set up a containment field generator. You know, just in case the 5-pound hairballs decided to go rogue. The cargo door hissed open. 6 pet carriers sat in the hold, and I could already hear the commentary from inside. Miss Rowe, Mia, Mral W. That last one was loud. Probably Princess Fluffbottom. She had opinions about travel. Those are the apex predators? Ambassador Threlix whispered, his salamander face scrunched in confusion. Those are the apex predators, I confirmed, grabbing the first carrier. I set them down in a line and started introductions, because if I was going down for this, I was going down with style. Ladies, gentlemen, and gelatinous colleagues, allow me to introduce your salvation. I opened the first carrier. This is Captain Whiskers. Orange tabby. 15 pounds of pure hunting instinct wrapped in a package that looks like a furry traffic cone. Captain Whiskers strutted out like he owned the place. Because of course he did. He was a cat. He owned everything. Graxel's eye stalks bent down to observe. It's orange. He's magnificent. I corrected. Next up, Princess Fluffbottom. Calico. Attitude problem. We'll cut you. Princess. Fluffbottom emerged with the energy of a disgruntled duchess who'd been woken from a nap. She took one look at the assembled aliens and made a sound like a dial-up modem having an existential crisis. Is it malfunctioning? Counselor Plixnor asked. That's just how she communicates, I said. This distinguished gentleman is Sir Reginald, Tuxedo Cat. Thinks he's royalty. Honestly, he might be right. Sir Reginald stepped out, surveyed the room with green eyes that judged everyone's life choices, and immediately started grooming himself. Power move. Now this little terror is called Chaos Goblin. Black cat. All black. Like a shadow with teeth and zero impulse control. Chaos. Goblin exploded from the carrier like he'd been launched from a cannon. Did 3 laps around the docking bay. Scaled a support beam. and ended up hanging from a ceiling vent, staring down at everyone with eyes that reflected the lights like tiny demonic headlamps. Half the security team reached for their weapons. "Stand down," I called. "That's just what he does. He's fine." "That creature is clearly possessed by malevolent spirits," Dr. Morphix blobbed. "No, he's just like that." I opened the next carrier. "This is Lady Murderbean, Siamese. Siamese cats are chatty, demanding, and have the energy of a caffeine-addicted tornado. She will never stop talking, and you will never understand what she wants. Ma, Lady. Lady Murderbean had a voice like a car alarm crossed with an opera singer. "Make it stop," Graxel pleaded. "Can't. She's got opinions, and by God, you're going to hear them." I opened the last carrier. And finally, this is Doofus. Gray short hair. Not the brightest star in the sky, but he's got a good heart, and he's just happy to be included. Doofus tumbled out of the carrier, immediately tripped over his own feet, and began purring loud enough to register on seismic monitors. Ambassador Threlix leaned closer. "Why is it vibrating?" "That's purring. It means he's happy. Here, watch this." I reached down and scratched Doofus behind the ears. His purring intensified. His eyes closed in bliss. One back leg started thumping. "These are your legendary predators?" Graxel's voice dripped with skepticism. "They're adorable. That's what makes them perfect," I said. "You never see it coming." I'd already set up stations throughout the affected areas. Food bowls, water, litter boxes, which I'd had to explain 3 times. And honestly, the aliens were still deeply confused by the concept. I released the cats with one simple instruction: go nuts. That night, I stayed up monitoring the security feeds. 2300 hours. Captain Whiskers enters ventilation shaft in Sector 4. 2315. Sounds of screeching skittermites. Multiple life signs going dark on scanners. 2347. Princess Fluffbottom emerges from cargo bay, dragging a skittermite twice her size. Leaves it in front of Graxel's quarters like a gift. Or a threat. Midnight. Chaos. Goblin discovers the main skittermite nest. What follows can only be described as a massacre set to the soundtrack of demonic cats screeching. 0200. Sir Reginald catches 3 skittermites in the cafeteria, bats them around like toys, gets bored, and leaves them for someone else to clean up. Because he's classy like that. 0330. Lady Murderbean corners an entire skittermite family in the computer core. The security feed picked up her battle cry. 3 decks away, aliens woke up in a panic thinking the station was under attack. 0400. Doofus finds a skittermite, pounces enthusiastically, misses completely, crashes into a wall, shakes it off, tries again, and somehow accidentally catches 2. By morning, the ventilation shaft in Sector 4 was silent. I found Graxel in the command center, staring at the security footage with all 4 eye stalks. "Murphy," he said slowly, "what have you done?" "Pest control, sir. Want some coffee?" The floor of the ventilation access corridor was covered in tiny skittermite corpses. Captain Whiskers was curled up in a sunbeam near the observation window, fast asleep, looking like the most innocent creature in the galaxy. "They're monsters," Graxel whispered. "No," I corrected, pouring myself coffee. "They're cats. There's a difference. Probably." Princess Fluffbottom chose that moment to hop onto the command console, sprawl across the holographic display, and start grooming herself in the spot where Graxel usually stood. He stared at her. She stared back, then slowly, deliberately, pushed a datapad off the console. It clattered to the floor. She maintained eye contact the entire time. "I already hate this," Graxel muttered. "Day 1, boss," I said cheerfully. "Just wait. 72 hours. That's how long it took for 6 rescue cats to completely eliminate a skittermite infestation that had stumped the greatest minds in the galaxy. It also took 72 hours for those same 6 cats to stage a complete hostile takeover of orbital station Zenith 7. Day 2 of Operation Cats began with Graxel attempting to reclaim his command chair. Captain Whiskers had other ideas. The 15-pound orange tabby had claimed the chair as his throne, and when Graxel tried to move him, Captain Whiskers did that thing cats do, where they somehow make themselves weigh 400 pounds through sheer force of will. "Murphy," Graxel's voice crackled over my comm. "Remove this creature from my chair immediately." I arrived at the command center to find Graxel in a standoff with a cat. A cat that was currently sprawled across the chair like a furry emperor, one paw dangling off the armrest, radiating supreme indifference. "Sir, I can't just move him," Why not? You said they were domesticated. Domesticated doesn't mean obedient. It means they've trained us to feed them. Big difference. I pulled out my data pad. Look, cats respect territory. He's claimed that spot. You've got two options. Wait for him to move on his own, or get a different chair. Graxel's eye stalks quivered with suppressed rage. This is my station. Captain Whiskers yawned, showing every single tooth, then rolled onto his back and started purring. Was your station? I corrected. Now it's a timeshare. By day 3, the cultural integration was in full swing. And by integration, I mean complete chaos. Princess Fluffbottom had established herself as the queen of the cafeteria. She would sit on whichever table she deemed worthy and judge everyone's food choices. Counselor Plixnor tried to shoo her away once. She gave him a look that could have stripped paint, and he apologized. To a cat. Sir Reginald had taken over the station's meditation garden, which the Zentarai monks used for their daily prayers. The monks didn't seem to mind. They said his presence was calming. He'd also killed 6 more skittermites in there, and left them arranged in a perfect circle, which the monks interpreted as a religious sign. They'd started a shrine. I didn't have the heart to tell them it was just cat weirdness. Chaos Goblin remained true to his name. He discovered that the station's low gravity in certain sections let him do things that defied physics. I'd received 17 complaints about a demonic shadow creature ricocheting off walls in the recreation sector. That was just him playing. At night, he'd patrol the ventilation shafts, and you could track his progress by the panicked skittermite squeaks that abruptly cut off. Lady Murderbean had adopted Ambassador Threlix. She followed him everywhere, providing constant commentary on his life choices. Yes, I know you have an opinion about my report, but I will schedule the subcommittee meeting, I promise. Just please. Threlix looked at me with desperate eyes during a corridor encounter. Murphy, how do I make her stop? You don't. You just learn to live with it. She's part of your life now. Forever. He made a sound like a whimper. Doofus had become the station mascot. He was friendly, dopey, and had the survival instincts of a brick. Everyone loved him. He'd somehow caught 9 skittermites despite apparently not knowing where his own feet were at any given time. Dumb luck raised to an art form. Dr. Morphix had started a research project studying cat behavior. His preliminary report was 12 pages of increasingly confused observations. My favorite excerpt: subject exhibits behaviors that appear intentional yet random, strategic yet impulsive. They operate on a logic system that may be quantum in nature, or they're just messing with us. Further study required. The Galactic Health Inspector arrived on day 4. Inspector Vrel was a Chthonian, which meant she looked like a praying mantis wearing a business suit. She had a reputation for being absolutely ruthless. Station commanders had been fired over a single spot on a window. Graxel was sweating. Well, secreting. His species didn't technically sweat, but same energy. Inspector Vrel, he said, all 4 eye stalks attempting a smile. Welcome to Station Zenith 7. As you can see, we've completely resolved our pest situation through advanced. Princess Fluffbottom chose that exact moment to streak past at Mach 3 with a skittermite in her mouth, followed by Chaos Goblin in hot pursuit because apparently she'd stolen his kill. They disappeared into a ventilation shaft. There were sounds of a brief, violent negotiation. Inspector Vrel's antennae twitched. What was that? Pest control, I said helpfully. The organic kind. She pulled out her scanner and began the inspection. Graxel trailed after her like a nervous puppy, making excuses, but the numbers didn't lie. 0 skittermite readings. Anywhere. The station was cleaner than it had been in months. Remarkable, Vrel muttered, checking a ventilation shaft that had been completely overrun a week ago. I've never seen an infestation eliminated so thoroughly. That's when Sir Reginald appeared, as cats do, from absolutely nowhere. He wound himself around Inspector Vrel's legs, purring like a diesel engine. She froze. What is this creature doing? He likes you, I explained. That's good. It means you've been judged and found acceptable. I don't require judgment from a... Princess Fluffbottom emerged from the vent and dropped a very dead skittermite at Vrel's feet, then sat down and stared up at her expectantly. Is this a gift? Yes. Congratulations. You've been adopted. Inspector Vrel looked down at the dead skittermite, then at Princess Fluffbottom, then at me. Her antennae did something complicated. I hereby certify this station as pest-free and in full compliance with galactic health standards, she said officially. Then quieter. Can I pet it? Sure, but she's got opinions about how... Vrel reached down. Princess Fluffbottom allowed exactly 3 pets, then got not mint. The zoomies and tore off down the corridor like her tail was on fire, bounced off 2 walls, and vanished into the ceiling. Inspector Vrel's antennae were fully upright. Fascinating. She left 30 minutes later with a full positive report and a data file on how to adopt Earth cats. I may have encouraged that. Graxel found me in the maintenance bay that evening. Captain Whiskers was sitting on my workbench, judging my repairs. Murphy, Graxel said, his voice tired. The Galactic Council has requested information on acquiring these cats for other stations. Yeah? Yes. Apparently word has spread about our success. He paused. I'm supposed to thank you. Officially. But unofficially? Unofficially, there is a cat in my personal quarters who keeps knocking things off my shelves at 3 in the morning and I haven't slept in 2 days. I grinned. That's Chaos Goblin. He's showing affection. I want to fire you so badly right now. Can't. I'm the only one who speaks. Cat. Graxel's eye stalks drooped in defeat, and he shuffled away, muttering something about retirement. Captain Whiskers looked at me and slow blinked. The cat equivalent of, "You're welcome." Yeah, I said, scratching behind his ears. We did good, buddy. He purred and pushed a screwdriver off the workbench. Some things never change. 3 weeks later, I was sitting in the cafeteria with what I can only describe as the galaxy's weirdest support group. Counselor Plixnor was at the next table, hand-feeding Princess Fluffbottom pieces of his lunch while she purred and judged his technique. Ambassador Threlix had given up fighting Lady Murderbean's constant commentary, and now just carried on full conversations with her like she was his personal assistant. Doctor. Morphix had abandoned his research project after concluding that cats operate on a plane of existence science cannot measure, and now he just posted videos of Doofus doing stupid things on the station's social network. The Galactic Council had officially requested that Earth establish a cat export program. Not asked, requested. As in, they were willing to pay. I'd spent the last week negotiating terms with Jenny back on Earth. She was having the time of her life. Turns out, when you're the only planet in the galaxy with an excess of apex predators that also happen to be adorable, you've got leverage. The deal was simple. Any station wanting cats had to meet strict care requirements. Proper food, water, enrichment, veterinary care, and most importantly, each cat had to be treated with the dignity and respect due to a creature that could solve your pest problems, but also might knock your coffee off your desk just to watch it fall. Jenny was calling it the Interstellar Cat Adoption Network. She'd already trademarked it. My sister was going to be rich. Graxel walked into the cafeteria, and I did a double take. Captain Whiskers was perched on his shoulder like an orange furry parrot, surveying his domain. With regal satisfaction. "Commander," I said, trying not to smile. "Nice accessory." "Shut up, Murphy." But there was no real heat in it. Graxel got his food and sat down across from me. Captain Whiskers immediately started trying to steal his lunch. The Council has officially recognized Earth's contribution to galactic station management. They're calling it the Murphy Protocol. They're naming it after me. They wanted to call it the Feline Solution, but apparently that sounds too much like a war crime in 6 different languages. He pushed his plate slightly away from Captain Whiskers, who responded by simply stretching further. There are now 47 stations requesting cats. Your sister is scheduling interviews with potential adopters. Interviews? She's very thorough. Station Commander Draxel was rejected because he referred to cats as equipment. She sent him a 20-page essay on why he was wrong. Graxel actually smiled. One of his eye stalks bent down to regard Captain Whiskers, who was now purring. I suppose I understand her position. I watched this squid filing cabinet hybrid gently scratch a cat behind the ears and realized something had fundamentally shifted in the galaxy. You know what the crazy part is? I said. Humans didn't even try to weaponize cats. We just lived with them for 10,000 years because we liked having them around. They kept our grain stores pest-free, sure, but mostly we just thought they were neat, and it never occurred to us that this was something special until we met you guys. Humanity's greatest strength, Graxel said thoughtfully, appears to be your ability to befriend chaos and call it a pet. We domesticated wolves into dogs. We made friends with murder machines and turned them into therapy animals. We looked at cats, perfect killing machines that barely tolerate us, and said, yes, this will live in my house, and I will love it. I took a sip of coffee. I guess when you spend your whole evolutionary history as the scrappy underdog on a death world, you learn to make allies wherever you can find them. Sir Reginald jumped onto our table, walked directly through Graxel's lunch, knocked over my coffee, and settled down in the exact center like a furry black and white sphinx. Neither of us moved him. Across the cafeteria, Chaos Goblin was teaching some alien younglings how to play, which mostly involved him running up walls while they tried to follow, and failed spectacularly. Their parents watched nervously, but the kids were having the time of their lives. Murphy, Graxel said after a long pause. I still think you're primitive. Fair, but perhaps there's something to be said for primitive solutions to complex problems. Also fair. Captain Whiskers stretched, yawned, and curled up on Graxel's shoulder, purring like a tiny motorboat. The station commander reached up and, almost unconsciously, started petting him. Did I mention, I said casually, that cats live 15 to 20 years? Graxel's eye stalks shot up. What? Yeah. You're stuck with him for a while. Hope you're cool with that. All 4 eye stalks turned to look at Captain Whiskers, who chose that moment to open one eye, slow blink at Graxel, and resume purring. I hate you, Murphy. No, you don't. You love these cats. Admit it, I will do no such. Captain Whiskers headbutted Graxel's nearest eye stalk affectionately. The commander's shoulders, or what passed for them, slumped in defeat. Fine. They've grown on me. Like a fungus. A cute fungus that saved your station and your career. A fungus that knocked over my antique Zentarii meditation crystal at 4 in the morning last Tuesday. Yeah, but look at his face. We both looked at Captain Whiskers, who was the picture of innocent contentment. Damn it, Graxel muttered. At that moment, Princess Fluffbottom, Lady Murderbean, and Doofus all simultaneously stopped what they were doing and stared intently at the same, empty corner of the cafeteria. Every alien in the room followed their gaze, searching for whatever threat the apex predators had detected. There was nothing there. The cats kept staring. Why are they doing that? Plixner whispered, his crystalline form taking on a nervous shimmer. No idea, I said cheerfully. They just do that sometimes. But there must be something. Nope. Sometimes cats just stare at nothing and freak everyone out. It's part of their charm. All 3 cats maintained their vigil for another 30 seconds, then simultaneously went back to what they were doing like nothing had happened. The aliens remained on edge for the rest of lunch. I leaned back in my chair and smiled. Earth had joined the Galactic Council 5 years ago as the new guys, the primitive species that still used combustion engines and hadn't figured out cold fusion. We didn't have the best technology. We didn't have the most advanced weapons. We didn't even have particularly good social skills. But we had cats, and apparently, that was enough. Graxel caught my expression. You're entirely too pleased with yourself. Commander, we just solved a galactic crisis with the power of weaponized cuteness. Humanity's greatest contribution to the stars isn't going to be technology or culture or philosophy. It's going to be teaching the universe that sometimes the best solution to a problem is a 5-pound furball with murder in its heart and a complete lack of respect for authority. Captain Whiskers chose that moment to stretch, step directly onto Graxel's datapad, and send a message to the entire station command staff. An accidental message that just said, Graxel stared at his datapad in horror. I'm not correcting it, I said. Murphy, nope. That's an official communication from Captain Whiskers now. It's in the record. Somewhere in the ventilation shaft above us, Chaos Goblin found one last skit termite that had somehow survived the purge. There was a brief sound of scuffling, a triumphant yowl, and then silence. Station Zenith 7 was officially pest-free, run by a committee of 6 cats who answered to no one, and somehow more efficient than it had ever been. Humanity had arrived in the stars, and we'd brought our friends. Jake Dalton stepped off the transport shuttle and onto Station Kepler 9 with exactly 2 things: a duffel bag full of clothes and a sword strapped to his back. Not a plasma rifle, not a pulse cannon, not even one of those fancy disintegrator pistols that were all the rage in the outer colonies. Just a sword, a honest-to-God, forged steel, completely analog sword. The recruitment officer who'd hired him had been very clear. Humanity was the newest species to join the Galactic Coalition, and Earth needed representatives in every branch of the Alliance. The military academy was desperate for instructors who could teach close-quarters combat. Jake had 20 years of martial arts training, a background in medieval weaponry, and absolutely nothing to lose. Perfect candidate. What the recruitment officer had not mentioned was that every single alien species in the galaxy thought humans were adorable idiots. Jake found this out approximately 45 seconds after entering the Academy's main training hall. Commander Thraka stood at the front of the room, all 7 feet of him, with 4 muscular arms crossed over a chest that looked like it had been carved from granite by a sculptor who really hated subtlety. His scales were a deep purple, his eyes were the color of molten gold, and his teeth could probably bite through a shuttle door. He was addressing a classroom of about 30 cadets, representing a dozen different species, when Jake walked in. The room went quiet. Every eye turned to stare at the human. Thraka's mouth curled into something that might have been a smile on a creature that understood joy. On him, it looked like a predator spotting lunch. "Ah," Thraka said, his voice like gravel in a blender. "You must be the human instructor, Dalton, yes?" "That's me," Jake said, dropping his duffel bag by the door. "Sorry I'm late. Your station's gravity is a bit higher than I'm used to." One of the cadets, an insectoid creature with too many eyes, chittered, something that the translator rendered as laughter. Thraka's golden eyes drifted down to the sword on Jake's back. His smile widened. "Tell me, Instructor Dalton, is that your weapon of choice?" Jake knew a setup when he heard one. "It is. A blade," Thraka said slowly, savoring each word like expensive wine. "Made of sharpened metal. No power source, no energy field, no molecular edge. Just metal that you swing with your arms." "That's the general idea, yeah." The entire classroom erupted in laughter. Not polite chuckles. Full-blown, doubled-over, wheezing laughter. One cadet, a blob-like creature that might have been liquid, actually jiggled so hard it nearly fell off its chair. Thraka raised one hand, and the room fell silent again. "Forgive me, Instructor. I mean no disrespect to your species. I am sure that on your primitive world, such weapons were very effective against other primitives." Jake smiled. It was the kind of smile that didn't reach his eyes. "No offense taken, Commander." However, Thraka continued, warming to his theme. "You should understand that we are training the finest warriors in the galaxy here. Our cadets will face enemies armed with plasma weapons, energy shields, and combat armor that could withstand a direct hit from an orbital strike. I am not certain how a sharp piece of metal will factor into their education. I guess we'll find out," Jake said. Thraka's expression shifted to something almost pitying. "Indeed we shall. Please, take a seat. We were just discussing advanced shield technology." Jake found an empty spot along the back wall and leaned against it, arms crossed. For the next 20 minutes, he listened to Thraka lecture about the latest developments in defensive equipment. The cadets took notes on holographic tablets. Nobody looked at Jake. That was fine. He'd been underestimated before. What Jake didn't expect was for Thraka to turn the lecture into a full-blown roast session with him as the guest of honor. "You see," Thraka said, gesturing at a holographic display of a shimmering energy shield. "Modern defensive technology has made primitive weapons completely obsolete. A blade like Instructor Dalton's would simply bounce off military-grade shielding. It would be like trying to cut through a starship hull with a butter knife." More laughter from the cadets. Jake said nothing. "In fact," Thraka continued, clearly enjoying himself now, "I would wager that Instructor Dalton's weapon could not even scratch the paint on standard coalition armor. Perhaps we humans should stick to teaching history classes instead of combat tactics." A few cadets actually applauded. Jake pushed off from the wall and walked toward the front of the room. The laughter died down. Thraka watched him approach with an expression of mild curiosity. "Something to add, Instructor?" Thraka asked. "Just a question," Jake said pleasantly. "You seem pretty confident in your shield technology." "I am." "Confident enough to put your money where your mouth is?" Thraka's eyes narrowed. "What are you suggesting?" Jake unstrapped the sword from his back and let it rest casually on his shoulder. "A demonstration. You pick the toughest shield in your armory. If I can't leave a mark on it with this primitive piece of metal, I'll resign. Right here. Right now." The classroom went dead silent. Thraka stared at Jake for a long moment. Then, slowly, his smile returned. "And if you succeed, you apologize, in front of everyone, for calling humans primitive." The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife, or maybe a sword. Thraka's forearms unfolded. "Agreed." Thraka didn't waste time. Within 5 minutes, he'd sent a message to the Academy's administration, and within 10, the entire student body was being summoned to the main arena. Word spread fast on a space station. By the time Jake walked into the massive circular chamber, there had to be at least 300 aliens packed into the full observation decks. This was going to be either the best or worst first day of work in history. The arena floor was a flat expanse of polished metal, big enough to host full-scale combat exercises. Overhead lights cast everything in stark white. Jake could hear the murmur of the crowd, the clicking and chittering and warbling of dozens of different species, all discussing the crazy human who thought he could scratch beryllium. He'd heard that word at least 50 times in the walk from the classroom to the arena. Beryllium, the hardest substance in known space. Formed in the cores of neutron stars, harvested by drones that cost more than a small planet. Completely, utterly, impossibly indestructible. Great. Thraka entered from the opposite side of the arena, and the crowd roared. He was carrying something that looked like a riot shield, oval-shaped and about 3 feet tall. Even from across the arena, Jake could see it shimmer with an opalescent sheen, like oil on water. The surface seemed to drink in the light and reflect it in colors that didn't quite exist. "Behold," Thraka announced, his voice amplified through the arena's speaker system. "My personal shield, forged from pure beryllium, gifted to me upon my promotion to commander. It has turned aside plasma bolts, kinetic rounds, and even a glancing blow from an antimatter rifle. Not a single mark upon its surface." The crowd cheered. Someone started a chant in a language Jake's translator couldn't parse, but the meaning was clear enough. They were chanting Thraka's name. Jake walked to the center of the arena, sword in hand. Up close, the shield was even more impressive. The beryllium seemed to pulse with an internal light, and the craftsmanship was exquisite. The edges were perfectly smooth, the surface flawless. It was, objectively speaking, a work of art. It was also apparently going to be his resignation letter if he couldn't scratch it. "Having second thoughts, Instructor Dalton?" Thraka asked. He wasn't quite shouting, but his voice carried. He wanted the crowd to hear everything. "Just admiring the workmanship," Jake said. "This is beautiful. Custom made? On Varela Prime, by the master smiths themselves. The molecular structure is a lattice of interwoven crystalline bonds, each one reinforced at the quantum level. There is quite literally no stronger material in existence." Thraka held the shield out. "Please, examine it, touch it. Convince yourself of its authenticity." Jake stepped forward and ran his hand over the surface. It was cool to the touch, smoother than glass. He tapped it with his knuckle. The sound was a deep, resonant note that hung in the air. He walked around it, examining the edges, the back, the mounting handles. "How thick is it?" Jake asked. 2 inches at the center, tapered to 1 inch at the edges. "And the crystalline structure you mentioned? That's consistent throughout?" Thraka's expression flickered with something that might have been confusion. "Yes. Why do you ask?" "Just curious about the manufacturing process. Do they grow these crystals or forge them?" "They are grown in zero-gravity foundries over a period of months. Each crystal is seeded and allowed to form naturally, then bonded to its neighbors through a process I do not fully understand. The result is a single, unified structure with no weak points." Thraka was clearly enjoying showing off his knowledge. "The orientation of the crystalline bonds is randomized, you see, which prevents any directional vulnerability." "Randomized," Jake repeated. "Interesting. Indeed. Now, shall we begin this demonstration, or would you prefer to withdraw your challenge?" The crowd started booing. Someone threw what looked like a snack food at the arena floor. The natives were getting restless. Jake stepped back and looked at the shield one more time. Then he looked at Thraka. Then he looked up at the crowd, shading his eyes against the lights. "I'm going to need about 15 minutes, Jake said. The arena went quiet. 15 minutes? Thraka repeated. "For what?" "To prepare. You know, sharpen my blade, get my head in the game. Maybe do some stretches. I'm not as young as I used to be, and your station's gravity is murder on my knees." Thraka stared at him. "You want me to wait while you stretch? Unless you want me pulling a hamstring in front of all these people. That would be embarrassing for both of us." For a moment, Jake thought Thraka might refuse. The commander's forearms tensed, and his golden eyes narrowed to slits. But then he threw his head back and laughed. It was a booming sound that echoed off the arena walls. "By all means, Instructor Dalton, take your 15 minutes. Take 20 if you need them. The outcome will be the same." Thraka gestured to one of the arena exits. "There is a preparation room through that door. I will wait here with my shield. The crowd will wait. We all want to see this." The crowd laughed and jeered as Jake walked toward the exit. He could hear them placing bets, arguing about how quickly the human would fail. Some were speculating he wouldn't even try, that he'd just slink away and never come back. Jake smiled to himself as the door hissed shut behind him. He had 15 minutes to figure out how to do the impossible. Good thing he'd been paying attention during Thraka's lecture. The preparation room was small and functional. A bench, a weapons rack, a sink, and a full-length mirror. Jake set his sword down on the bench and pulled out his phone. Yes, his phone. The same device that had made the aliens on the transport shuttle look at him like he'd brought a stone tablet to a hologram convention. He opened his notes app and started typing everything he remembered from Thraka's bragging session. Crystalline structure, zero gravity foundries, months of growth, quantum-level reinforcement, randomized orientation of bonds. That last part was the key. Thraka had said it like it was a feature, but to anyone who actually understood materials science, randomized crystalline bonds were both a strength and a potential weakness. Random meant unpredictable, sure, but it also meant inconsistent. And inconsistent meant there were patterns if you knew how to look for them. Jake had spent 5 years of his life studying Japanese sword-making techniques. Not because he was some kind of weeb, but because metallurgy was fascinating, and ancient bladesmiths had figured out things about material science that modern engineers were only just beginning to understand. They'd learned to read metal, to see its grain, to find the natural lines of stress and work with them instead of against them. He pulled his sword from its sheath and held it up to the light. The blade was folded steel, layered and hammered and folded again, more than 200 times. Each fold created thousands of microscopic layers, each one adding strength and flexibility. The edge had been ground and polished to a molecular sharpness. It wasn't a plasma cutter, but it was sharp enough to split a human hair lengthwise. More importantly, it was precise. That was the whole point of a sword. Precision over power, technique over strength. Jake looked at his reflection in the mirror. Okay, Dalton, you've talked yourself into a corner. Time to science your way out. He spent the next 10 minutes running through the physics in his head. Beryllium was a crystalline structure, which meant it had a grain, even if that grain was randomized. Crystals fractured along specific planes based on their molecular bonds. If he could identify the orientation of those bonds on the shield's surface, he could angle his cuts to exploit the natural stress points. It was the same principle as cutting a diamond. You didn't just hack at it. You studied the crystal structure, found the cleavage plane, and applied force at exactly the right angle. One precise tap in the right spot could split a diamond in half. 1,000. Random hits wouldn't even scratch it. The difference was, he didn't have time to study the shield properly. He'd have to read it on the fly, make micro adjustments with each cut, and hope his eyes were good enough to spot the patterns in real time. No pressure. When he walked back into the arena, the crowd's jeering had turned to impatient murmuring. Thraka stood in the center, still holding his shield, looking like a statue of military confidence. Finished with your stretches? Thraka called out. All limbered up, Jake replied. He walked to the center of the arena, sword held loosely in one hand. So, just to confirm the terms, if I scratch your shield, you apologize. If I don't, I resign. Correct. And you'll accept any mark on the shield as proof? Even a small one? Thraka's smile was predatory. Instructor Dalton, if you can make even the tiniest imperfection on this shield, I will not only apologize, I will personally recommend you for a commendation. I am that confident. Great. One more thing. Can you hold the shield steady? I'd hate for it to move and mess up my attempt. I will hold it as still as stone. Thraka planted his feet and held the shield out at chest height, gripping it with 2 of his 4 arms. The other 2 arms crossed behind his back in a gesture of absolute confidence. The crowd leaned forward in their seats. Jake approached slowly, studying the shield's surface. Under the arena lights, he could see faint patterns in the opalescent shimmer. Lines of slightly different coloration, so subtle they were almost invisible. Crystalline boundaries, the places where different growth zones met and bonded. There, he could see them. Jake raised his sword and placed the edge against the shield's surface at a shallow angle, maybe 15 degrees. He didn't press down, just made contact, felt the material, let his hands read the feedback through the blade. Any day now, Thraka said. Jake ignored him. He adjusted the angle, 20 degrees, then 18, then 19.5. There. He could feel a difference in the resistance, like the blade wanted to settle into a groove that wasn't quite there yet. He drew the sword across the surface in a long, smooth pull. Not a chop, not a stab, a draw cut, the kind you'd use to slice through a tatami mat. The blade whispered across the beryllium. Nothing happened. The crowd started laughing again. Jake repositioned, tried a different angle on a different part of the shield. Another draw cut. Still nothing. Perhaps you need another 15 minutes? Thraka suggested. Jake didn't answer. He was too focused. The patterns were there. He could see them now, clearer with each attempt. The crystalline structure wasn't perfectly random. It couldn't be. Nature didn't work that way. There were patterns, fractals, repeating structures at different scales. Third attempt, he found a spot where 3 different crystalline boundaries met, forming a junction point. He placed his blade at exactly 23 degrees, rotated it slightly to account for the curve of the shield, and pulled. The sword bit. It was barely perceptible, a whisper of resistance, but it was there. The blade had found purchase. Jake's smile was microscopic. Gotcha. He began to work in earnest now, making small, precise cuts. Each one built on the last, following the natural grain of the crystal structure. He wasn't trying to overpower the material. He was reading it, understanding it, and exploiting its own nature against itself. The crowd's laughter died. Someone in the front row stood up. Jake kept cutting. The blade moved in short, controlled strokes. He was carving now, following a pattern only he could see. The sword sang against the beryllium, a high, clear note that changed pitch with each angle adjustment. Thraka's smile faltered. "What are you doing?" Jake didn't answer. He was too busy carving the letter J into the shield's supposedly indestructible surface. The arena went absolutely silent. You could have heard a pin drop, or in this case, you could hear the whisper of folded steel cutting through impossibility. The J was perfect. Clean lines, smooth curves, about 3 inches tall, and carved a solid 1/4 inch deep into the beryllium. Jake stepped back to admire his work, then moved to the next letter. A was trickier. The diagonal lines required different angles, and he had to reorient his stance twice to maintain the proper cutting geometry. But once he found the right approach, the blade carved through like the shield was made of hard cheese. The crossbar of the A took 5 seconds. He didn't even break a sweat. "This is impossible," Thraka breathed. His forearms had gone rigid. The shield trembled in his grip. "Hold it steady, please," Jake said without looking up. "I'd hate to mess up the kerning." K was easier than the A. The vertical line followed a major crystalline boundary that Jake could see now as clearly as if someone had drawn it in marker. The 2 diagonal lines required some finesse, but his hands had found their rhythm. The sword felt like an extension of his nervous system. Every micro-adjustment was automatic. Someone in the crowd made a sound like a tea kettle whistling. Several cadets were standing now, pressing against the railings to get a better view. Jake could hear frantic whispers, the click and buzz of translator devices working overtime. E was practically therapeutic. 4 simple lines: horizontal, vertical, horizontal, horizontal. He finished it in under 30 seconds and paused to roll his shoulders. Thraka's gravity was still murder on his back. "You are cheating somehow," Thraka said. His voice had lost its commanding boom. Now it just sounded confused. "This is not possible. You are using some kind of Earth technology, a hidden energy field, a molecular destabilizer." Jake looked up at him. "Want to inspect the sword? No power source, no batteries, no circuitry, just about 3 pounds of folded steel, and a really good edge." "Then how? I'm not done yet. Hold still." D was a nice change of pace after all those straight lines. The curve required a different cutting motion, more of a rocking draw than a straight pull. Jake adjusted his grip and let the blade's natural curve do the work. The steel whispered secrets to the beryllium, and the beryllium, betrayed by its own structure, gave up its integrity, one crystalline bond at a time. The D took a full minute. Jake wanted it perfect. This was his signature, after all. Might as well make it look good. A again. Jake was getting efficient now. He'd mapped the major stress lines in the shield's structure. He knew where the crystal boundaries ran, where the growth zones overlapped, where the quantum reinforcement was strongest and where it was just slightly weaker. The second A took half the time of the first. L was a gimme. 2 lines, vertical and horizontal. Done. The crowd wasn't making any noise anymore. The silence was profound, almost religious. 300 aliens watched a human do something that violated everything they understood about materials, science, physics, and reality in general. Jake carved the T in long, confident strokes. The horizontal line at the top was perfectly straight. The vertical line bisected it with mathematical precision. He was showing off now, and he knew it, but he'd earned the right. O was meditative. A perfect circle, carved with a series of overlapping curved cuts that blended seamlessly together. Jake took his time, making each cut deliberate and smooth. The sword sang its high, clear note, and the beryllium surrendered in shavings so fine they were nearly invisible. When he finished the N, Jake stepped back and lowered his sword. His name, Jake Dalton, was carved across the face of Commander Thraka's personal shield in letters 3 inches tall and deep enough to feel with your fingers. The cuts were clean, professional, and absolutely permanent. Jake wiped his blade on his sleeve and sheathed it. There we go. 1 scratch. Well, Technically several thousand scratches arranged in letter shapes, but I think it counts. Thraka stared at the shield. His golden eyes were wide. His mouth hung open. All 4 of his arms had gone limp, and he was holding the shield now like it was a dead thing, like it had betrayed him personally. The arena exploded. It wasn't cheering, exactly. It was more like the sound of 300 different species all having existential crises simultaneously. Jake heard shouting in at least a dozen languages. Someone was chanting something that his translator kept rendering as, "The human broke physics." Another voice kept repeating, "Impossible," over and over, like a mantra. A few of the cadets had their phones out, recording video. Jake made a mental note to check the station's social media later. This was definitely going viral. Thraka looked up from the shield to Jake, then back to the shield, then back to Jake. "How?" he finally managed. "Would you like the short answer or the long answer?" "Any answer, please." Jake gestured at the shield. "May I?" Thraka handed it over like a man in a dream. Jake held it up to the light, turning it so the crowd could see the carved name. "So here is the thing about crystalline structures," Jake said, projecting his voice so everyone could hear. "They are incredibly strong along certain axes and relatively weak along others. The strength comes from the molecular bonds, sure, but those bonds are directional. When you said the crystalline orientation was randomized, you accidentally told me the shield's weakness." "That makes no sense," Thraka said. "It does if you understand grain structure. See, crystals grow in predictable patterns. Even when you randomize the orientation, you get boundaries where different crystal zones meet. Those boundaries are the weak points. Not weak enough to matter against blunt force or energy weapons, but weak enough that a blade at exactly the right angle can exploit them." Jake ran his finger along one of the carved lines. "I spent 15 minutes thinking about everything you told me. Then I spent the first few attempts reading the shield's structure. Once I found the patterns, it was just a matter of precision. Cut along the grain instead of against it. Work with the material instead of against it. It's the same principle Japanese swordsmiths have used for 1,000 years. The arena was dead quiet now. Every eye was on Jake. Even Thraka seemed to be listening, though he still looked like he'd been hit in the head with a physics textbook. "The sword is not about strength," Jake continued. "It is about technique, about understanding your target better than your target understands itself. You can have the hardest armor in the galaxy, but if someone knows how it is made, how the molecules bond, how the structure forms, they can find a way through. Every defense has a weakness. You just have to be smart enough to find it." He handed the shield back to Thraka. "So yeah, I scratched it. Several thousand times, in fact. My name is now a permanent part of your personal equipment. You are welcome." Thraka held the shield like it was evidence at a crime scene. His scaled face had gone through several colors in the last 30 seconds, settling on a pale purple that suggested either shock or a minor stroke. Jake couldn't tell which. Hava. "But the quantum reinforcement," Thraka said weakly. "The molecular bonds. The master smiths of Varela Prime spent centuries perfecting this material." "And they did a great job," Jake said. "Seriously, this is impressive work. But here's the thing about master craftsmen. They get really good at making something one specific way, and after a while, they stop questioning whether that way has any flaws. They just assume it is perfect because it has always worked before." Jake pulled out his sword again, not to threaten, just to illustrate. He held it up so the lights caught the rand, wavy pattern in the steel. "See this? This is a Hamon line. It is created during the differential hardening process. The edge is hard enough to hold sharpness, but the spine is softer and more flexible. That combination gives you a blade that can cut and also absorb impact without shattering. It is a compromise, an acknowledgement that no material is perfect for every situation." He sheathed the blade again. "Your Varelium smiths made their material optimized for one thing, stopping high-energy impacts. Plasma bolts, kinetic rounds, explosions, all the stuff you mentioned. And for that, it is fantastic. But they optimized so hard in one direction that they created a vulnerability in another. The crystalline structure that makes it great at dispersing energy makes it susceptible to precise mechanical stress along specific vectors. You are saying our greatest defensive material has been flawed this entire androgys time?" Thraka's voice was barely a whisper now. "Not flawed, just specialized. There is a difference." Jake gestured at the crowd. "How many people in this station do you think could have done what I just did? Actually carved through Varelium with a hand weapon?" Thraka was quiet for a moment. "I do not know. I am guessing not many. You need someone who understands both crystalline structures and traditional blade work. Someone who has studied materials science and also spent years learning how to read metal. Someone crazy enough to bring a sword to a space station. That is a pretty specific skill set. Jake walked in a slow circle around Thraka, addressing the crowd now as much as the commander. Humans have been working with metal for about 7,000 years. We have been making swords for most of that time. We have had entire civilizations rise and fall, and through all of it, we kept making blades and figuring out better ways to make them cut. Not because we are violent. Well, not just because we are violent, but because we are curious. We want to understand how things work. He stopped and faced Thraka again. When you gave me that lecture about the beryllium crystalline structure, you thought you were showing off. And you were. But you were also teaching. You told me everything I needed to know to beat your shield. The growth process, the bonding method, the randomized orientation. You gave me a complete technical breakdown of your defense, and then you were surprised when I used that information. I did not think it mattered, Thraka admitted. I thought the material was invulnerable. Nothing is invulnerable. That is lesson 1 in any human combat doctrine. Everything has a weakness. Armor has joints. Shields have edges. Fortresses have gates. The stronger something appears, the more important it becomes to find that one critical flaw. Jake tapped the carved shield with one finger. Your shield's flaw was its own complexity. Too many crystalline boundaries. Too much structural variation. It made the material incredibly strong against random impacts, but vulnerable to someone who could read those variations and exploit them systematically. A voice called out from the crowd. It was one of the cadets, a tall, thin alien that looked like a praying mantis crossed with a giraffe. But how did you see the crystalline boundaries? We cannot see them. The shield looks uniform to us. Human eyes are pretty good, Jake said. We are persistence hunters. We evolved to track prey over long distances by spotting tiny details, broken twigs, disturbed dirt, changes in color or texture that most predators would miss. That same visual processing helps us spot patterns in materials. I am not saying my eyes are magic. I am saying they are trained. I have been studying metal grain for years. I know what to look for. Another voice, this one deeper and raspier. Could this technique work on other materials? On our armor? Our hulls? Jake shrugged. Maybe. I would have to study them. Every material is different. But the principle is universal. Understand the structure, find the stress points, apply force precisely. It works on metal, on crystal, on ceramic, on composite materials. Physics does not care what your armor is made of. Physics just cares about molecular bonds and force vectors. The crowd erupted in conversation. Jake could see cadets arguing with each other, instructors pulling out data pads and running calculations. Someone was already trying to contact the Beryllium Smiths on Varela Prime, probably to tell them their entire product line had just been compromised by a human with a sharp stick. Thraka still looked shell-shocked, but something had shifted in his expression. The arrogance was gone. The condescension had evaporated. Now he just looked like a soldier who had learned something new and was trying to process the tactical implications. You could have failed, Thraka said quietly. You risked your career on a theory, on a guess. That was foolish. Maybe, Jake agreed, but I was tired of being laughed at. Sometimes you have to take a risk to make a point. Besides, it was not really a guess. I did the math. I knew it would work. I just was not sure I could execute it cleanly enough to make it impressive. Impressive, Thraka repeated. He looked down at his shield, at Jake's name carved permanently into its surface. Yes, I suppose that is one word for it. So, Jake said, letting the word hang in the air, we had a deal. Thraka's shoulders sagged. All 4 of his arms dropped to his sides. He looked like a man walking to his own execution. But when he spoke, his voice was clear and steady, a soldier keeping his word. Attention, Thraka announced, his voice amplified through the arena. I, Commander Thraka, do hereby apologize to Instructor Jake Dalton. I called his weapon primitive. I called his species primitive. I was wrong. I apologize to him, and to all humans, for my ignorance and arrogance. The arena was silent. Then, slowly, someone started clapping. Then another. Then a dozen. Then 100. Within seconds, the entire crowd was applauding, the sound echoing off the arena walls like thunder. Jake nodded to Thraka. Apology accepted, Commander. Thraka managed a weak smile. I suspect I am going to regret this demonstration for the rest of my life. Probably. Jake agreed cheerfully. But hey, at least you will never forget my name. Jake turned to leave the arena, sword slung casually over his shoulder. when he realized he wasn't going to make it to the exit alone. A wall of cadets had materialized between him and the door. Not threatening, just incredibly, intensely interested. The praying mantis alien was at the front of the pack. Instructor Dalton, you must teach us this technique. The pattern recognition, the angle calculations, everything. I want to learn human blade work, said a stocky rock-like creature that Jake was pretty sure was literally made of minerals. Can you teach someone with no joints how to use a sword? Is it true humans spent thousands of years just fighting each other with metal sticks? This from a floating jellyfish thing that pulsed with bioluminescence. That sounds extremely inefficient but also fascinating. Jake held up his hands. Okay. One at a time. Yes, I can teach you. That is literally why I am here. Class starts tomorrow morning at 0700. Bring questions. Bring enthusiasm. Do not bring plasma weapons because we will not be using them. The crowd parted as he walked through, but they followed him like ducklings. By the time Jake reached the corridor outside the arena, he had at least 40 cadets trailing behind him, all talking at once, all wanting to know more about Earth combat techniques and metallurgy, and whether it was true that humans used to settle disputes by hitting each other with swords until someone surrendered or died. That last one is mostly true, yeah, Jake admitted. We have mellowed out since then, mostly. Behind him, still standing in the center of the arena, Commander Thraka held his defaced shield and stared at it like it contained the secrets of the universe. Which, in a way, it did. The secrets were just written in a human name instead of ancient Varelian script. An instructor approached Thraka, a scaled creature with too many eyes. Commander, what do you want us to do about this? Should we file a complaint with the Coalition? Demand the human be removed? Thraka was quiet for a long moment. Then he laughed. It was a different laugh than before. Not mocking, not cruel. Just genuinely amused at the absurdity of the situation. No, Thraka said. We are going to keep him. We are going to learn everything he knows. And then we are going to make sure every cadet in this academy understands that technology is not a substitute for knowledge, and strength is not a substitute for skill. But your shield, sir. Your reputation. Thraka looked down at the carved letters one more time. My reputation will recover. My shield, however, is ruined. He paused. Or perhaps not ruined. Perhaps improved. After all, it now tells a story. The story of the day a human taught me that we have been fighting in space for so long we forgot how to fight smart. He tucked the shield under one of his forearms and walked toward the exit. Come, we have curriculum to revise. If one human with a sword can defeat our best defensive technology, imagine what he can teach our cadets about finding weaknesses in enemy defenses, about thinking creatively instead of relying on superior firepower. You want to integrate primitive Earth combat techniques into our advanced warfare training? Primitive, Thraka said, is clearly not the right word. Unconventional, perhaps. Unexpected. The kind of tactics that enemies with superior technology would never see coming because they would assume, as I did, that old methods are obsolete methods. He paused at the arena door and looked back one last time at this, the empty floor where Jake had done the impossible. The human said every defense has a weakness, Thraka said quietly. He was right, and now he works for us. That makes us either very fortunate or very dangerous. Possibly both. Meanwhile, 3 corridors away, Jake had finally escaped the swarm of eager cadets by promising to answer all their questions in class tomorrow. He found a quiet observation deck overlooking the planet below. A swirling blue and green world that wasn't Earth but reminded him of home anyway. His phone buzzed. A message from the Academy's administrative office. Contract confirmed. Permanent position as senior instructor of unconventional warfare. Generous salary. Full benefits. Housing provided. Congratulations on a successful first day. Jake laughed and typed back a reply. Thanks. It was definitely memorable. Another message appeared, this one from an unknown sender. When Jake opened it, he found a photo. It was his name, carved into Thraka's shield, shot in dramatic lighting with professional composition. Already it had 17,000 shares on the station's social network. The caption read, "Human defeats impossible material with ancient weapon. Full story at link." Jake saved the photo. His mom was going to love this. He looked out at the stars, at the endless black, punctuated by distant lights, and allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. He had come to Station Kepler 9 with a sword and a dream. He was leaving his first day with a job, a reputation, and the knowledge that somewhere in the galaxy, Commander Thraka was going to see Jake's name on his shield every single day for the rest of his military career. Not a bad start. Behind him, The observation deck door hissed open. Thraka stepped through, still carrying the shield. They stood in silence for a moment, watching the planet turn below. "I am going to display this in my office," Thraka said finally. "As a reminder." A reminder of what? That arrogance is a weakness. That assumption is a flaw. That the most dangerous opponent is not the one with the biggest weapon, but the one who understands the fight better than you do. Thraka glanced at Jake. "Also as a reminder that humans are terrifying and should never be underestimated again." Jake grinned. "We grow on you. Like a particularly persistent fungus, yes." They stood together, human and alien, instructor and commander, watching the stars wheel overhead. Tomorrow there would be classes to teach, techniques to demonstrate, and a whole academy of cadets eager to learn the human way of war. But tonight, there was just this. A quiet moment. A mutual respect earned through steel and stubbornness. And somewhere in the station's maintenance bay, a weapons technician was going to have a very confusing conversation with his supervisor about why they needed to completely redesign their understanding of material vulnerability. Humanity had arrived in the galaxy, and the galaxy was never going to be quite the same.
The briefing room smelled like recycled air and old decisions. General Vorath Kessan sat at the head of the long table, his scales catching the blue light from the display screens. Around him, 12 senior officers waited for him to speak. He did not speak. He was looking at a number. 12,000. Such a small number. The Dominion had ruled 1,000 star systems for 600 years. They had fought wars that killed billions. 12,000 was nothing. A clerical note. A line in a budget report. "The operation was a complete success," said Commander Yeel, pulling up the tactical display. The planet rotated slowly on the screen. It was gray now. It had been green and blue 3 days ago. "Kepler 442b has been cleared for Dominion settlement. Human resistance was minimal." "Minimal," Vorath repeated. The word felt strange in his mouth. "They had no orbital defense," Yeel continued. "No fleet presence. Just surface settlements. Farmers, mostly. Some scientists. The plasma bombardment lasted 4 hours. 4 hours. Vorath had been eating dinner 4 hours ago. He had been listening to music. Human music, though no one knew about that particular habit. A woman singing about a place called Tennessee. He did not know where Tennessee was. He suspected it no longer existed. "Casualties?" he asked. 12,047, Yeel said. "All enemy combatants neutralized." "They were farmers." Yeel blinked. "Sir? You said they were farmers and scientists." Vorath leaned back in his chair. "When did farmers become enemy combatants?" The room went quiet. Officers looked at their displays, at their hands, at anything except Vorath. "Standing orders, sir," Yeel said carefully. "Any species that refuses to surrender territory is classified as hostile." The humans were given 14 days to evacuate. They refused. They refused to leave their homes. "Yes, sir." Vorath looked at the gray planet on the screen. 12,000 people had woken up on that world. They had eaten breakfast. They had gone to work. They had made plans for dinner, for the weekend, for next year. None of them would see next year. He closed his eyes. By the cold stars, he was getting old. War was mathematics. He had believed that for 400 years. You added up the numbers. You calculated the acceptable losses. You made the cold equations balance. But humans did something strange. They named their dead. Every single one. He had read that in an intelligence report once. It had bothered him then. It bothered him now. "What is the human response?" he asked. Lieutenant Crix, the intelligence officer, pulled up a new display. "Scattered protests on their homeworld. Their governments have issued formal complaints through diplomatic channels. Their news networks are covering the event extensively. Their military response: none, sir. The humans have no unified fleet. Their nation-states maintain separate forces, but they are currently engaged in 3 different conflicts with each other." Crix allowed himself a small smile. They are too busy fighting themselves to fight us. A junior officer at the far end of the table laughed. 12,000 dead, and they send a formal complaint. These creatures are pathetic. More laughter. Vorath did not laugh. His aide, a young officer named Thesson, did not laugh either. Thesson had studied human history at the academy. He had written a paper on something called the Second World War. Vorath had never read it. He was starting to think he should have. Lieutenant Thesson, Vorath said, "You studied the humans. What is your assessment?" Thesson went pale. His scales shifted from green to gray. In Dominion biology, that meant fear. "Sir, He stopped, swallowed. "The humans are a young species, pre-unified, still learning to cooperate on a planetary scale. And they have a concept, sir. They call it righteous anger." Thesson's voice was barely a whisper. When someone hurts them badly enough, they stop fighting each other. They focus on the thing that hurt them. The junior officer snorted. "So they will focus on us? With what? Farming equipment?" Thesson did not answer. He was staring at his display. The color had drained from his face entirely. "Thesson," Vorath said. "Sir, there is an update from intelligence." The room waited. "All human governments have ceased internal conflicts." Thesson looked up. His eyes were wrong. Not afraid anymore. Something worse. 17 hours ago, every nation-state on Earth announced a suspension of hostilities. Every military force has been recalled to their homeworld. Silence. 17 hours, Vorath said quietly. News of Kepler 442b reached Earth 17 hours ago. Yes, sir. Vorath stared at the display. He thought about his music files, about the woman singing about Tennessee, about a species that named their dead, every single one. The junior officer laughed again, but it sounded hollow now. So they stopped fighting. So what? They have no fleet, no weapons. What are they going to do? Send us a strongly worded letter? No one answered him. Vorath stood. The room stood with him. Double the patrols on the border systems, he said. I want daily reports from all listening posts. And Lieutenant Thesson? Sir, send me everything you have on human warfare. Everything. He walked out of the briefing room. The door hissed shut behind him. He stood in the corridor for a long moment, alone with the hum of the ship's engines. 17 hours. A species that had been killing each other for their entire history, that had never agreed on anything, that could not even decide on a single language or government or religion. They had unified in 17 hours. By the cold stars. What had they done? 3 months of nothing. General Vorath Kassan stood at the observation window of his command ship, watching the stars. Somewhere out there, beyond the border systems, human space waited, silent, dark, empty. The listening posts reported the same thing every day. No transmissions, no ship movements, no military activity of any kind. Just static and silence, and one phrase, repeated on every frequency, in 7,000 human languages. We are counting. That was all. 3 words. No demands, no threats, no declarations of war. Just counting. Dominion High Command had relaxed. The Supreme Commander himself had sent a message of congratulations. The human problem had solved itself. Clearly, the young species had collapsed into grief and chaos. Their brief moment of unity had broken. They were probably back to killing each other by now. The expansion would continue. He could not sleep. Every night, he sat in his quarters and read. He had requested every Dominion file on human history, every intelligence report, every cultural analysis. He read until his eyes burned and his scales ached. What he found kept him awake. The humans had fought a war once. They called it the Second World War. It had lasted 6 years. 60 million dead. 60 million of their own kind, killed in a conflict over territory and ideology. But that was not the part that disturbed Vorath. The part that disturbed him was how it ended. A nation called the United States had built a weapon, a single bomb that could destroy an entire city. They had dropped it on a place called Hiroshima. 80,000 people gone in a flash of light. 3 days later, they dropped another one. And the war ended. Vorath read about the firebombing of Tokyo. 100,000 civilians burned alive in a single night. He read about a strategy called total war. He read about a concept called unconditional surrender. The humans had burned their own cities to ash. They had killed millions of their own people. And when it was over, they had rebuilt everything in 20 years. They were not a species that gave up. They were a species that got ready. General, Vorath turned. Thesson stood in the doorway, looking tired. Neither of them had slept well in 3 months. What is it? The Supreme Commander is demanding an update on the human situation. He wants to know why you are still requesting additional patrols. Vorath turned back to the window. Tell him the humans are preparing. Preparing for what, sir? Our intelligence shows no military buildup, no fleet construction, no weapons development. Our intelligence is wrong. Thesson hesitated. Sir, with respect, we have sensors throughout their space. We would detect any significant activity. Would we? Vorath picked up a datapad from his desk. The humans built nuclear weapons in less than 4 years. They did it in secret. Their own people did not know until the bombs fell. He set the pad down. They called the project Manhattan. 200,000 workers, 3 years, complete secrecy. That was primitive technology, sir. We would detect. We detected nothing on Kepler 442b. 12,000 people lived there. Farms, children, schools. Vorath's voice was quiet. We knew nothing about them until we killed them. Thesson said nothing. The humans are quiet, Vorath continued. They are not broken. They are not grieving. They are working. He turned to face his aide. Do you know what humans call the period before a counterattack? Thesson shook his head. They call it getting their house in order. Somewhere in the ship, an engine hummed. Normal, routine, the sound of everything being fine. Thesson's communicator chirped. He looked at it. His scales went gray. Sir, perimeter station Theta has stopped transmitting. Vorath felt something cold move through his chest. When? 4 minutes ago. No distress signal, no weapons fire detected. The station just went silent. Get me a visual. They walked to the command center. Officers scrambled to their stations. Screens flickered with data. Somewhere, an alarm was beeping. Bringing up the Theta sector now, someone said. The main display showed empty space, stars, darkness. The station should have been there. A bright point of light, transmitting status reports every 30 seconds like it had for the past 50 years. Nothing. Scanning for debris, another officer called out. No wreckage detected, no energy signatures. It is like the station was never there. Vorath stared at the empty space where 300 Dominion soldiers had lived 12 minutes ago. Sir, contact. A ship emerged from the darkness. Small, outdated, human. It is broadcasting, sir. On screen. The audio filled the command center. A human voice, female, calm, speaking in the Dominion language, accented but clear. Sarah Chen, age 34, botanist, Kepler 442b. A pause. Marcus Williams, age 7, student, Kepler 442b. Another pause. Yuki Tanaka, age 61, retired teacher, Kepler 442b. On and on, name after name, 12,000 names. The ship was broadcasting them on loop. Every frequency, every language. The humans were still counting. And now they had started collecting. Sir, Thesson whispered, what do we do? Vorath watched the small human ship drift through space, where a Dominion station had stood for 50 years. One ship, alone, broadcasting the names of the dead like a prayer. "We prepare," he said, "because they are finished getting their house in order." He turned to his officers. Their faces were pale, their scales were gray. "And they are coming." 200 Dominion warships dropped out of faster-than-light travel in perfect formation. General Vorath Kession watched from the command deck of the flagship, his claws gripping the railing. The human fleet waited for them. 40 ships, old designs, outdated weapons. Some of them looked like they had been pulled from museums. One vessel was broadcasting music, something loud with drums and screaming vocals. Commander Yeel laughed. "This is their great counterattack. 40 ships against 200. Vorath said nothing. He was watching the human formation. They were not retreating. They were not spreading out. They were flying directly toward the Dominion fleet in a tight wedge. "Open a channel," Vorath said. "Sir?" "Open a channel to the human fleet." The communications officer hesitated, then complied. Static filled the bridge. "Human vessels, this is General Vorath Kession of the Dominion 3rd Fleet. You are outnumbered and outgunned. Surrender now, and you will be treated according to—" A human voice cut him off. Male, calm, almost bored. "General, we know who you are. We know what you did." A pause. "We are here to collect." The channel went dead. "Sir, the human ships are accelerating." Vorath watched the tactical display. The 40 human ships were not slowing down. They were speeding up, flying straight into the teeth of 200 warships like they did not know what death was. All ships opened fire. The space between the fleets turned white. Plasma, missiles, energy beams. The Dominion had the best weapons in the galaxy. They had conquered 1,000 worlds with those weapons. The human ships kept coming. Direct hit on the lead vessel. Their shields are down. The lead human ship, burning and broken, did not retreat. It accelerated into the Dominion formation and rammed the cruiser Vexant at full speed. Both ships disappeared in a ball of fire. "By the cold stars," someone whispered. "Second human vessel is on a collision course with the dreadnought Calyx. Destroy it." They hit it with everything they had. The human ship's engines died. Its hull was cracked open to space. It was a dead ship, drifting through the void. And then its emergency thrusters fired. The pilot was still alive, still steering, still aiming. The Calyx tried to turn. Too slow. The human ship hit it amidships at 3,000 meters per second. Vorath watched his tactical display turn red. Ship after ship, vanishing. The humans were not fighting like soldiers. Soldiers wanted to survive. Soldiers had families and futures and reasons to live. These humans flew like they were already dead. "We have recovered audio from one of the human vessels." "Play it." The bridge fell silent. A woman's voice filled the room. She was singing. The ship around her was burning, and she was singing. A children's song, something about a river and a boat and gentle dreams. She was still singing when her ship hit the dreadnought Vorn. The battle lasted 11 minutes. When it was over, 197 Dominion ships were gone. Debris and bodies floated in the silence of space. 3 human ships limped away into the darkness, still broadcasting the names of the dead. Vorath sat in his command chair. Around him, his officers wept, screamed, stared at nothing. Commander Yeel approached him. The commander's hands were shaking. "Sir, what are they?" Vorath thought about the woman singing, about the pilot who had steered a dead ship into a dreadnought, about 40 vessels flying into 200 without hesitation. "They are humans," he said quietly, "but they throw their lives away like... They do not throw them away." Vorath stood. His legs felt weak. "They spend them. There is a difference. I do not understand." Vorath pulled up his intelligence files. found the concept he had been looking for, a human phrase, acceptable losses. Every species had one. The Dominion's acceptable loss ratio was 15%. Above that, you retreated, you regrouped, you lived to fight another day. Humans have a concept, Vorath said. They call it acceptable losses. It is the percentage of their force they are willing to sacrifice to achieve victory. What is theirs? 20%? 30%? Vorath turned to face his commander. The answer tasted like ash. All of them. The bridge was silent. They will spend every life they have, and they will keep counting what they are owed. Vorath walked to the observation window. Debris floated past. Human, Dominion, impossible to tell the difference now. We did not start a war, Commander. We started a blood debt. And humans always collect. His communicator chirped. An intelligence update. He read it twice, 3 times. Sir, Yeel asked, what is it? The human fleet. Vorath's voice was hollow. It is no longer 40 ships. How many? 4,000. Yeel made a sound like something breaking. They built them in 3 months. Every factory on their planet. Every shipyard in their system. Workers sleeping in shifts. Some of them worked themselves to death and were replaced within the hour. Vorath set down the communicator. They have a phrase for this. They call it the arsenal of democracy. He looked out at the stars. Somewhere out there, 4,000 human ships were moving toward Dominion space. 4,000 ships, filled with people who were not afraid to die. General, Yeel whispered. What do we do? Vorath thought about the woman singing as her ship burned. We start counting our own dead, he said, because they are just getting started. The Dominion homeworld had not seen a full military conclave in 1,200 years. The last one had been during the Hurrix Rebellion, when a slave species had tried to overthrow their masters. The Hurrix no longer existed. General Vorath Kessan sat in the Great Chamber and watched the Supreme Commander pace. Around them, every admiral and general in the Dominion waited in silence. The walls were covered with battle honors, flags from conquered worlds, weapons from defeated enemies. None of them meant anything now. We will offer territory, the Supreme Commander said. The humans can have the outer systems, 12 planets, enough to rebuild their lost colony 10 times over. No one spoke. We will offer reparations, minerals, technology, whatever they want. The Supreme Commander stopped pacing. We will even offer an apology, a formal acknowledgement of regret. Still, silence. Well, the Supreme Commander's voice cracked. Does anyone have a better suggestion? Vorath looked at the tactical display on the far wall. Red dots, thousands of them. Human ships moving through Dominion space like a slow tide of blood. They had lost 6 more fleets. 87 colony worlds had gone dark. The humans did not occupy them, did not loot them. They simply arrived, destroyed every military installation, and left. And they kept broadcasting names. The human diplomatic vessel has arrived, an aide announced. They are requesting permission to land. 1 ship? The Supreme Commander asked. 1 ship, 1 passenger. The Supreme Commander looked at Vorath. General, you know more about these creatures than anyone. What do they want? Vorath thought about the woman singing, about the pilots who steered dead ships into living targets, about a species that unified in 17 hours. I do not know, he said honestly, but I do not think it is territory. The human ambassador walked into the Great Chamber 20 minutes later. She was small, gray hair, calm hands. She wore a simple black suit with no decorations except a single pin on her collar. A small circle, 12,000 tiny names etched around its edge. She was carrying a document. I am Ambassador Elena Vasquez, she said. Her voice was soft, clear. I represent the United Earth Government. The Supreme Commander straightened to his full height. He was 3 times her size. His scales were the deep purple of royalty. His claws could crush her skull with a single squeeze. She did not look impressed. Ambassador, we are prepared to discuss terms. The Supreme Commander gestured to the document in her hands. Is that your proposal? No. She walked to the central table and set the document down. This is not a proposal. This is not a negotiation. She looked up at the Supreme Commander. This is an invoice. The Supreme Commander picked up the document. Vorath watched his face as he read it. The color drained from his scales, purple to gray to white. This is... The Supreme Commander's voice was barely a whisper. This is a list of names. 2,347 names, the ambassador said. Every officer who authorized the Kepler 442b strike. Every ship captain who fired. Every bureaucrat who approved the order. The chamber erupted, officers shouting, generals rising from their seats, voices overlapping in outrage. You want us to hand over our own people? This is insane. We will never. Quiet. The ambassador did not raise her voice. She did not need to. The room fell silent. We do not want your territory. We do not want your resources. We do not want your apology. She looked at the Supreme Commander. We want justice. The Supreme Commander set down the document. His claws were trembling. And if we refuse? The ambassador smiled. It was a small smile. Polite. It did not reach her eyes. Then we keep counting. She reached into her jacket and placed a second document on the table. This is a list of every Dominion colony within striking range of our current fleet positions. She tapped the paper with one finger. Population totals included. We have gotten very good at math, Supreme Commander. Vorath looked at the list. 37 colony worlds, 400 million Dominion citizens. You would kill 400 million people? The Supreme Commander asked. For 12,000? You killed 12,000 for farmland. The ambassador's voice was ice. We will kill 400 million for justice. And then we will keep going, name by name, until the debt is paid or until there is nothing left to collect from. She leaned forward. We do not want your empire. We do not want your submission. We want 2,347 people standing in a human courtroom answering for what they did. She paused. Give them to us, and this ends. Refuse, and we will burn everything you have built until there is nothing left but ashes and memory. The room was silent. Vorath watched the Supreme Commander, the ruler of 1,000 star systems, the inheritor of 600 years of conquest, the most powerful being in the known galaxy. He was looking at a human female half his size. She was still smiling, still calm, still waiting. 11 seconds passed. The Supreme Commander looked away first. Leave us, he said quietly. We will consider your terms. The ambassador nodded. She picked up her documents and walked toward the door. At the threshold, she paused. You have 72 hours, she said. After that, we start counting again. The door closed behind her. No one spoke. Vorath looked at the battle honors on the walls, the flags from conquered worlds, the weapons from defeated enemies. None of them had ever asked for justice. None of them had ever made the Dominion afraid. The Supreme Commander sat down heavily. He looked old, tired, beaten. General Vorath, he said, begin preparing the transfer documents. Sir, we are going to give them what they want. The Supreme Commander stared at the table where the ambassador's documents had been. All 2,347 of them. Vorath nodded slowly. And if our people resist? The Supreme Commander laughed. It was not a happy sound. Then they can explain to the humans why they deserve special treatment. We are done fighting this war, General. We lost it the moment we touched that colony. Vorath thought about the woman singing as her ship burned. The Supreme Commander was right. They had lost this war 12,000 deaths ago. The trials lasted 3 years. General Vorath Kesan watched every single one. He sat in his quarters on a quiet moon, far from Dominion space, and he watched humans put his people on trial for crimes against their species. 2,347 defendants. Each one received their own hearing. Each one faced their accusers. The families of the dead sat in the courtroom galleries, holding photographs of people who would never come home. The humans broadcast everything. Every testimony, every verdict, every sentencing. They translated the proceedings into 100 Dominion dialects so that everyone could understand. Most of the defendants received prison sentences, life imprisonment on human worlds where they would work, eat, and sleep among the species they had tried to destroy. 17 were executed. The humans did that publicly too. No torture, no spectacle, just a quiet room, a medical injection, and a name read aloud before the end. The same name that had been on the ambassador's list. The same name that would be carved into a memorial on Kepler 442b. When it was over, the humans went home. They did not occupy Dominion territory. They did not demand tribute or submission. They did not install puppet governments or strip resources from conquered worlds. They simply left. The galaxy watched in confusion. The Dominion had lost. They had surrendered their own people to alien courts. They had bent their knee to a species that had been farming dirt 50 years ago. And the humans wanted nothing but to go home. Vorath understood. It took him years, but he understood. The humans had not fought for territory. They had not fought for power or resources or revenge. They had fought for balance. 12,000 dead. 2,347 held accountable. The scales were even. The debt was paid. That was all they had ever wanted. Vorath retired from the Dominion military 6 months after the trials ended. He moved to a small world on the edge of known space and began to write. His paper was called The Nature of Humanity, a study in applied justice. It took him 4 years to complete. When he published it, the Dominion Academy rejected it immediately. Too sympathetic to the enemy, they said. Too dangerous. But copies spread anyway. Officers passed them in secret. Cadets downloaded them on private channels. Within a decade, it was required reading at every military academy in the galaxy. Not because the Dominion wanted it taught, because everyone needed to understand. The paper's thesis was simple. Vorath had spent his entire life believing that war was mathematics. Numbers and resources and acceptable losses. The side with the bigger fleet won. The side with more soldiers survived. Humans did not fight that way. Humans had a concept that no other species possessed. They called it justice. Not revenge, not conquest, not survival. Justice. They believed that wrong actions required consequences. That the dead deserved answers. That pain had to be balanced with accountability. And they would burn the galaxy to ash to make the scales even. Not for territory, not for power, not for themselves, for the principle of the thing. Vorath died on a quiet evening, 80 years after the war ended. His aide found his final journal entry the next morning. We made a mistake. We looked at the humans and saw a young species, weak, divided, fighting themselves over scraps of land and ideology. We did not understand. They fight each other because they can afford to, because they are strong enough to survive their own conflicts, because their wars make them harder, sharper, more dangerous. When something external threatens them, when something kills their children, destroys their homes, names itself their enemy, they stop, they count their dead, and they come for you. Together. Every single one. We thought we were predators. We had ruled 1,000 worlds. We had crushed 100 species. We had never lost a war. we had never faced humans. Now we know the truth. There are predators in this galaxy, and there are humans. Learn the difference. 100 years after the war, a young Dominion officer named Kella sat in a military history class. The instructor was old, a veteran of the border conflicts, a student of Vorath's writings. Today we study the human war, the instructor said. Can anyone tell me why no species has attacked human space since the Kepler conflict? No one raised a hand. The instructor pulled up a recording, an old file, grainy and worn. A human woman with gray hair and calm hands, standing in a Dominion council chamber. We have gotten very good at math, the recording said. The instructor paused the playback. The humans are not aggressive. They do not want war. They do not seek conquest or expansion. They are content to farm their worlds and raise their children and live their small lives. She looked at the cadets. But they remember. They name their dead, every single one. And if you give them a reason, she let the silence stretch. They will count what they are owed, and they will collect. No matter how long it takes, no matter how many of them die, no matter what it costs. Kella raised her hand. Instructor, what should we do if we encounter humans? The instructor smiled. It was not a happy smile. Trade with them. Talk with them. Learn their music and their stories and their strange little customs. She turned off the recording. Make them your friends. Make them your partners. Make them anything except your enemies. And if we fail? The instructor thought about Vorath's writings, about a woman singing as her ship burned, about 12,000 names broadcast on loop across the stars. Then pray to whatever gods you believe in, she said quietly, because the humans do not forgive, they do not forget. She looked at the cadets, young faces, eager faces, faces that had never known war. They balance the scales, she said, always. Kella looked at the frozen image of the human ambassador on the screen. A small woman, gray hair, calm hands. The most terrifying thing she had ever seen. Class dismissed, the instructor said. Remember the lesson. Kella would remember it for the rest of her life.
The Galactic Council's official incident report, filed on Stardate 7749.2, would later describe what happened as a catastrophic bureaucratic oversight of unprecedented magnitude. What it should have said was that someone, somewhere, had monumentally screwed up in a way that would fundamentally alter the cardiovascular systems of 17 different species. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. The cargo freighter Whisperwind had been hauling what its manifest cheerfully described as non-perishable nutritional supplements from Earth to the Outer Rim trade stations. The ship's captain, a 6-armed Velthorian named Krixtal, had exactly 3 jobs. Don't hit asteroids, don't open the cargo, and definitely don't dump said cargo on random planets because you're running behind schedule and need to reduce mass for a faster jump. Krixtal did all 3. In his defense, and he would repeat this defense exactly 47 times during the subsequent inquiry, the cargo bay's environmental controls had started making a noise. Not a normal mechanical noise, but a noise that sounded, according to his testimony, like a small mammal was being rhythmically strangled inside the ventilation system. When he'd opened the bay to investigate, he'd discovered that several pallets of Earth beverages had begun to expand. The cans were sweating. Some were vibrating. One had achieved what could only be described as a low-frequency hum. The Whisperwind's computer, which had the processing power of a particularly ambitious calculator and the wisdom of absolutely nothing, had suggested jettisoning the volatile materials before they compromised hull integrity. Krixtal had agreed. 50,000 cans of various Earth energy drinks, ranging from the relatively tame to the ones with warning labels in 6 languages, fell through the atmosphere of Research Station Camarax like the universe's most caffeinated meteor shower. The planet, home to the Galactic Biological Survey's Xenobotany program, had a population of approximately 4,000 scientists, support staff, and what the facility director liked to call academic guests, but what everyone else correctly identified as low-security prisoners working off sentences through research participation. The cans landed in zones ranging from the detention greenhouse to the waste recycling yards. Most burst on impact. The liquid inside, bright and unnaturally colored, seeped into soil, mixed with water supplies, and generally made itself at home in an ecosystem that had exactly zero evolutionary preparation for encountering anything like it. Dr. Halvix Rend, an Etherian exobiologist whose 3 PhDs made him spectacularly overqualified for monitoring potato growth on a backwater research station, was the first to file a complaint. He'd been collecting soil samples near Landing Zone 7 when he noticed the ground had turned an alarming shade of electric blue. His report, stamped and filed at 0847 station time, noted possible chemical contamination and requested immediate environmental assessment. His report was denied. The reason given was insufficient priority level. No. 3 hours later, Halvix Rend would drink from a contaminated water station and discover that insufficient priority level was, in retrospect, a spectacular understatement. The Netherian species had evolved on a planet with 1.3 times Earth gravity and an atmosphere so rich in oxygen that everything grew enormous and lethargic. Their cardiovascular systems were marvels of biological efficiency, slow, steady, nearly impossible to elevate beyond a resting rate. Netherians lived 300 years on average, never rushed, and viewed the concept of urgency as a bizarre philosophical curiosity practiced by younger, more foolish species. Halvix took 3 swallows of water. His primary heart, which had been beating at a comfortable 42 beats per minute for the past 90 years, suddenly decided that 420 beats per minute sounded more interesting. His secondary heart, which typically only activated during extreme physical exertion, joined in with enthusiasm. His tertiary heart, which medical science had long theorized was vestigial, apparently decided this was its moment to shine. He could see his pulse in his vision. He could hear his blood moving. Every cell in his body was suddenly violently awake in a way that violated several fundamental principles of Netherian biology. Halvix did what any rational scientist would do under the circumstances. He grabbed a tricorder, started taking readings of his own vital signs, and began documenting everything while his hands shook so badly the device nearly flew across the room. His notes from this period are still taught in xenobiology courses across the galaxy, primarily because they deteriorate from clinical observation to increasingly unhinged scribbling that eventually just reads, "What is happening to time? Can time go sideways? I think I just invented a new color." By hour 6, Halvix had reorganized his entire laboratory, completed 7 research papers he'd been procrastinating on for 5 years, and discovered he could calculate complex mathematical equations in his head faster than his computer could process them. He also realized he hadn't eaten, slept, or stopped moving since drinking the water, and frankly, these biological necessities seemed inefficient and boring. By hour 12, 63 other station residents had reported similar symptoms. The medical bay, staffed by a very confused Tilranian doctor named Vex, who had trained for everything from radiation poisoning to exotic parasites, but definitely not for patients whose hearts were attempting to break the sound barrier, was overwhelmed. The patients weren't dying. They weren't even really sick. They were just impossibly awake, moving at speeds their bodies shouldn't support and asking questions nobody had answers to. "Doctor," one patient, a Krevlian maintenance worker named Thos, shouted while simultaneously repairing 3 different machines at once. "Why do I feel like I can taste mathematics?" Vex had no idea. His medical database had no idea. The station's computers, when queried, essentially shrugged their digital shoulders and suggested filing a research grant. The facility director, Commander Yilith Prex, called an emergency meeting at hour 18. She was a Vormarian, a species known for their unflappable calm and administrative competence. She'd run Research Station Chimerax for 20 years without incident, managing budgets, personnel conflicts, and the occasional equipment malfunction with equal efficiency. She was not prepared for this. "Explain," she said, her voice carrying that particular tone of someone who already knows the explanation will be stupid, but feels obligated to ask anyway. "Why 40% of my station is experiencing simultaneous cardiac episodes, and why none of them are requesting medical leave?" Dr. Halvix, who'd invited himself to the meeting despite not being senior staff, vibrated in his chair. "Because we don't want medical leave, Commander. We want to work. Do you have any idea how efficient this is? I've been operational for 18 hours without rest. My research output has increased by 700%. I've discovered 3 new plant species, reorganized the entire botanical database, and I redesigned the station's waste management system. Look at these schematics." He threw a datapad onto the conference table. The schemas were, Yilith had to admit, remarkably well done. "That's very impressive, Dr. Rend," Yilith said carefully. "But you're exhibiting heart rates that should have killed you 4 times over. We need to identify the source of this contamination and neutralize it before..." "Before what?" Halvix's 3 eyes widened. "Before we become more productive? Before we break free from the evolutionary limitations that have kept us slow and complacent? Commander, I've felt more alive in the past 18 hours than in the previous 90 years. This was met with enthusiastic agreement from the other affected staff members who'd somehow infiltrated the meeting despite not being invited. Yilith rubbed her temples. "Someone find me the source. Now." The deal that someone turned out to be Kylara Ven, a human environmental technician who'd been stationed on Chimerax for the past 2 years and who had notably not exhibited any unusual symptoms. She traced the contamination back to Landing Zone 7, collected samples of the mysterious blue liquid, and returned to the lab with 3 intact cans she'd found lodged in a drainage pipe. "Commander," she said, walking into Yilith's office without knocking because emergencies made protocol negotiable, "I know what it is." She placed the cans on the desk. They were dented, faded, but the labels were still partially legible. One said maximum power, another proclaimed lightning surge. The third had a logo featuring what appeared to be an anatomically incorrect lightning bolt, hitting an equally anatomically incorrect heart. Yilera stared at them. "What are these?" "Energy drinks," Kylara said. "From Earth. We drink them when we need to stay awake or study or drive long distances, or just because they taste like battery acid and bad decisions. But somehow that's appealing at 3 in the morning. You drink these? Voluntarily? Oh yeah, I've got like 6 in my quarters right now. Want one?" Yilith looked at the cans as if they might explode, which, given recent events, seemed statistically possible. "You're telling me that humans consume beverages that cause this?" She gestured vaguely at the door, beyond which someone was audibly vibrating. Kylara shrugged. "I mean, they don't affect us like that. We just get a little jittery. Maybe stay up late. Sometimes your heart races a bit, but that's normal." "Normal?" "Yeah. Is that weird?" Commander Yilith Prex had made many difficult decisions in her 20 years of command. She'd allocated budgets during funding crises, mediated disputes between researchers from 14 different species, and once talked down a Krevlian botanist who'd become emotionally attached to a carnivorous plant. But this required expertise she didn't have. She filed a report with Galactic Medical Command. The response came back in 4 hours, which was approximately 3 hours and 58 minutes faster than any official galactic response had ever been recorded. The message was short. Quarantine everything, send samples, do not under any circumstances allow further consumption, medical fleet dispatching immediately. By the time the medical fleet arrived 3 days later, research station Kimerax had transformed into something that defied conventional description. The affected population had grown to nearly 2,000 individuals, representing 9 different species, all of whom had reached a state of what the medical teams would later classify as cardiac hyperadaptation. Dr. Halvix Rend had stopped sleeping entirely. His hearts, plural, had synchronized into a rhythm that made his species' top cardiologists question their entire understanding of Netherian physiology. He'd completed his life's work, a comprehensive catalogue of every plant species in the sector, in 63 hours. Then he'd started a second life's work, just because he had time. The Krevlians had developed an additional chamber in their primary hearts. The Tilranians had grown new hearts. The Vormarians, whose species hadn't significantly evolved in 40,000 years, were exhibiting what could only be described as aggressive cardiovascular innovation. And none of them wanted it to stop. The medical fleet was led by Chief Medical Examiner Drax Nevin, a Helvorian whose species had written 17% of the galaxy's medical textbooks and who'd personally seen every biological anomaly catalogued in the past century. He'd treated radiation mutations, exotic virus infections, and once extracted a living crystal from someone's liver. He was not easily impressed. He was very impressed now, and not in a good way. "Let me understand this correctly," Drax said, reviewing the data while standing in the station's main conference room, surrounded by 19 different specialists who all looked equally disturbed. "A human beverage designed for human consumption has triggered spontaneous cardiovascular evolution in 9 species, none of whom are human, and none of your affected population wants treatment." "Correct," Yilith confirmed. "And the human technician drinks these regularly without incident. She had one at breakfast this morning." Drax turned to look at Kylara, who waved cheerfully from where she was leaning against the wall. "Want to try some? I've got a variety pack." "Absolutely not. Suit yourself." Drax pulled up the chemical analysis of the energy drinks. The list of ingredients read like someone had given a chemistry set to a very ambitious child and then walked away. Caffeine levels that would be considered industrial-grade stimulants on most worlds. Taurine, guarana, something called inositol, that the database identified with a footnote that just said, "Why?" and approximately 47 other compounds, many of which had no clear purpose beyond making the liquid glow faintly in the dark. "This is insane," Drax muttered. "How do humans survive drinking this?" "We've been wondering that about humans in general for about 300 years now," one of his assistants said. "Remember the dietary analysis? They eat plants that evolved to be poisonous. They consume liquids that burn organic tissue for fun, and their standard physical comedy involves injuring themselves. This is on brand." Drax couldn't argue with that. The real question was what to do about it. The affected population was healthy by every measurable standard. They were better than healthy. Their cardiovascular systems had adapted, evolved, improved in ways that should have taken millennia. They were more productive, more energetic, more alive than they'd been before. They were also completely dependent on continued consumption of Earth energy drinks to maintain their new baseline. This became apparent when the first affected individuals began experiencing withdrawal symptoms. Dr. Halvix Rend, who'd gone 48 hours without access to contaminated water, reported feeling slow. By his definition, slow meant his heart rate had dropped to merely triple its original resting rate, and he could only complete 6 hours of work in a single hour instead of his recent average of 8. The medical team's analysis was troubling. The cardiovascular changes were permanent. The affected individuals' bodies had fundamentally altered their baseline metabolic requirements. They hadn't just adapted to the energy drinks, they'd evolved to require them. So, what you're saying, Yllith said slowly, processing information she really didn't want to be true, is that 2,000 members of my staff are now biologically dependent on human beverages. That's exactly what I'm saying, Drax confirmed. Their bodies have reprogrammed themselves at the cellular level. Without continued access to these energy drinks or something chemically similar, they'll experience decreased cardiac function, metabolic slowdown, and what I can only describe as profound psychological distress at returning to their species' normal operational speed. Can we synthesize an alternative? We're trying, but the chemical complexity of these drinks is absurd. There are compounds in here that serve no obvious biological purpose. They're just there, presumably because humans thought they sounded scientific and energetic. Reverse engineering a substitute could take years. We don't have years. I have 2,000 people who are going to start experiencing withdrawal in a week. Drax was quiet for a moment. Then he said the thing they were all thinking, but nobody wanted to say. We need more energy drinks from Earth. You want me to establish a trade relationship with Earth for beverages that have accidentally triggered evolution? Yes. That's ridiculous. I'm aware. The Council will never approve it. They will when the alternative is 2,000 members of 9 different species going through simultaneous withdrawal and potentially crashing the station's entire operational capacity. Yllith hated that he was right. The transmission to Earth was composed carefully, reviewed by 14 different departments, and ultimately approved by Commander Yllith Prex, with the kind of resignation usually reserved for acknowledging that yes, the universe is chaos, and nothing makes sense. It read, "This is Research Station Chimerax to Earth Diplomatic Corps. We require immediate shipment of energy drinks, specifically brands including but not limited to Maximum Power, Lightning Surge, and any comparable products. This is a medical emergency of unprecedented nature. Please respond with shipping availability and pricing." The response from Earth came back in 6 hours. It said, "LOL, sure, how many do you need?" This level of casual disregard for what was being treated as a galactic medical crisis should have been insulting. Instead, it was somehow perfectly appropriate. Over the following weeks, Research Station Chimerax received shipments of energy drinks that would make any human college student weep with joy. Cases upon cases of beverages with names like Turbo Fury, Cardiac Catastrophe, and something called Death Wish that came with a warning label advising consumers to drink responsibly or don't, we're not your mom. The affected population stabilized. Their new cardiovascular systems found equilibrium. And slowly, very slowly, the medical community began to study what had happened with something approaching scientific rigor rather than pure panic. What they discovered was both fascinating and deeply concerning. The energy drinks hadn't just triggered adaptation, they triggered targeted adaptation. Each species had evolved in specific ways that addressed their particular cardiovascular limitations. The Nitherians had developed enhanced oxygen processing. The Krevlians had improved waste removal at the cellular level. The Tilranians had literally grown redundant systems. It was as if the energy drinks contained some sort of biological catalyst that identified weaknesses and fixed them, using the massive influx of stimulants as fuel for rapid physiological change. This shouldn't be possible, Dr. Halvix Wren said, reviewing the data with a team of xenobiologists who'd traveled from 3 different sectors to study the phenomenon. Evolution doesn't work like this. You can't just drink something and evolve. That's not how biology functions. And yet, one of his colleagues pointed out, here we are. Here we are, Halvix agreed, taking a long drink from a can of Maximum Overdrive and feeling his heart sink into their new, impossibly fast rhythm. The question is why? Why do these drinks do this? What's in them that triggers this response? The answer, as it turned out, was both simple and completely absurd. Nothing. Chemically, the energy drinks were exactly what they appeared to be. Caffeine, stimulants, sugars, and a collection of compounds that ranged from probably safe to definitely shouldn't mix with alcohol, but people will anyway. There was no secret catalyst, no hidden mutagen, no exotic Earth compound that the galaxy had never encountered. The effect came from something else entirely. It came from dosage. Humans, it turned out, consumed these beverages in quantities that would be considered chemical warfare on most worlds. A single can contained enough stimulants to significantly elevate the heart rate of an average Nitherian for hours. Humans drank them like water. Some drank multiple cans per day, every day, for years, and their bodies handled it. This realization hit the galactic medical community like a meteor made of uncomfortable implications. Wait, Dr. Drax Nevin said slowly, reviewing the data for the 47th time, because he kept hoping he was reading it wrong. Are you telling me that humans have naturally evolved the cardiovascular resilience that our species are now forcibly developing? That appears to be correct, his research assistant confirmed. They just drink these regularly, without medical supervision. Children drink them. Children? Starting at approximately age 13, according to Earth cultural surveys. Sometimes younger. Drax sat down, then stood up, then sat down again. How is humanity not extinct? This was a question that had been asked many times since Earth joined the galactic community, but never with quite this much genuine confusion. The research continued. Teams from 17 different medical institutions requested samples. Volunteers from 12 species offered to test the effects under controlled conditions. There were papers published, conferences held, and exactly one strongly worded letter from the Galactic Council demanding to know why nobody had classified Earth as a biological hazard zone. And through all of this, Kylara Venn sat in the station's cafeteria, drinking her morning energy drink, watching aliens carefully consume small, measured doses of what she considered a normal beverage, and wondering if she should mention that she'd once watched her roommate drink 4 cans in a row before an exam. She decided that information could wait. The real chaos began when news of the energy drink phenomenon leaked beyond medical circles and reached the general population, which happened approximately 47 minutes after someone posted about it on the Galactic Datanet with the headline, "Human Drinks Literally Cause Evolution." The article went viral across 600 systems. Within a week, there was a thriving black market for Earth energy drinks. Within 2 weeks, desperate traders were offering truly spectacular sums for cases of beverages that cost approximately 1 Earth credit per can. Within 3 weeks, the Earth Diplomatic Corps had to issue a statement clarifying that, no, energy drinks were not a restricted substance, and yes, humans were aware they were physiologically unusual, and please stop offering trade agreements for our grocery stores. But for every diplomatic statement and medical warning, there were curious aliens who wanted to experience what they'd heard about. Some wanted the productivity boost. Others wanted to feel what it was like to have a human-level metabolism. Some just wanted to understand how humanity functioned. The tourism started small. A few adventurous aliens visiting Earth, specifically seeking out convenience stores and gas stations to purchase energy drinks. Then it grew. Organized tours, experience human biology packages, specialty shops that catered specifically to aliens who wanted to safely consume Earth stimulants under medical supervision, which wasn't entirely safe, as it turned out. The first recorded death came 6 months after the initial incident on research station Chimerax. A Vornelian trader named Chin Vor had purchased what he believed was a standard energy drink from a human retailer. What he'd actually purchased was something called Apocalypse in a can, which came in a black container covered in warning labels that ranged from "not recommended for persons with heart conditions" to "seriously, are you sure about this?" Chinvor, who'd read approximately none of these warnings because they were in English and he'd assumed all human beverages were roughly equivalent, drank the entire can in one go. His heart, which had been peacefully beating at standard Vornelian rate for 32 years, essentially looked at the incoming chemical cascade and said, "Absolutely not." He survived, but only because he happened to be standing next to a medical station when his cardiovascular system attempted to stage a violent protest against his life choices. The incident made galactic news. Earth's Surgeon General, a tired-looking woman named Dr. Patricia Nkomo, gave a press conference that would be studied in future xenobiology courses as a masterclass in trying to explain human biology to species that evolved on sensible worlds. "Look," she said, staring directly into the camera with the expression of someone who'd given up on the universe making sense. "Humans drink these because our biology is weird. We evolved on a planet where everything was actively trying to kill us, so our bodies got really good at handling things that should be toxic. That doesn't mean it's safe for you. Please stop treating Earth like it's a recreational drug planet. It's just a planet. We're just people. We happen to be people who can process caffeine like it's water and alcohol, like it's juice and capsaicin, like it's a fun mouth sensation instead of the chemical weapon it actually is. But that's our problem, not an invitation for you to join us." The press conference did exactly nothing to slow the tourism. If anything, it made it worse. "Did you hear that?" one Tilranian tourist was recorded saying to their friend outside an Earth coffee shop. "They treat caffeine like water. I have to try this." The friend, notably more cautious, replied, "You saw what happened to Chinvor. Chinvor was weak. I'm built different." This exact conversation, or variations of it, happened approximately 14,000 times across the galaxy in the following months. The galactic medical community tried to establish guidelines, safe consumption levels for various species, warning systems, educational programs about the dangers of human-compatible substances. But for every careful medical professional trying to prevent deaths, there were 10 curious aliens who decided that experiencing a human-level caffeine rush was worth the risk. A culture developed around it, energy drink experiencers they called themselves. They shared stories about which brands were safe for which species. They rated the experiences on scales that ranged from pleasant alertness to "I perceive the fundamental structure of space-time." They formed communities, support networks, and eventually, much to Earth's confusion, pilgrimage routes to the places where the most potent energy drinks could be purchased. The humans, for their part, found the entire situation baffling. "They're treating gas station beverages like they're religious experiences," Kylara said during her monthly call home to her sister. "There's a Krevlian who visits the convenience store near my apartment every week and takes pictures with the energy drink cooler, like it's a landmark. He tried to tip the cashier 100 credits for preserving Earth's heritage." Her sister laughed. "Are you saying we accidentally became the galaxy's drug dealers?" "We're not drug dealers. Kylara, you literally ship pallets of Monster Energy to a space station every month because they went through enforced withdrawal and it almost caused a diplomatic incident. We're absolutely drug dealers. That's different." "Is it though?" Kylara had to admit it wasn't. Back on research station Chimerax, life had settled into a new normal. The affected population had stabilized at their new baseline. They worked faster, thought faster, lived faster in ways that made their pre-evolution selves seem sluggish by comparison. And they needed regular access to energy drinks to maintain it. Dr. Halvik's Rend had become something of a celebrity in xenobiological circles. His research on cardiovascular adaptation had been published in every major journal. He'd been invited to speak at 17 different conferences. His work was being used as the foundation for entirely new fields of study, exploring rapid evolutionary response to environmental factors. And he owed it all to accidentally drinking contaminated water. "Do you regret it?" someone asked him during one of those conferences. If you could go back knowing what you know now, would you avoid drinking from that water station? Halvix considered the question carefully. His 3 hearts beating in perfect synchronization at a rate that would have terrified his ancestors, provided their own answer. No, he said finally. I've accomplished more in the past year than in the previous 90. I've felt more. I've experienced more. Yes, I'm dependent on human beverages to maintain this state. Yes, that's unusual and arguably concerning from a medical standpoint. But I'm alive in a way I wasn't before. So no, I don't regret it. This sentiment was shared by most of the affected population. They'd been given a choice, after all. The medical teams had developed treatments that could potentially reverse the cardiovascular changes, return them to their original baseline. It would take time, careful management of withdrawal symptoms, and a lengthy recovery period. But it was possible. Exactly 3 individuals out of 2,000 chose treatment. The rest decided they preferred their new existence. The Galactic Council, faced with a situation that violated approximately 47 different regulations, but which nobody actually wanted to stop, did what all large bureaucratic organizations do when confronted with the impossible. They formed a committee, the Committee for Human Biological Compatibility Assessment, or CHBCA, pronounced Chubka by everyone who had to say it more than once, was tasked with studying the energy drink phenomenon and developing guidelines for safe interaction with human substances. Their mandate was comprehensive, their funding substantial, and their actual effectiveness deeply questionable. Their first major report, published 18 months after the initial incident, concluded with a statement that summarized the entire situation perfectly. Humans are weird, their biology is weird, and we recommend that non-humans exercise extreme caution when interacting with substances humans have deemed safe for casual consumption. And however, we acknowledge that telling people not to do something often makes them want to do it more. So we've included a list of which human beverages are most likely to cause spontaneous evolution, ranked by severity. The list became the galaxy's most downloaded document within a week. Earth's response to all of this was characteristically human, which is to say, they monetized it. The energy drink companies, upon learning that their products were causing literal evolution in alien species, immediately saw the marketing potential. Advertisements started appearing across the galaxy with slogans like "Lightning Surge so powerful it literally evolved people," and "Cardiac Catastrophe, not responsible for spontaneous cardiovascular innovation." The Galactic Council tried to regulate this. They failed. Earth's legal team pointed out that the drinks were being consumed voluntarily by informed adults, that warning labels were clearly displayed, even if they were in English and somewhat sarcastic, and that Earth could not be held responsible for alien species choosing to consume products designed for human biology. This legal defense was both entirely correct and somehow deeply unsatisfying to everyone involved. The tourism continued to grow. Earth's economy received an unexpected boost from alien visitors, specifically seeking human convenience stores. Entire districts in major cities began catering to xenobiological tourists, with specialized shops offering safe consumption experiences and medical staff on standby for when tourists inevitably ignored all safety guidelines. "Welcome to Earth" became a phrase tinged with warning. "Try not to die" was the unofficial addendum. Through all of this, the actual science continued. Researchers studied the cardiovascular changes. They tried to understand why humans had evolved such extreme resilience to stimulants. They mapped the genetic markers that allowed humans to casually consume substances that would hospitalize most species. The theories ranged from plausible to absurd. Some suggested it was related to Earth's evolutionary pressures, where anything that wasn't actively trying to kill you was considered safe to eat. Others proposed that humans had simply evolved aggressive livers and kidneys that could process anything. One particularly creative researcher suggested that humans were actually the descendants of an ancient species of universal scavengers who'd evolved to eat literally everything they encountered and had just gotten really good at it over millions of years. That last theory was dismissed as ridiculous, but nobody could definitively prove it wrong, which was somehow concerning. The truth, as far as anyone could determine, was simpler and more complicated. Humans were persistence hunters. They'd evolved to chase prey across ridiculous distances for ridiculous lengths of time. Their cardiovascular systems were built for endurance, for pushing through exhaustion, for continuing when their bodies screamed at them to stop. Energy drinks just amplified that, gave them an extra boost to a system that was already designed to ignore reasonable biological limitations. So what you're saying, one researcher summarized during a symposium, is that humans are naturally caffeinated? In a sense, yes. That's horrifying. Welcome to xenobiology. Everything about humans is horrifying when you think about it too hard. Years passed. The energy drink phenomenon became normalized. Convenience stores across Earth now routinely served alien customers, with staff trained in basic first aid for when tourists overestimated their tolerance. The Galactic Medical Database had extensive entries on human substance exposure response across 43 different species. Research station Chimerax had become a center for cardiovascular evolutionary studies, with scientists from across the galaxy visiting to study the original affected population. Dr. Halvix Rend, now considered one of the galaxy's leading experts on rapid adaptive evolution, stood in his laboratory reviewing data from the latest study. His hearts beat at their elevated pace. His metabolism hummed with energy that would have seemed impossible a few years ago, and he held a can of maximum overdrive that was somehow perfectly room temperature despite being sitting on his desk for 2 hours. A young researcher recently arrived from a university 3 sectors away knocked hesitantly on his door. "Dr. Rend, I have a question about the longitudinal study data." "Come in," Halvix said, not looking up from his screens. "What's your question?" "Well, sir, I've been reviewing the 5-year follow-up data, and I noticed something unusual. The affected population isn't just maintaining their new cardiovascular baseline, they're continuing to improve, gradually but measurably, as if their bodies are still adapting." Halvix looked up. "Show me." The researcher pulled up the data, charts and graphs showing heart efficiency, metabolic rates, oxygen processing across the affected population. And there it was, clear as starlight, a gradual ongoing improvement in cardiovascular function that should have plateaued years ago, but hadn't. "This is impossible," Halvix muttered, but even as he said it, he knew it wasn't. Nothing about this situation had followed standard biological rules from the beginning. Why should it start now? "What does it mean?" the researcher asked. Halvix was quiet for a long moment. Then he said something that would later be quoted in 17 different medical journals. "It means we didn't just evolve to handle energy drinks. We evolved because of energy drinks, and we're still evolving. The drinks aren't just changing us, they're continuing to change us. Every can we drink isn't just maintaining a new baseline, it's pushing us further. Should we stop?" It was the obvious question, the sensible question. The question that any reasonable scientist should answer with an immediate yes. Halvix looked at his data, at the productivity charts, at the research output, at the lives that had been fundamentally transformed by an accident involving cargo containers and earth beverages, at his own life, which had gone from comfortable stagnation to vibrant, chaotic, alive. "No," he said finally, "we should study it, document it, understand it. But stop? Why would we stop? We're witnessing real-time evolution triggered by a substance humans drink for fun. This is the most significant biological discovery in centuries. We'd be fools to stop now." The researcher nodded slowly. "My advisor said you'd say that. She also said to remind you that we don't actually know where this evolution is heading, that it could plateau tomorrow or continue for centuries, that we're essentially conducting an uncontrolled experiment on ourselves. Your advisor is correct, Halvix agreed. We're absolutely conducting an uncontrolled experiment on ourselves. Do you know what the difference is between an uncontrolled experiment and discovery? What? Documentation. Halvix grinned, an expression that showed all 3 rows of his teeth and looked slightly manic. As long as we document everything, it's science. Now let's design a proper longitudinal study to track these ongoing changes. I want data from every affected individual, cross-referenced with consumption patterns, species variables, and environmental factors. We're going to understand this if it kills us. That's what I'm afraid of, sir. Then you're in the right field. Fear is just data you haven't processed yet. The study was designed, approved, and implemented within 6 months. It was comprehensive, invasive, and absolutely necessary. Every individual who'd been affected by the initial contamination agreed to participate. Some enthusiastically, others with the resigned acceptance of people who'd already accepted that their biology was now a matter of galactic scientific interest. The results, when they started coming in, were fascinating in the way that makes scientists excited and bureaucrats nervous. The Nitherians weren't just maintaining their improved cardiovascular systems, they were developing new efficiencies. Their oxygen processing had improved by another 12%. Their cellular waste removal systems had essentially redesigned themselves. One individual had grown what could only be described as a proto-fourth heart, which medical science insisted was impossible, but which was definitely measurably there. The Krevlians had developed redundant circulatory pathways, as if their bodies had looked at their existing cardiovascular system and said, "This is good, but what if we had a backup?" Some had grown additional blood vessels in patterns that seemed random until researchers realized they were actually optimizing for efficiency in ways that violated several principles of biology, but which worked. The Tilranians had gone completely off script. Their bodies had apparently decided that if some hearts were good, more hearts were better. Several individuals were developing what the medical team diplomatically called auxiliary cardiac structures, and what everyone else called, "They're growing more hearts, and we don't know how to make them stop." "This is unprecedented," Dr. Drax Nevin said, reviewing the data with something approaching existential horror. "Evolution doesn't work like this. You can't just keep changing indefinitely. There have to be limits, biological constraints, something that says, okay, that's enough evolution for now." "Apparently not," his assistant replied, pulling up another chart that showed the progression of cardiovascular changes over time. The line didn't plateau, it just kept going up. At least not when you're dealing with substances that humans consider recreational. Drax rubbed his face with all 4 of his hands, a gesture that conveyed maximum frustration. "How are humans not terrified of their own biology?" "I asked one of the human researchers that," the assistant said. She said, and I quote, "Why would we be scared of ourselves? That's just how we are. Besides, being scared is exhausting and we've got stuff to do." That's not a philosophy. That's barely even a sentence. And yet, it appears to be how humanity functions. The ongoing evolution created new problems, primarily logistical. The affected population's energy drink consumption had to be carefully monitored and adjusted. What had started as standard doses now needed to be customized for each individual as their bodies continued to change. Some needed more to maintain their new baseline. Others needed different formulations as their bodies developed preferences for specific compounds. The supply chain became complicated. Earth's energy drink manufacturers found themselves in the unusual position of having to develop alien-specific formulations, which required understanding biology they'd never encountered and solving problems like, how do we make a beverage for someone with 3 hearts that beat at different rates? The answer, as it turned out, was trial and error with extensive medical supervision. Welcome to the Cardiac Catastrophe Product Development Lab. The lead human chemist, a woman named Dr. Reina Okoro, said to a visiting medical team, "We're currently working on a formulation for Tilranians with auxiliary cardiac structures. The challenge is balancing stimulation across multiple hearts that have different response curves. Too much, and one heart overdoes it. Too little, and the others underperform. It's like conducting an orchestra where every instrument wants to play at a different tempo. How do you even begin to solve that?" one of the visiting doctors asked. Reina shrugged. "Same way humans solve everything. We try stuff until something works, then we document what we did and hope we can replicate it. Also coffee. Lots of coffee. Isn't coffee also a stimulant?" "Yeah, but it's a different stimulant. We're very particular about our stimulants. It's practically our cultural heritage at this point." The lab was chaos. Controlled chaos. Carefully documented chaos, but chaos nonetheless. Benches covered in chemical analysis equipment. Refrigerators full of experimental formulations. Volunteers from various species hooked up to monitoring equipment. Carefully testing new products under medical supervision. It looked like a mad scientist's laboratory, which wasn't entirely inaccurate. "How many variations do you test?" the doctor asked. "Hundreds, sometimes thousands. For every successful formulation we create, we've got about 50 that either don't work or work too well. We've got a whole storage facility full of rejected prototypes. We call it the Vault of Bad Ideas. What do you do with them? Absolutely nothing. They stay locked up. Some of those formulations would probably trigger evolution in species we haven't even encountered yet. We're irresponsible, but we're not that irresponsible." The research station had become a hub for this work. Companies sent representatives. Scientists came to study. Diplomats visited to ensure that Earth wasn't accidentally creating biological weapons. The station's population had tripled, most of it researchers and support staff trying to understand and manage the ongoing situation. And through it all, the original affected population continued their lives, working jobs that now seemed absurdly easy given their enhanced capabilities, consuming their customized energy drink formulations, and serving as living laboratories for understanding rapid evolutionary change. Thos, the Krevlian maintenance worker who'd first complained about tasting mathematics, had become the station's chief engineer. His enhanced processing speed and the ability to perceive complex systems in ways his pre-evolution brain couldn't had made him spectacularly good at his job. He could look at a malfunctioning system and understand what was wrong in ways that seemed almost intuitive. "It's like seeing the music of machines," he tried to explain once to a journalist doing a story on the phenomenon. "Before, I could fix things by following logical troubleshooting steps. Now, I can feel where the problem is. My brain processes information differently, faster, more dimensionally, if that makes sense." "It doesn't," the journalist admitted. "Yeah, I figured. Hard to explain blue to someone who's only ever seen red." The metaphor wasn't quite right, but it was close enough. The broader galactic community remained divided on the energy drink situation. Some species saw it as a cautionary tale about the dangers of human substances. Others saw it as an opportunity. Several governments had quietly approached Earth about purchasing large quantities of energy drinks for research purposes, which everyone knew meant they wanted to try triggering controlled evolution in their own populations. Earth's response was consistent. "We'll sell you the drinks, but we're not responsible for what you do with them. You've been warned. Our biology is weird. Don't blame us when yours becomes weird too." This was not particularly reassuring, but it was legally sound. 3 years after the initial incident, the Galactic Council finally updated their official classification of Earth. It went from Inhabited World Category 4 to Inhabited World Category 4, Biological Hazard Designation pending further study. Approach with caution. Seriously, we mean it. Their beverages cause evolution. The classification was unusually specific. Earth celebrated by releasing a new energy drink flavor called Galactic Incident. The marketing campaign featured the tagline, "So good it literally rewrites DNA." The Galactic Council sent a strongly worded letter asking them to please stop treating biological evolution as a marketing opportunity. Earth's response was to release a limited edition version called Council Approved that came with a label saying, "Definitely not approved by any council." The letter that followed was even more strongly worded. Back on research station Chimerax, Dr. Ulvix Rend was preparing for what would be his most important lecture yet. The Galactic Medical Summit, held every 5 years, had invited him as the keynote speaker. The topic, Adaptive Cardiovascular Evolution in Response to Human Nutritional Substances, a 5-year longitudinal study. The title was dry. The subject matter was anything but. Ulvix stood in his quarters, reviewing his presentation for the 40th time, drinking his morning dose of a custom formulation that Rayner's lab had developed specifically for him. It tasted like electricity and optimism, if those were flavors. His 3 hearts beat in their synchronized rhythm. His metabolism hummed with energy, and he felt ready. "You're going to do great," Kylara said, leaning in his doorway. She'd become something of an unofficial human consultant for the station, helping translate human concepts for alien researchers and occasionally preventing tourists from accidentally killing themselves. "What if they don't take it seriously?" Ulvix asked. "What if they see this as an aberration rather than a legitimate field of study?" "Then they're idiots," Kylara said bluntly. "You've got 5 years of solid data showing ongoing evolutionary changes in multiple species. You've documented everything. You've established protocols. You've literally created a new field of xenobiology. If they don't take that seriously, that's their problem, not yours." That's very reassuring in a slightly aggressive way. "I'm human. We're good at aggressive reassurance." The summit was held on Veltoria Prime, a planet known for hosting major scientific conferences and having excellent food. Thousands of researchers from across the galaxy attended. The venue was enormous, the equipment state-of-the-art, and the audience intimidating. Ulvix walked onto the stage, 3 hearts pounding with what might have been nervousness or might just have been his new normal baseline. He looked out at the crowd of scientists, doctors, researchers, and bureaucrats, all waiting to hear about the study that had consumed the last 5 years of his life. He began. 5 years ago, I accidentally drank contaminated water and triggered cardiovascular evolution in myself and nearly 2,000 others. Today, I'm going to explain why that was the best accident in xenobiological research history. The crowd was silent. Then someone laughed, then someone else, then the entire auditorium was chuckling, and Ulvix knew he had them. He presented his data. 5 years of cardiovascular monitoring, metabolic studies, genetic analysis, comparative evolution across 9 species, the development of species-specific formulations, the ongoing changes that showed no signs of stopping, the complete, comprehensive documentation of what happened when non-human species consumed substances that humans considered normal. "The question everyone asks," Ulvix said, reaching the conclusion of his presentation, "is whether we should have done this, whether we should continue doing this, whether it's safe, responsible, or ethical to voluntarily trigger ongoing evolution in ourselves using human beverages." He paused, letting the question hang in the air. "My answer is this. We're already doing it. The affected population has made their choice. They don't want to return to their pre-evolution state. They've experienced something that most species never do: rapid, beneficial adaptation in their own lifetimes. Yes, there are risks. Yes, there are unknowns. Yes, we're essentially conducting an ongoing experiment on ourselves, but that's science, that's discovery. That's what we signed up for when we chose to study the universe instead of just existing in it." He pulled up his final slide. It showed a simple graph: productivity, health markers, and life satisfaction scores for the affected population tracked over 5 years. All 3 lines went up. We're not just surviving this evolution, we're thriving in it. And I, for one, am excited to see where we are in another 5 years. The applause was thunderous. The questions that followed ranged from technical to philosophical. How did the formulations differ between species? What were the long-term projections? Had anyone actually died from this? Answer: no, though there had been some close calls. Were there plans to expand the study? What did Earth think about all this? That last question made Halvik smile. Earth's position, as far as I can determine, is something along the lines of, "We told you our biology was weird, you didn't listen, that's on you." Which is fair, honestly. More laughter. One researcher in the back raised their hand. Dr. Rend, aren't you concerned that you're normalizing dependency on human substances? That you're essentially advocating for voluntary biological addiction? The room went quiet. It was the question everyone had been thinking, but nobody had wanted to ask directly. Halvix considered it carefully. Yes and no. Yes, we're dependent on continued access to energy drinks to maintain our current baseline. But is that different from any other species being dependent on their native atmosphere, on their required nutrients, on the environmental conditions they evolved in? We've adapted to a new substance. We require it now. That's not addiction, that's adaptation. Addiction implies harm. Where's the harm? We're healthier, more productive and happier than we were before. If that's addiction, then every species in the galaxy is addicted to oxygen. That's not the same thing, isn't it? The only difference is that we chose this adaptation instead of being born into it. And frankly, having a choice in your own evolution seems better, not worse. The debate continued for another hour, with scientists arguing passionately on both sides. It was exactly the kind of productive scientific discourse that conferences existed for, and Halvix loved every minute of it. After the session, he was surrounded by researchers wanting to discuss the study, collaborate on follow-up work, or just express their fascination with the entire situation. He exchanged contact information with dozens of scientists, agreed to 4 different collaborative research projects, and somehow ended up promising to write a book about the experience. That went well, Kailara said, finding him in the conference center's bar several hours later. She was drinking something that glowed faintly. He was drinking his customized energy drink formulation, because of course he was. "I think I changed some minds," Halvik said. "Not all of them, but some. That's all anyone can ask for." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, watching other conference attendees debate passionately about various topics. The universe continued turning, indifferent to their small corner of biological weirdness. "Do you ever wonder," Kailara asked suddenly, "what would have happened if that cargo ship hadn't dumped those drinks on your station? If you'd never experienced this?" Halvix thought about it, about his old life, slow and steady and comfortable, about his current life, fast and chaotic and alive, about the research he'd done, the discoveries he'd made, the way everything had changed because of a stupid accident involving beverage containers. "I'd probably still be monitoring potato growth and wondering if there was more to life than cataloging plant species," he said finally. "So no, I don't wonder what would have happened. I'm too busy experiencing what did happen." Very philosophical. "I contain multitudes, also caffeine, lots of caffeine." They laughed, and somewhere in the galaxy, another alien took their first sip of an Earth energy drink and felt their heart rate begin to climb. The years continued to pass. The research continued. The evolution continued. Dr. Halvix Rend published his book, Accidental Evolution, a xenobiologist's guide to human beverages, which became a bestseller across 40 systems and was immediately banned on 3 planets whose governments decided they didn't want their populations getting ideas. The affected populations stabilized at around 5,000 individuals across 12 species, with new cases appearing occasionally when someone decided that warnings were suggestions rather than actual safety guidelines. The energy drink tourism industry matured, developing proper protocols and safety measures that were ignored approximately 60% of the time. Earth continued being Earth, which meant they kept producing energy drinks with increasingly absurd names and marketing campaigns that treated biological evolution as a feature rather than a bug. The Galactic Council continued sending complaints. Earth continued ignoring them. Research Station Kimerax became officially recognized as the Center for Human Substance Adaptation Studies, with a staff of 300 researchers and a mission statement that read, "Understanding what happens when non-humans consume things humans think are normal." It was less formal than most research institution mission statements, but it was accurate. Dr. Reina Okoro's lab developed 17 different species-specific energy drink formulations, filed for 43 patents, and somehow became one of Earth's most successful biotech companies without anyone quite understanding how that happened. Her products were sold across the galaxy, always with warning labels, always with medical disclaimers, and always with the unofficial tagline, "Not our fault if you grow extra hearts." The Galactic Medical Database added an entire new section titled Human Biological Compatibility Issues, which was 17,000 pages long and growing. Medical students across the galaxy studied human physiology specifically so they could understand what not to do if they wanted to maintain their original cardiovascular system. And the affected individuals, they continued living their enhanced lives, working their jobs, consuming their customized formulations, and serving as proof that sometimes the universe's biggest discoveries came from the stupidest accidents. 10 years after the initial incident, Dr. Halvix Rend stood in his laboratory on Research Station Kimerax, reviewing data from the latest longitudinal study. His 3 hearts beat strong and steady. His body hummed with energy that defied biological expectations, and he held a can of his custom formulation that had been specifically designed for his continuously evolving cardiovascular system. A notification appeared on his screen. New data from the medical scans. He opened it, expecting routine results. What he saw made him set down his drink carefully. The scans showed structural changes in his cardiovascular system that shouldn't be possible. Not just improvements, innovations. His hearts had developed new chambers. His blood vessels had reorganized into patterns that maximized efficiency in ways that violated basic biological principles, but which worked. His body was still evolving, still changing, still improving. He pulled up the comparative data. The same changes were appearing across the entire affected population. Gradual, continuous, ongoing evolution that showed no signs of stopping. "Well," Halvix said to his empty laboratory, his 3 hearts beating in complex harmonies that his species had never evolved to produce, "this is going to make an excellent paper." He pulled up a blank document, took a long drink of his energy beverage, and began typing. Outside his window, cargo ships came and went, carrying supplies and equipment and, yes, cases upon cases of Earth energy drinks to populations that had learned to live with the consequences of accidentally drinking human beverages. The universe continued spinning, indifferent and vast, but in one small corner of it, on a research station orbiting a minor planet, evolution wasn't waiting millions of years anymore. It was happening in real time, driven by substances humans drank for fun, and documented by scientists who decided that understanding the impossible was more interesting than being comfortable. Somewhere on Earth, in a convenience store at 3 in the morning, a tired college student grabbed an energy drink from the cooler, cracked it open, and drank without a second thought. Their heart rate elevated slightly, they felt more awake, and they went back to studying for their exam, completely unaware that this same beverage had triggered cardiovascular evolution across 12 species in 9 different star systems. Because that was humanity. They'd accidentally become the galaxy's most significant source of rapid evolutionary catalysts, and their response was essentially, huh, neat. Anyway, these drinks are buy two, get one free this week. The rest of the galaxy would spend decades studying the implications. Earth would spend those same decades trying to figure out if causes literal evolution was an effective marketing slogan, or if that was maybe taking things too far, even by human standards. Dr. Halvix Rend closed his research document after 8 hours of continuous writing, his 3 hearts still beating strong, his mind still sharp despite the hour. He'd written 17,000 words, proposed 6 new research directions, and outlined studies that would take another decade to complete. And he felt